now. I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh!
Jeez.
No!
Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Ace, kings and clubs and queens 4 on the end.
Oh, there's the shout in the stream. There is the shout in the stream. Let's go, he says. To 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and called in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks
ever.
a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd, a lot of chips. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep,
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
That's always what you need.
That's
You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the days. Full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we've finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow. The final 14 in one of the greatest UKPT lineups I think we have ever seen. Manchester, 437 runners, something like that. Unbelievable, prideful. Well done, everybody. I want to know quickly how to run like Ravi. So I'm going to ask him. Come on, here we go.
Hello.
Come on. No excuses.
Yes.
Run like Ravi is a thing.
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah.
It is. Yesterday.
Yeah.
You never really relinquished any chips at all, did you? You had a really good day.
I gave Andreas a nice double up.
Oh, that's true. No, but Dre's a local lad, so you got to look after the locals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, I want to be welcome back here. So.
I've got the market up this morning.
Yeah.
I'm not being funny, but 11 to 2. 11 to 2 is printing money, isn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't care to comment, but I don't want to, you know.
If there's 50 pence spared in my account, let me tell you. Tough field.
50 pence, that's a big bet.
Absolutely, it certainly is. This has been one of the greatest. Day 2's yesterday was one of the greatest. Every table had somebody on it.
Yeah, it's tough field. Yeah,
you know you've been playing poker when if you do eventually lift up the trophy.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, it'd be a long way to go.
Absolutely, we know that. I'm only kidding. Good luck, sir. Have a good day. We're going to wander around to the outer tables, but Dre did double up right at the end. It's well done to him. Well done, Dre. Good to have you back. Not many people realise that you got a WPT title under your belt, sir.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
It was. You had a couple of months out of the game, but now you're back.
Yeah.
You've still got it.
Yeah, I've not made a fantasy one of these though, so that's my.
Well, there's 14 down to 9 would be great. Fingers crossed. It's a tough table.
It is a tough table.
It's been a tough tournament. Let me tell you, a really tough tournament. And we are just about to start, as you can see. All the players are just about sat down. Can we really have our first ever female winner? Because Vanessa Cade has come into the game, first GUKPT she's ever played, and she's down to the final 14. She's got nearly 1 million chips, 7 to 1. Do you fancy it? Ooh, you never know. We are just about to start. The guys are ready, so we'll get straight back into the comms because this is going to be a great watch. Thank you very much.
Good luck, everyone. Yeah, good luck, everyone. Good luck to me, yeah.
That one says.
I might need more than you. At least for now.
Out my sandwich from the subway in Manchester up the road from the Travelodge Centre today. I never ever say yes. I always say no thanks, no thanks. Not bothered this morning, no thanks. This morning, ordered a lovely sandwich. Bacon, sausage, melted cheese.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Barbecue sauce.
That sounds gorgeous.
Beautiful. Just check out my Instagram. Muted. Oh. We're not.
So I was pulling faces.
Top of the morning, man of straw. Somebody tell me I'm telling this story not to myself but the world.
Can you hear us, guys?
Oh, we are muted, it says. Oh. PK. Oh.
All in and a call.
I better stick it on. Is it on Twitch?
We're good. We are good.
Phew.
We are set, ready. We're going to jump straight into
ready?
it. We've got an all in and a call first hand. Julian, all in with the ace-3 suited. And Zhang Zhuang, balls with the ace-jack.
Here we go, straight away.
Starting fast.
Straight after this, I'll start what I said what I was talking about. 10-10-5 flop. Julian Seaborn is going to need help. Or he's going to be eliminated. And it's no 3, it's a 2. And it's the nut flush. So Julian Seaborn eliminated.
Who is the value, Jay? The man that just busted, I said yesterday, was probably the value if Julian got his spin. But
did you get the prices up?
We did get the prices up as you were heading back in. There they are. Yeah. So what's happened? What's got you back up this morning? Do you want to tell everyone?
I never have breakfast. All the guys ask every single morning, anybody for breakfast, would you like a sandwich, would you like this? No thank you, no thank you, no thank you. This morning, I'm up early, feeling good, sends me the menu from the Subway up the road from the Travelodge Central. They do a breakfast menu.
Yep.
They do bacon, sausage, melted cheese, barbecue
That
sauce.
sounds
I'm
lovely.
like, bingo, baby! Bingo! Can I get that? Yeah. Got the taxi in, got ourselves in, open it up. If I got a picture to show you, let me tell you. In fact, I don't normally take pictures of food unless it's amazing. And I don't know if I've even got it on my phone because I was that upset this morning. I was honestly, right, I've got it, I found it, right. So I ordered this morning bacon, sausage, melted cheese, toasted, thank you very much, barbecue sauce on top, perfect breakfast, perfect start to the day. I thought, gets in here, turns the computers on, looking forward to it, unwraps it, I'm like, kid at Christmas. Unwraps it to that.
Sausage, bacon, cheese.
To that.
And barbecue sauce.
I'm not being funny, but what the hell is that? Subway, you're a disgrace. There, said it. Anyway, I've had a kiwi fruit.
There we go. Kiwi fruit for breakfast for Tower. We're going to enjoy day 3.
Shocking.
Already lost one. Julian Sitbon. Not first out because on the outer table at the same time, unfortunately not catching the all-in. Shang Jiang was first out today in 14th. Julian Sitbon a few seconds after on the feature table in 13th, so down to 12. And here we go. Span versus Antoine. We got Jacks for Antoine. Span continuing the King High board for 22. Seven on the turn here. Span not really going to have too much 7x that want to open from gun. The A7 suited perhaps, but going to be a better card here for Antoine. Maybe a card that Antoine plays some leads on from time to time too. But even with some potential King X here, as Span, I wouldn't expect check back fairly often. A lot of our range, just because the shift now with that 7 rolling off, 7x advantage going to Antoine. If we do like bet an ace king and we get raised, we're in a grim old spot. King on the river. So double pair board here. Antoine from the big can definitely have King X 7x. Could have some counterfeited deuce X on the river, as well as stuff like 3s through 6s that also get counterfeited here.
Puts in half pot. End of hand, unfortunately, not been knowing what we had from Spand.
Queen Jack, I'm going to say. I'm going to go with Queen Jack.
Afternoon call. Oh, we're both well. No, I'm not well, but I'm getting over it. Shocking behaviour.
So what you're saying is avoid Subway for breakfast.
100%.
Okay.
It was horrendous.
Why would you go Subway for breakfast?
Because
so they're not
PK
a breakfast.
was already
they're not a
there.
breakfast chain, are
Because
they?
he's been to Greg's for the last 3 days and they've run out of stuff at 10:30. What's happened to Manchester's fast food chains?
Not a breakfast chain,
They do,
are
they do breakfast until 11 o'clock at Greg's. You
can't
get
go-
a bacon and sausage and egg sandwich and a cup of tea for
Yeah,
3.5 quid.
that's Greg's, not Subway. People know they,
The
they
last
do
3
nice
days
break-
in Greg's, they've been sold out at 10:30.
Because it's
the offer's on
Greg's.
till 11.
They do. It's Greg's. They do nice breakfast food. They're known for their breakfast. Subway.
Hang on a minute. Greg's do breakfast till 11.
Yeah.
He's been there the last 3 days at 10:30. They've sold out.
I know.
So what? He's not going to get up at 9 and go, is he? Honestly, I don't normally say yes, please. I normally say no, thank you, no, thank you, no, thank you. Today, fancied it. I've been done.
Yeah,
I tell you what, Eagles better win tonight.
He's in a bad mood now. His Tower. What have we done to him? So they're going to defend the ace-5. To be fair, when I saw that picture, PK showed me as soon as I come in, PK's like, "You've seen Tower's breakfast, you've got to see this, you've got to see this." Showed me it. Went, what is that? So 5, 6, 7 here, all hots. Potentially one that Span could lead. We're 6 max here, so Vanessa is actually effective cut-off. She's going to open like some 8-9 suited and stuff like that. So maybe in 6 max format, not going to get it as much as Span does check it over. But if this was like full ring and Vanessa open from gun, like now we start eradicating a lot of hands that are good on this board for her range. So feels like a close one for Span. Does go with check. Vanessa checks back. 8 on the turn. Is a turn card where the big blind will start probing small a lot. Going to have obviously more straights as the defender. We're going to have a lot of 2-pair combos, even like some stuff like 7 and 8x that could potentially go for the turn probe. So it looks like Span going to do it here with this 5, and like even getting a king queen, a queen jack, an ace queen, something like that to fold is a win in itself. Looks like we are going to get a call from Vanessa here. We don't like that as Span, like not really ahead of too much when Vanessa calls. Some stuff like ace 10, ace 9, some heart draws that want to check back flop, but she's still going to have some strong hands in range that want to check flop, like the overpairs, recognising it's more favourable board for Span. Queen of spades on the river. So now we're Span. We beat a few select combos like the ace-9, the ace-10, the ace-x of hearts, the king-jack of hearts, this type of stuff. But does he feel the need to turn this 5 into a bluff here? Like if Vanessa is working with some 10s through aces against Riverbit, they are in a grim spot, but Span just feels we're going to have enough of a showdown against some ace-high, king-high stuff. Does check it over. On the end from Vanessa here, and probably a Span just going to get out of the way here now. I don't think Vanessa's going to be bluffing like some heart draws for this size. Like ace 10 no heart probably goes bigger as well. I feel like with just bottom pair here as Span, not the best candidate to be calling. Span agrees into the muck. Don't know what Vanessa had, but she's taken that pot. Up to a milli.
So, John Shan, still chip leader. David Ledden second in chips. JG says he now knows how we feel about a failed treble.
That is basically...
Good shout, JG.
That is basically us. For R3 on a Saturday, that's how we feel. How you felt opening that sandwich tower, R3 on a Saturday, that's how most of the chat box is feeling, just to let you know. So, taste of his own medicine.
I didn't taste anything.
Is there even sausage and barbecue or cheese in it, or is it just a little... No, it's just...
I don't even know if it was bacon. I have no idea. It wasn't bacon that I was looking forward to anyway. Afternoon, technician. This is going to be a great day.
Ace 10 for Antoine. Opens on the button. Super deep this as well, Tower. It's great. That you come back. Right now, average stack 60 bigs.
Amazing.
Day 3, average
Day 3,
stack
60 bigs, just incredible.
60
Absolutely
bigs.
incredible.
Vanessa in with the defence. Jack 8 off. Ace 10 for Antoine. Good on the 7 deuce 3. Fairly dry texture. Definitely could continue here. Not going to. Checks it behind. Vanessa does have us covered. Maybe I'm going to take more passive lines versus her at this stage. 3 off the final now. To the 6 of hearts turn. Now back over to Vanessa. Looks like she is going to start bluffing on this 6 turn. Got a lead coming in. Once Antoine checks back, do expect him to be very weighted towards ace high, king high. Just assume that overpairs are going to bet, so like Antoine going to be very ace high, king high heavy. He will still have some stuff that want to check, like maybe an ace-3, a king-3 suited. Even some 7x maybe once in a while he goes with check, but I feel like Vanessa just targeting the ace-high, king-high stuff here, and does get the ace-10 of Antoine to fold. Nicely done from Vanessa there with the jack-high.
What a start for Vanessa Cade. Apocalypse heading out to Edinburgh tonight. Back tonight to party after we crush Scotland. It should be a great game. Enjoy the game. Enjoy Edinburgh. Get yourself to Murrayfield and enjoy the rugby. Anybody watched the Chisora fight last night? Any good? Yes. And yes. I don't know how old Chisora is. Is he about 40? Because after the second round, he looked absolutely spent. He'd lost about 3 stone from his last fight, so he looked in good shape. And he beat the odds-on favourite.
I don't know, Tom. I'm not really
So,
a
yes.
boxing fan.
No, me neither, to be fair, but I thought Chisora yesterday boxed really well. And he outclassed the other guy, knocked him down 2 times.
Don't even know who he is. Sounds like something you'd pick up on a work site. Go fetch the was it Chisora for me, mate? Anyone seen the Chisora? Got some wood to chop. Nah, not a boxing fan.
He's 41. You can tell. After the second round, he looks like he's already done. And then he just carries on.
So we've got a free bet here from David Ledden. Perfectly fine. 7-8 suited, 100 BBs. Does find its way into the free bet range. Condensed, suited, gapped. This is what we're looking for free bet bluffs when we get this deep. And probably going to be a fold from Zhang Zhuang. But the man had some fruity 4 bets in him yesterday. Wonder if we're going to see any of the same today. And looking forward to see how Zhang Zhuang approaches this final day. He was a joy to watch yesterday. Ran a huge bluff versus Stato for all the biscuits.
Afternoon all and good luck. It is going to be a fantastic final 12. We started with 14, 2 early exits. Shan Yang busting out, and literally 10 seconds later, Julian Sebon on the feature. We didn't find out what Vanessa had when she fired, but I don't know if we managed to speak to them. They were literally gone straight out the door last night. Nobody was hanging around last night. They all went back to look at the solvers. I'm pretty sure there was nobody in the building when we finished that 20 minutes later. Nobody. They'd gone straight out the door. Junshan, 107 bigs. David Ledden, 104. Short stack is 30 big blinds on the feature. Afternoon, Sean. The old pesky one, how are we doing? Thought you might have made it for the seniors here that starts at 1 o'clock. A few Stokies I've seen come up as well. Daz Sutton's in the building. Rob Cook's in the building. Saw Peter Heitner as well. No, Peter. I think I've known Peter Heitner since season 1, and he's never changed. So he's either a really old-looking person 7 to 18 years ago, or he's looking really good now. But it's still the same old Peter Heitner. Oh no, what's happened?
First breakfast, you're saying in a minute, you've got a...
No way, what we got? Look, I've got a cup we had to handle there. What's happened there? What you done?
I don't know. So anyone that was there, as you say.
Hang on a minute. Oh, that's hot.
I know you can't even pick it up.
Not going to be your day, mate. I'm sorry.
We'll sort this out after this hand because this could get juicy.
King Jack of Hearts for Span, Ace 9 suited for David. Just defends in the big blind. Flops top pair on 985. Yeah, board that Span is going to check back heavily here. Got some nice backdoor equity as well. Like to realise that. Ho ho!
4 of hearts turn. Said it could get juicy.
This could be a carnage hand. Span just always calling here. No raises, I don't think, tower. We don't have 6-7. We don't have 2 pair combos. Yes, we have a couple of sets, but like David's got all the 6-7. He's got all the 2 pairs. He's got all the sets. So I don't think we ever get to raise here as Span, just a call and off to the river.
Indeed. That's exactly what he's done. And he doesn't want to see what he thinks will be a dream card. The hearts on the river. It's not, it's a jack for Span.
He's got the dreamy card.
He's got the offsuit jack.
Yeah, not the best card for David, just because like Span, we'll check this board still with like stuff like Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10, just recognising it is a board that David could potentially pressure on. But he's going to block for third, and for third, Span's just got an easy call tower, getting 4-1.
Yep.
Just probably a 1 chip here. Like David may even bluff worse, Jack 7, Jack 10, not bluff but value bet worse. And there it is from Span, and rid of the jack with the King Jack.
Rid of the jack. Where's the hearts, he says. Where's the hearts? So my mate. Oh, that's good.
How'd you fix it?
Can't tell you the story.
Oh, that's good.
Can't tell you the story. I don't know how we fix it.
I've messaged the main man.
Have you messaged the main man? But apparently there is some way that you do fix it. I fixed it.
Oh, you fixed it. Oh, you fixed it.
Come running in.
And then you just turn around.
So you've all heard about the sandwich gate. I'm never forgetting that, by the way, sandwich gate, and you've lost me custom forever. Just saying. So you bring tea tower, yes please. Tea tower, yes please. So on it brings me, I don't even know how to describe it. Fantastic. Look at this mug of tea. It's actually full. It's got no bloody handle on it. Somebody's nicked the handle.
This is what you get for stealing my cup.
There? Somebody's nicked the handle. How am I supposed to drink this?
Yeah, with that, you need a serviette to drink it.
I'll tell you what, I don't feel like going back to bed and waking up again.
You'll be all right.
Oh, man. You're not wrong, Joe Jock. It is not my day. So straight on it. Unbelievable. What a day I'm having. Vanessa. Amazing to 25.
Do you know what, Sean? I should have done that. I should have brought a straw and put a straw in it. Cup of tea with a straw. So Anton, going to defend. We're going to go 3-way. Not sure about this pill from Zhang Zhuan at this stage on the button. We saw yesterday he did like to get involved. He was very aggressive in pots post-flop. But even still, need to be select pre. Obviously we cover. And obviously when we cover, not much risk for us because we can't bust, but feel like even the Jack 10 off here, slightly on the wide side. Vanessa continues for 25k.
Unbeknown to us what Vanessa has again. Wins the hand again up to 1.1 milli. Exactly. Why has nobody binned the mug?
No, that's where I found it. It was in the bin.
What?
There was no other mugs on the shelf, so that's the only one that was there.
That's going in the bin as soon as I empty that, let me tell you. Which I can't drink until it's gone. Oh. Unbelievable start to the day. This better be a good final. Tell you. Yeah, I don't know if it's the way Vanessa puts the cards down in the box. Whether it's the 6-3 there showed, obviously, so don't for 1 minute think that she's doing it on purpose. Did we find out what Vanessa had yesterday in the 5-bet?
No, never found out, David.
Must have disappeared, hadn't they? They'd already gone. Don't forget, this is the first GUKPT that Vanessa's ever played. Only cashed once in the UK, Vanessa.
Is she?
And that was the Women's Festival at the Hippodrome at the end of last year when she came over. I don't know if they brought her over to play it, but Vanessa came over. I think she like min cashed for like £750 or something. But that's the only cash that she's got in the UK. Loads in Canada and America, obviously. Big one at the World's in the win for $500,000. Won the Sunday Millions anniversary for 1.5 million. I don't know if she's an ACR Pro or not, I'm not sure. I just know that her and Jamie Mann came to Manchester together. And Jamie cashed yesterday. Afternoon, Sean. You got Stato at 12 to 1 this morning, a good price. I see it's dramatically dropped. It would have been a good value at 12 to 1.
Yeah,
previous winner.
Gets backed in. These were the prices that were put out at first. Obviously, players get backed in, players go out, but these were how the prices were set before any betting was done.
Yeah, indeed, 12 to 1, good price. Jake Stone at 12s as well. Lost 2 so far. Last time we looked, he was 13 to 2. Wow. Feels like that horse. the other last week, was it?
Yeah, backed in from 80 to 1 to 10 to 11, wasn't it? Or 11 to 10, yeah.
Oh, and it won.
Oh, really? John's rank. Covers everyone. Opens 8-9 of clubs from Hijack. Johnny's got Span, Stone and So, all the S's.
Yeah.
Afternoon Pipco. Going to be a good day ahead. Time for finish, Gary. I reckon between 10, 11. Super deep this one. Yeah. Obviously, a big factor, as I always say, when we get down to 5-handed, then playing 3 levels a session, not 2, makes a big difference. Like if someone goes on a tear, we lose 7 players in the next 3 hours, we get down to 5-handed, then it could potentially be 9 o'clock. And then the other way, if we don't get to 5-handed until like 6, 7 p.m, it could potentially be 12, 1ish. So, big factor in when the tournament is this deep. That 5-handed play of guessing the finish time. Well, let's go with 10, 11 for now. If we need to re-evaluate approximation, we'll go with something else.
All we know is going to be a great watch.
Exactly that.
Hey, Pokemel, good afternoon, gents. On the couch watching the stream, feeling very delicate after being at Swanee's 65th birthday. I saw the video. Was that his opening entrance, Pokemel? Swanee was 65 yesterday.
Yeah.
He threw a party. He walked in as Elvis Presley with the full rigmarole on in his blue jumpsuit, the big thing, the hair, the sideburns, the glasses, the microphone. He did a set.
Done a set?
Singing Elvis Presley songs.
It's someone else not to do the set. If it's his birthday, I thought it'd be someone else that does the set.
I know. But was that his opening entrance to the party? Because he got two girls with great big gold feathers waving and waving, and the music started, and then all of a sudden he burst through. Brilliant stuff. You know, Swanee. He loves his Elvis Presley. And happy birthday. He won't be watching, he'll still be in bed. It looked a cracking night.
David opens the ace-8, raises the 4 ace statter in the big with the 10-8 off. Do expect him to defend. Heads up here. But he's going to go with fold. Oh, do you know what? I didn't even see. There was a flop out tower. I've just seen bottom right. There's a King Jack 6. I thought it was pre-flop, and David had opened, and Span was thinking whether to vend. But there was a flop there, which makes sense why we'd fold the 10 high on the King Jack 6.
It was, yeah, the showgirls dancing with him all night. Loved it. It looked good. It looked like you all had a great night. Shame we were working. I might have crashed it.
We have lost Shan Jiang and Julian Sitbon in that order, 14th and 13th respectively. They were the first two out today.
We're on 2. Yep. Started with 14, still on 12.
Falls to Vanessa on the button. Just waiting for things to catch up.
Yep. Realises that there's been plenty of action. So we're just going to catch up. Vanessa with the Jack 8, raising up. And it's a winner for Vanessa. 94 big blinds. On the button.
Yeah, into both chip leaders here, tower up. Doubt we're going to open here and start. Oh, yes, we are. Okay, no, we're not. He's reaching for chips. Like if we cover both, yes, we open, but when we are covered by both here at this stage, 12 left, just like these offsuit King X, even on the button into the muck. David getting to check his option. John Joing with the King 10. Nice looking flop.
Jack, Queen, Queen, flop. Open ender for Junshan.
Fucking guy, man. No business.
1.2 minutes. Junshan, Duke. David Lennon second in chips. Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen. We have one giveaway today, and it is £100 token for the open for the closer tomorrow. We'll give you that opportunity a little bit later on in the afternoon.
Fucking sneaky, man. Fucking guy.
Two eliminated players so far today, Xian Jiang and Julian Sibon.
King Jack Sato opens in the cutoff, raises to 24. And David, a big old hand. 30 effective as Stato here, so happy to 3-bet call. I'm going to go for north of 4x here, 100k out of position. Should be working. A big Sunday for everyone. What a field left in.
Superb lineup. Been a great 3 days.
Yeah, Stato never continuing here. Who's the nap of the day for the football today? So actually,
I don't even know who's playing.
I've got a question
Philadelphia
for you.
Eagles.
I will get a little £100 free roll for yourself right here.
Go on.
You got 3 guesses. What time does Spurs kick off today? £100 free roll.
playing?
Yep, we got Villa away. £100 free roll for yourself today.
Have they kicked off?
We've not kicked off. What time does Spurs kick off today? Don't help him out, chat box.
2 p.m.
Not 2 p.m. You got 2 more guesses.
4 p.m.
Not 4 p.m. Last guess.
6:15.
No. Spurs kicks off at 5:35 today.
5:35.
Don't ask me. I saw it yesterday. I was like, what on earth is that kick-off time?
5:35. Wow.
I don't think I've ever seen a 5:35 kick-off ever.
That's a new one. 5:35. That is a new one.
Yeah, explain that. I have no idea. Zhang Zhuang with the King Queen opens to 24. Into the big blind of Span, Queen 6 of Hearts. Good to see Andy back playing.
It is.
Said yesterday, sometimes work gets in the way. You can't play as much as you like to, but always a pleasure to see him at the tables, and always seems to have a run wherever he does come out of the woodwork. Good start here, winning nice little pot versus David Lennon, defending the Queen 6 of Hearts here. Richie Berners on his way there. Enjoy the Spurs, mate.
Nice one, Richie
It's
Berners.
been hard to enjoy the Spurs as of late, but try and have a good day. Just to continue here from Zhang Zhuang, and just going to be check fold for Span here. I don't think we're shallow enough to like check raise this one. Like when we get slightly shallower, like we start dipping into the free to flush, free to straight overcard stuff to potentially check raise as a bluff, but I feel like we're slightly too deep as Span. Like if we had like 300k, maybe more room for it, but forget that. Looks like he's going to take it nonetheless. He's going to go for the bluff. I can as I say, combos that will be used, but I feel like at a shallower stack depth, like even at 40, like this is where potentially we can start raising some gutters, some up and downs, maybe some bottom pair with back doors, this type of stuff. At span, going to go for this free to flush, free to straight hand overcard at 40, and Zhang Zhuan with 2 overs and gut shot not going anywhere.
King of spades on the turn.
Does pick up a gut shot here as span. Would have much preferred to have seen like a heart though, because this king going to have a lot of interaction with Zhang Zhuang's range as well. King Queen, King 10, Queen 10, Ace King, all going to be in there. Would love to see the shutdown. Maybe Span feels when he has this queen in hand, he's needed to barrel. Barrel he does, 85, 40% coming in on the turn, and Zhang Zhuang just a nice easy call on the turn. This. Well, I feel like this could potentially be GG Span on a lot of Rivers Tower.
Pairs up the 4. Don't think that's going to be one of them. You're in sham with the King Queen.
Well, like for value range from the big blind here at Span, when we check raise flop, like we will potentially have some like top pairs facing LP of Zhang Zhuan, maybe like some stronger Jack X. But like in general, like the ones that come to mind are the Jack 4 suited, the 9-4 suited, which probably doesn't even defend at this stage. So Jack 4 suited, Jack 9 off, that's about it. Pocket 4s, as Span, 9s and Jacks want to get aggressive pre. It's really hard actually for Span to have some value here on this 4 river. Like the Jack 4 suited only having 1 suit now as well. Jack 4 of spades specifically. Obviously we can have Queen 10 as the flop raise bluff and get there, but well-timed shutdown from Span on the river does give it up, and Zhang Zhuan just with the all-in snapfold from Span, well-timed at white flag wave, picked up the gutter, continued barreling on the king turn. Zhang Zhuan weren't going anywhere with his top pair. Oi, Smiter, it's not my fault.
Stream will be crashing at 5:30.
It wasn't me the other day. The football was on, yes, but it was just a coincidence. It happened. You're not the only one. Do you know what Jim actually said? Because Jim was here on when we were playing Liverpool on Thursday night. Jim was still here, and he said to me, I walked out, he said, well, Spurs, funny enough, Spurs are on, or something like that, he said to me. Because the thing is as well, we come back live as soon as the full-time whistle went as well. It was like... Gonna get some back right away here, a Span. Fairly close one at 21, whether to jam or whether to 3-bet call. I feel like 6 max out of position to Stato specifically, probably just go with the send, yeah. Like if we've got an extra 4 big blinds or so, probably go for the 3-bet call. Just going for the send here, just shy of 22 for Span. We'll be doing the tricks. Stato can't call off the Queen Jack suited.
I'd love to have seen a flop, but not going to do it. Ow, 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 ow. I'm in fingers!
Yes!
Fingers!
We got him!
Oh, man. This cup's going in the bin.
Yeah, well, you won't be stealing my cup again, I'll tell you that. It'll be the last time you nick any of my mugs on top. Because every time you do, you'll be getting a cup of tea with no handle. Putting it out there now.
I've had this brush 28 years. 28 years, Trigger. They're 40 on the same brush, 28 years. They're 14 new heads and 6 new sticks. But same as Gully says, who even kept it? You lose the handle, who's like just bin it? Buy another one for £1. It's been a tough morning. Let me start with the seniors. I think about 60. Couple of bunches. Seniors, 52. Good turnout for the seniors.
King Jack open from David, makes it 24k. Antoine with the ace queen suited here, going to go for the 3-bet approach. Making it 75. Antoine starts the hand. 45 effective. So I'm assuming we're not 3-betting ace queen suited LP versus LP versus a competent opponent to fold to a 4-bet. Stato always getting out of the way, just having a little think up, just running the clock down. The quicker we get to the final, the better for us. The less hands we play up to where, the better for us. How you doing, Stu Sefton? Afternoon, fellas. Big day of poker today. Yes, it is. Sick hand with Ravi and Alex Knight. That was ridiculous call from Ravi. He's actually, I have no idea. Like, it has to be some sort of read, right? Like, to bet call third pair on a flush board for that amount at that stage of the tournament against a solid player, let you mind. It's not like we're up against a bit of a firecracker or someone that has a bit of spiciness about them, someone that can be a bit of a loon from time to time. It's Alex. Alex is solid. Like one of probably the most solid players on tour. He just very rarely gets out of line. So how Ravi's heroed that spot with third pair, no heart in hand as well, I will never know, but has to be something live going on, right? That's all I can think. I noticed a few of them now. Ravi, Tim, Ben, they all like wearing their little shades and giving the side eye out of them. So it looks like they're not staring at you, but they actually are trying to pick up whatever they can.
Three-way action.
Very nice flop for David. Not often you flop an overpair with 5, so happily bet this one. Probably one even out of position to Vanessa. Probably just gets bet pure, covering both. Well, covering Vanessa, not jungling, but just need to deny equity to overs for that one. I think no checking going on. Let's go with bet. 2 hands out of there. Oh no.
Oh no.
McGaffney's nap is back. 220 Shepstow, the Lord made. 100 to 30. 15 each way will net you 60 quid.
£15 each way at 4 to 1.
Not even fours.
Getting more than 60 quid. Won't it?
It's 3.2 to 1, ain't it? Well, 3.3 to 1.
Yeah. Alright, well, 3.3 times 15 is 45, 52. Then you only get 8 quid for the place. Well, that's rubbish.
Yeah, 50 odds.
Thanks for the tip. The nap today, 220 Chepstow, the Lord made.
Is this an actual nap or a tower nap?
No, this is a Gary McGaffney guess.
thing is, these boys, they've got nothing to lose. They come in, they say nap of the day.
Yeah.
If it don't win, we never hear from them again. They never come back in the chat box and say, oh, by the way, boys, it lost. It's still on the M6 running now. But when it does win, they're in the chat. Did you back it? Did you back it? I told you. It's win-win for you lot in the chat, throwing these naps in. You disappear when it loses, Smiter, and then when it wins, you're in there typing away. Honestly, that tip Smiter gave me on Sunderland before Christmas, didn't hear from him for months after that. He just disappeared into the bush like Homer Simpson. And he's only come out in the new year.
That's one of the best memes ever, isn't it? No poker for Chef Brad this week. It's Sunday, Chef Brad. Always busy, you. Add into your pile. Vanessa, Ace King, you're going to be raising. Raise it. Well, it just clicks to 24. Stato not doing anything with the 6-4 in the cut-off. Slowing it down. On the blinds next. Couple of ounce. Jun Shan. Hi Mehmet. Now Cyprus. Great turnout lads. Great coverage and keep up the good work. Cheers Mehmet. Hope you're well.
75.
75,000 with Jack 10. Vanessa. Can we see a 4-bet? No, just a call.
We saw this from Vanessa yesterday. Different scenario. It was a single raise pot, but went for flat with Ace King on the button rather than taking aggressive route. So maybe in her head, feels like against this opponent we're going to keep a lot of dominated stuff in. I'm sure she's aware now of the King Deuce of Hearts hand that occurred yesterday, so therefore if she thinks that Zhang Zhuang's going to be after it that much, then maybe she's thinking we flat here, we dominate Ace X, we dominate King X, we run the rep ourselves. And as well as that, we're not really incentivised to play big pots tower. We start the hand nearly 100 deep. Like, it's a disaster for us to get this in here as Vanessa. So I think it's actually a really good flat from her.
Always calling once.
Like, just against this opponent as well. I think it's just the times it comes ace or king high tower, we have potential to get a lot. I think that's the key.
2 of hearts on the turn. Vanessa checks. Is this just bet from Junshan?
Probably not, Tao. We need to find a junction to check. But with it being 2 Tony, probably will go for another bet on the turn. But when we're in 3-bet coups, especially at this tournament, like, your value betting thresholds are going to need to be tighter. Like, I don't think we're going to be able to go for 3 streets with this specific top pair, because if Vanessa's got a good understanding of ICM, like, she's not going to 3-4 bet stuff like jacks and queens and even kings as well. She might opt to play flat because we don't want to bust right now. We're sitting 3rd in chips in the tournament, playing for 84k. Zhang Zhuang, one of the few people that can bust us. There's no need to bloat a pot out of position regardless of our combo. So it's going to go for the 2nd street here as Zhang Zhuang, and Vanessa still with the ace king. Looks like it's going to call again, and obviously would have seen a lot of this man yesterday. They were playing together on the same table, and from what we saw, he was super aggressive in spots. So Vanessa feels ace king going to be good enough here enough of the time.
This has turned into a biggie.
But like River's always going check, unless it's a jack or a 10 tower. I'd be shocked if Zhang Zhuang went for another street here. It seems outrageous. Wow, that is a snap check.
Nothing moved. Wow.
That was the snappiest of snap checks back. You just see the jack 10 span over. We'll take that pot. Zhang Zhuang up to 1.8 million.
Signing in, lad, says Matty Smith. Sunday dinner in an hour, then he'll be back.
Lovely.
Jay, how was the Hawks smoke?
Beautiful. I had a new dish from there, something I don't usually go for from there.
It was better than my breakfast this morning.
It was much better than Tower's breakfast this morning. Smiter can tip Cole, says the unlucky goat.
Gary Spinks, good afternoon, sir. Just tuned in to watch the live stream with you guys. Nice one, I'm sure you'll be rooting on for Stato, so I can see number 1. Raised to 24. David 3 bets to 75.
No king two suited, does it? You suited, I would fall back.
So we're on 12. We've lost 2. We have lost 2. Stato with the 8s. 24.
Wow, Zhang Zhuang is getting after it big time. To be fair, when like we have put ourselves like what 50 bigs ahead of the field now. I'm not sure what's going on the outer table, but at least 50 bigs ahead of everyone on this table. We can obviously start going for relentless free bets with blockers, but I feel like Stato against this opponent is just always jamming 8s here. Like, I think Stato will know that Zhang Zhuang's overdoing it. He would have probably watched back some of the stream from yesterday, saw the big free bet pot they played when Zhang Zhuang got the bluff through with ace high. Not only that, the 4-bet with the king deuce, like all this stuff would just lead to 8s here being a comfortable jam in my opinion. It is awkward because when we get snapped, we're basically hoping to see ace king, but when the person's got so many free bet folds tower, I feel like 8's just going to be too good for Stato not to send into the middle here. Like, opponent in question is key for me, and if Stato had any idea what this man was up to yesterday, I'm pretty confident he would have put it in by now.
He might have found a fold.
Nah, I'm not against Zhang Zhuang. He might do, Tal. You might be right, but wow, he is going to let it go. But I don't know if he's watched back the stream yesterday, but basically Zhang Zhuang was just overdoing it with like 3 bets, and we saw the 4-bet with the king deuce. And if he is overdoing it that much, I feel like we're just going to get like faults so often when we 4-bet jam. I know Stato probably thinking it, we're just toast the times that we get snapped, but I feel like opponent in question would have made me lean towards the send option. maybe just recognising if we can outlast 3 opponents, get to that final table, things change and some collisions can go on, we can ladder some money. Still there, ICM with 12 left, it's still a thing, and when it is still a thing, and we have such a chip lead as Yang Zhuang, we do get to overdo it sometimes. Lots of free betting going on with the Ace X.
Afternoon, Donna. Hope you are well.
How are we doing, Donna?
What's your plans for this year? Where are you off to? What's your plans? What you doing? Oh, loads of people aren't as Donna. Mods for a few. Always turns up, always well known in the circuit is our Donna.
Take for Antoine. How are we doing, AMG? Just watched some of the stream from yesterday. Got away with one Ravi folding the Ace King. Definitely an odd line from me with the Jack. Keep it up, gents. Great crack. Cheers, Adrian. Good run yesterday, mate.
Indeed.
That was some hand from Ravi and you. I'll give you that. You were both stepping out the tree, let's say. That was a mad old fold from him. I think he may have actually misread his hand in that spot. A good run, so it was an unbelievable field as well. So to make last couple of tables of the tournament is still something. Well,
yes, indeedy. Nice one, Adrian. Stato waiting for a better spot yet. He probably thought he didn't want to be up against the chip leader, but his stack is starting to dwindle. Pocket eights, like he said, on the cusp of jamming or folding.
this one, not on the cusp of anything, just so 21. I feel like suited, maybe we go for 3-bet call, off suit, probably just jam tower. As Stato here. There you are, Brady waited for the better spot. 2 hands later, here it is.
All of it. Well, 250, less 1 chip. Three. No, not sure yet about this year, apart from Texas, when I'm going skydiving. Fair enough. Long way to go skydiving. Could do it in Sheffield. Wouldn't it? Tough spot with the 8s, but decided to get away from it. Still on 12. Why the players now leave 1 chip back? It's to do with all-in calls on the outer table and money jumping into the next pay structure. So they might just get a little bit more if they do fold and somebody's all in on the outer tables and they lose and then he's got 1 chip left, makes a few extra quid. But also the new rule is when you're facing an all-in and you're putting 95% of your stack or more, it's deemed a call. But it's to do with laddering the money.
51, yeah. 3 reds and
So Vanessa, I think, didn't realise the blinds had gone up, so this has gone as a limp here in the cut-off. Now starting with the King 6, just going to take his time before letting it go.
So it's just classed as a call. With the blinds going up. Ah, I see. So she tried to make it 24 because she thought it was still 612. And because it's 24, now it's 16. It's not classed as more than 51%, so it was just a call and not a raise. There we go. But when the clock's not on the wall, because of the names are on the wall, how do you know the blinds are going up? It's bad timing, I suppose, or not listening to the dealer when he says blinds are up. Doesn't make too much difference to the hand, to be fair.
It kind of does. If she would have opened the Queen 8 suited, David probably doesn't defend 10-6 off, but I'm not sure. Maybe he does cover in, actually. Maybe like 10-5 off the line.
Yeah.
10-6 going to be good for David.
Yeah, another weird one. Another weird one. She tried making it 24. The clock's not on the screen because of the 1 o'clock start to the seniors, but obviously didn't hear that the blinds had gone up.
Ace King for Zhang Zhuang. Working with 20% of the chips in play now. Great spot to be in for this lad. Ace King on the button here. Gonna open. Oh my word. Much ado about nothing. Mr. Ledden with the free bet. Well, this is going to be really interesting, Tower, because I assume Zhang Zhuang 4 bets. And then if David Ledden has had any information from yesterday, he probably just jams. And then when it's back on Zhang Zhuang, do we really want to call off 80 BBs, Ace King, when like David's meant to be fairly snug? It may not even play out that way. Zhang Zhuang may just 4-bet and David may just call, but if I'd seen what this guy was up to yesterday, some of the antics that he was pulling on day 2, I'd find it hard not to 4-bet rip here as David Ledden. And there you go. There is the insta jam from David Ledden. And now this is what I said. This is the scenario that I was talking about. What do we do now as Zhang Zhuang? Are we really going to 4-bet fold Ace King, cut off versus small? But what on earth is David going to have? And one thing as well, did you not see the snap jam from David Ledden? He didn't even think about it. 4-bet in from Zhang Zhuang, 2 seconds. David, I'm all in. So, do we really want to risk this many chips, another 1 million chips we've got to call now as Zhang Zhuang? Like, what are we expecting to see? And the other thing, if David moves in that fast, is it ever a bluff? Will he ever have an ace-5 suited? Will he ever have a king-queen suited? I doubt it. I doubt it very much at 2 seconds to find the 5-bet jam. So, now as Zhang Zhuang, we're basically saying, hold on a minute. He's just got to have probably aces or kings, right? Like even Queens doesn't take 2 seconds and jams it into the middle. I'm probably going to make that assumption if you sat there as Zhang Zhuang. So it wouldn't shock me if we didn't see a run out for this one. And it's going to be a huge win for David Ledden if that's the case, because obviously we'll see that it probably would have been chopped up. But the snap jam tower, 2 seconds, and we're all in against this 4-bet. Like if we've got Queens, if we've got Ace Queen, or we've got a bluff, I can't see a world in which we take 2 seconds, in my opinion. Yes, he could have the same hand as us, but like it's a disaster when we run into aces or kings here for Zhang Zhuang.
In the bin they go.
I'm going to let the ace king go on the button. There it is. And David Ledden with a huge pickup there. Nearly 20 big blinds without having to go to a flop. You'd love to see that.
Ace Queen suited.
On blind here, Antoine setting the span in, and it's a pretty quick call from the span.
He's got the goods.
Don't like to see King 3 though, Tao. You don't usually run the best in these spots when your opponent's got the 2 live cards, but span 64% favourite here. Probably doesn't feel like that seeing the cards on their backs.
Here we go. Is it an elimination, or do we get a double for this bound? Andy back. Ace, Queen of Hearts. And fades everything, so we get a check mark for Spand and a double up to 550,000.
We lost scared money over it. If I have a main hand, I would call. Yeah. I'll flip, fuck it, I'll flip to the bottom. Should, like...
Simply lovely. Indeed it was from the Spand, well done. So Antoine now on 20 bigs, Stato on 20, Andy back on 34.
35% of the chips in play are shared between Zhang Zhuang and David Ledden here on this table. 2 monster stacks at this stage of the tournament.
Through beyond, scrolling across the bottom of the screen, all the information, 437 entries, 1,250 buying in total, 84,700, and we are on 12. Top right of the screen, 12 out of 437. Every event in Manchester this week has been stunning. Numbers have been incredible. Why 3 clocks? Because there's 3 tournaments running. Simple as that. The main event is on the left, the cup is in the middle. Sorry, the seniors is in the middle and the cup is on the right. The Super Bowl's on today, Tower. I'd rather watch paint dry, says Chef Brad. Well, Brad, you drive to watch Southend every week, and I couldn't think of anything worse.
Well said, Tower.
So, each to their own, eh? Good afternoon, Jamie. Hope you are well. Go on, Vanessa. Hope you're well, buddy. It's a superb performance so far for Vanessa. Great chance to be the first female winner of a main event. Start over the ace-9. After initial raise from David Ledden from the hijack. Span calling from the button. Start over the ace-9.
See what Stato does here. Does seem slightly too middling, but he may still take it when Span's dead flat on the button. Probably never going to be a trap. He's just going to go for call. As I say, these sort of middling. Not usually taken too much. Not the best combo of choice. It's just going to call and go free weight.
So, still on Stato. Rounds to check with a 10-10-8 flop. Span with the Jack Queen. Is he going to get fruity?
It could potentially go for bet here, a Span. Would be perfectly fine. Fold out some king high ace high stuff. Got equity to get there in the form of a gut shot. 2 overcards to the board. So it's perfectly fine to start betting here, a Span, and does for 37 into 120, so 30%. Stato with the ace-9. Doubt he's going to be continuing. And even Mr. Ledden, I'd be surprised if David took off another street here with the fours. Problem with fours, Tower, is yes, we can have the best hand, but like there's no real turn cards we want to see other than specifically a 4. He does just choose to get out of the way. Nice little bet from Span.
Building his stack nicely.
Lost 2, first 2 minutes of the day, hour and a half later, still yet to lose another one.
Yeah,
could be a long day ahead.
We said this could be the way it goes. Saquon Barkley to score 2 touchdowns, 3-1 on Grosvenor Sports, says the Bacon Ruffles. That's the bet of the day. The annual Super Bowl lock-in invite game at the Lion tonight. Best of both worlds. Going to be a carnage. Really great game as well. It really is. Super Bowl 11:30.
Be a late one for you.
Have 20-minute break when the half-time show's on.
It is going to be a late one, Tower. What I am actually going to do, would you like a coffee, sir? I'm going to order in some coffee for the team.
Are you?
Would you like one?
Are you joking?
No.
The way I've run this morning?
No, well...
if I order...
Well, you've got 2 options. I'm either going to order a couple of coffees or I'm going to go for a Subway breakfast. What do you fancy?
If I ordered a chocolate macchiato with double demerara, I'd end up with a
double what?
Double demerara, 2 sugars. I'd end up with a cup of hot water, and then forget to do the rest.
We'll come back to the coffees.
I'm not having it. No.
Because it is likely to be...
Oh, Judge Swan with the Kings. Here we go.
Game over for Stato. You don't get out of these ones.
You do not. Stato. 3 bets to 225.
Oh,
wow.
No, he didn't.
What on earth have you just done?
No.
Stato bet 95% of his stack. He left himself 44, he put it in, and he's just flopped the absolute world. John Schwan looks down and says, what's that?
Wow, Stato, what a dream.
Full
flop.
double incoming.
How do we basically flop him dead? Running boat needed for Zhang Zhuang, and
That's
that is it. What a life indeed for the Stato.
Back up to 600.
And there's a lot of money gone on that man today, so I'm
There
sure a lot of people will be happy to see that.
Gary Spinks is jumping up and down in the living room. So, my answer to the question, thank you, but no thanks. Because they wouldn't, whatever I ordered, it wouldn't come correct today. I already know that. It'll come with a handle, we know. It'll come with a cup with no handle. It'll come with things missing. There'll be all sorts in it. There'll be no coffee in the coffee I ordered. But thank you, but no thanks.
Yeah, there's limits to this stuff. Appreciate it.
Going to the Super Bowl is on Keith Splash's bucket list. Eagles for the win. I think the Eagles will turn over the Kansas City Chiefs today. One thing for sure. What are the toss odds? 10 to 11. Even money you can get on it on. So I got even money last year, and I won last year for the first time in 10 years. And PK can vouch for that. And we were actually live on stream. Because we finished late last year. And I'll be back in heads today. Just thought I'd let you know. I don't change when I decide what I'm going for. I don't change when I'm going for heads.
Well, everyone, you've seen how Tower's day has started. So if you've got a little bit of money spare, I would be back in tails this evening. I've like after you said that, you do realise tails is going to be back into like 1 to 6 by the time the Super Bowl is about to kick off.
Unbelievably, last year, heads or tails was even money on one of the betting sites. It's normally 10 to 11. Yes, we do Turk play to a champion today. I do fancy the Eagles, I must admit. I'm looking forward to watching it later on. 11:30 it does start. Go on the Stato, come on the 12 to 1 shot. He was the value. Definitely the value. Payouts, scrolling across the bottom for chips and egg. Chips, egg, fried rice and gravy. Now that's a mix. There is 12 left. We have 2 tables of 6 man a straw. We lost 2 in the first 2 minutes and we've not lost 1 since.
Here with the King 7 off in the big blind. Just want to have a look at 3.
We lost Xian Zhang 14th and Julian Seabon in 13th. First 2 minutes of the day, and we are still on 12 an hour and a half later.
This could be a very nice spot for Antoine if he just, which he will. It's Antoine, so I don't think he'll panic. He knows customer in question. We just want to check call this hand all the way down. No raising going on. It's well too strong versus the button range. And when you've got a certain firecracker on the button that we know can throw the barrels in, just never raise in this spot as Antoine. Just going to check call the whole way. Let Zhang Zhuang barrel it off. Check call, check call, check call. We double up. And Zhang Zhuang's combo probably is one that is going to barrel off on a lot of turns. I feel like the Queen Jack 10, maybe ones he shuts down on, but like here we go, this is it, deuce of spades. So Zhang Zhuang, check it over to him, give the man some rope. And is he gonna just jam it in now? It wouldn't surprise me if he did. What we literally got 160%, so it's one of these, if we bet 4 high and Antoine jams on us, is kind of a disaster. So he may actually just set Antoine in here and now. There it is. There is the jam from Zhang Zhuang. Quick call from Antoine with the King 7.
Indeed.
And going to see he's got to fade a spade. And this is why no raising going on the flop. We want to get the maximum from bluffs. Such a lock on the board. And now we've got to do the hard part that is out of our hands.
Indeed. We'll give final table list of the World Series of Poker Main Event chips, and you could be in trouble. Antoine Sout doubling up to 37 bigs. Stevie Craig, obviously in Florida, just on my way to Dixie's baby back ribs with a pack of beans and rice. The old black beans and rice. Good on you, Stevie. Hope you're having a great time over there. You spend a lot of time over there now. Oh, Dixie baby back ribs, black beans and rice. Oh, what I will give. Oh. Hope it's great out there, Stevie. We'll see you in Blackpool, I'm sure, later in the year. Short stacks are doing very well today. Yep, they're 3 of 3 so far. They are 3 of 3.
And when we hit first break in 35 minutes
35.
time, we are the left clock.
We are the left hand side clock. The middle one is the seniors, and the right hand side is the cup.
We will keep the same table, guys, as obviously.
Yeah,
free off the FT.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Just if we come back, like we might lose one in the next 35, might even lose 2 in the next 35, but come back after the break. If we lose a couple suddenly at the FT, it's pointless getting everything switched around.
Indeed it.
Zhang Zhuang, Ace King suited. Raise and take.
They've led 100 bigs. Gunchwan is 65. And 30 big blinds is short stack. Twelve players left.
King 8 of diamonds. Zhang Zhuang. Still going to go about his business, even though David having us well covered now on our direct left. Raises to 32. Expanding the small jack 9 off. Having a little think up and never calling this combo into the muck. See if Vanessa's working with much. Queen 7 off. Not the most appetising candidate in ICM when there's 12 left. They do need to defend tighter still when we're covered significantly. She does want to have a look with a Queen 7. Not much help on that board for her. Does have this Queen of Clubs, but not really going to be putting it to work, I don't think. And to be fair, Zhang Zhuang, a board probably just going to see bet small, but our hand may be one that could check once in a while. The king with a lower down kick up does just come with bet though. Vanessa out of the way.
the way things are going for you, Tower, today, you'd order some ribs and they're coming no meat on. That's about right, Tim. It's not been a good morning. But the poker's keeping us sane, so we're alright.
Oh.
We've had a kiwi fruit. We're doing alright.
You've had a cup of tea?
Had a cup of tea. They burnt my hands off because there's no handle on it, on the mug. Had a couple of strawberries. We're doing alright, we're doing alright.
That's why I need some strawberries.
Feeling good.
Who would I like to see win? I would like to see Span win it. I'd be over the moon if Span won it. David with the open, Antoine here. Goes for the 3-bet. Starts the hand at around 35. Should be working versus the Queen Jack off, and not really the combo we want to use as David. We are looking for a small frequency 4-bet as a bluff. I do love how quick Mr. Ledden plays. He plays phenomenally fast, Tower. Even that hand when he 5-bet rip, 2 seconds, I'm all in, have some of that. Very quick with decision making at the table.
Paul Oakes is played to a champion today. Yes, it is. Sometime tonight. Later tonight. We're not on a final table yet, but we're on 12.
My mate's got a game down south, like just a home game, few friends.
Yep.
They're watching the Super Bowl tonight and things like that.
Awesome.
He goes to me, he goes, I know you're commentating, Jay, but why don't you come down after you finish? It's in South London, Tower.
Oh yeah, just round the corner.
I go, I'm in Manchester, mate. 4 hours. I said, this won't be
You'd have
done
to finish
before
at 7.
Yeah.
You'd have to finish at 7 to get down there for the game.
Is that what, 11 o'clock kickoff Super Bowl?
11:30.
11:30. Is that always on time, or is it like boxing?
No, it's always on time.
Always on time.
Yeah, they have all the ceremonies and the singing of their national anthem, and then the planes flying across and what have you. But it's in the Superdome tonight in New Orleans, so they won't have a flyby because it's an indoor stadium. They normally have a flyby and all sorts. But yeah, it normally starts on time at 11:30. That's with the 5s on a 9-9 flop.
$25K. Round third from Antoine. Vanessa with the call with the 5s, just one overcard to contend with, and what a beautiful turn card. Drills off the set.
Very nice. Pocket 5s through Vanessa turns into a set on the turn.
I'd really like small here, Tower. I know you probably go for that like size for a river jam, all that malarkey, but when Antoine has ace high, like he's inclined to call like quarter, third on the turn when he has the will card and overcards. So I think small's really nice here, just like as a little exploit. Vanessa goes for 40%. But like if you really think of like Antoine's range, you're going to have a lot of like this ace high overcard stuff that just has to call versus third, calls versus 40 on this occasion. We'd love to see that as Vanessa fills up with the 4 on the end.
Should be a check fold from Antoine.
To be fair, she's probably actually gone 40% 2 size for a river jam. Maybe thinking still on the small size. 40% gives us pot river. Just thinking ahead as Vanessa now going to have the all-in jam, and Antoine with the ace-jack high. Going to ask for a count here, but
definitely not fault, definitely not calling.
Well, the thing is,
the
thing about this spot tower, when we bet flop here as Anton, like Vanessa in position, she has to continue stuff like Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, like the overcards with the backdoor flush draw, like this type of stuff, and holding the Jack of diamonds is relevant for that reason, because now Jack 10 of diamonds, Queen Jack of diamonds not a thing, hands that do get there in the form of a flush. So if we're giving her this stuff, she's also going to have some like Jack 10 of spades, Queen Jack of spades, these type of holdings. But would these holdings bluff off on the diamond river? That is the question. Maybe if she gets the brick, yeah, more inclined unblocking diamonds, stuff like Jack 10 of spades, Jack 10 of clubs, these type of combos. But it's not necessarily that Vanessa can never have bluffs here. She definitely can. As I say, when we have position against that size on flop, like we do need to continue these sort of suited broadways, 3 to a straight, overcards 3 to a flush, and this Jack of diamonds actually a really key blocker, because now Jack 10 and Queen Jack of diamonds are not a thing. So that's why we're having an old think up about this one as Antoine. This is a genuine tank to hero this off of ace high here. Because you think about Vanessa's value range as well, Tower, like if she has pilt something like 10-9 suited, ace-9 suited, she doesn't go for bet turn, jam river, in my opinion, for pot. So like when she does go for the pot jam, like repping probably now flush or better. Would she do this with like flatted 10s with a diamond, flatted jacks with a diamond? I'm not sure, but I don't think value is going to start at 9x. It's going to be flushes, boats, maybe some over pairs that didn't elect a free bet pre. But bluffs are going to derive from those hands that we spoke about, sort of the floats in position, 2 overcards, 3 to flush, 3 to straight. But Antoine thought about it and didn't throw the cape on, and it was well timed not to.
Vanessa back up to 637 bigs. 25 minutes left of this level.
You Cockneys think the north is all next to each other. I don't think it's all next to each other. I just know when I get past Cambridge, I'm up north.
Round in turn. Vanessa opens.
Yep, exactly, Tom. The Jack of diamonds, obviously very key when she's only really got flushes and boats. Very similar spot to, I don't know if you watched it, the one Baree had against Mustafa Canet. I know it was kind of different because she was out of position, but when Canet called with ace-10 high, 2 tables out at the big one just before Christmas with the 10 of diamonds, like the key blocker blocking all that value range that gets there. Would have been some hero, would have been incorrect, but still takes a lot to flick in that amount with ace high at this stage of a tournament. No, it's Birmingham's definitely up north. When people ask me, like people I ain't seen in a few years, and they're like, "Are you still living? Are you still living down south?" I always say, "No, I live up north now." I always do.
Do you?
Yeah, I do live up north. I'm norther than I was, so I'm up north now.
I'm norther than I was.
Yeah, so I'm up north.
I'm norther than I was. If you played that at Scrabble, I'd say that's not a word.
Norther. I'm more north than I was.
Norther than I was. Oh dear. Vanessa with the ace-5, opening again.
Some of the open, Antoine with the defend.
King high flop, king 4-5.
Yeah, a little bit of action here. Vanessa with this middle pair does seem like a good one to continue, like just flushing out all these in-betweeners as 6 out, stuff like 10, 8, 9, 10, etc. And to be fair, Antoine's got one here that may actually go for some raises once in a while, Tower, like the bottom with the 3 to flush, 3 to straight. Potentially one that can mix in a raise once in a while. Just going to go with call on this occasion, always continuing. Probably just going to play flat and then raise some of the time. Ho, we love to see that as Antoine.
Yeah, gets a beautiful turn card of the 4 of hearts. Put in a small bet.
Yeah, very nice from Anton, just recognising this bottom card. One we do get to lead, got a huge 4x advantage on Vanessa. Like Vanessa off her stack, still going to need to open fairly tight with David and Zhang Zhuang behind, so Anton recognising she will check this card back a lot of the time too. But as well as Anton, like we don't just lead 4x here, we lead some 6-7, some 6-3, stuff like this. Not the river we like to see as Antoine. King rolling off. So we make a boat, yes, but Vanessa's range is going to contain a fair amount of these King X holdings. And it's really awkward for us because I don't think we get to lead any King X on the turn as Antoine. So it's actually really annoying here. Like maybe the King X that we have is stuff like King 4, that's it. But other than that, I can't really think of any King X we want to lead on the turn, and that's why Antoine checks the river over. Just a tremendous card for Vanessa's range and not the best for us.
Spicer says Norther is an actual word meaning a strong north wind.
Yeah, I knew that.
So basically nothing what Jay was talking
No, that's
about,
what I meant.
North.
Hold on a minute.
You've wangled,
Hold on a minute.
a meaning.
Hold on a minute.
No, I'm not having it.
When you go more north, what happens to the wind? It gets more windier.
Windy is a word.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so you go north, you go norther, so obviously you got norther winds norther.
No, but north is not a word in the way you perceive it.
No, I mean...
Norther is a different meaning for a different word in a different sentence.
But as you go norther, the winds get norther because the winds are stronger norther the norther you go, Tower. And that is what I was trying to put across to the chat box. I know my weather.
Oh dear. Norther. Not having it.
We are all good. Very good day so far.
Ace 10 for Vanessa, raising again, third hand on the trot, raised to 32. Antoine's out. Ace Jack.
Yeah, Zhang Zhuang pills the King 10 off here in the cut-off. Surprised to see it. Does get involved. And now Antoine in the small. Vanessa has been pretty active the last 20 minutes or so, so feels like a good time to squeeze. When she's been opening this much with the ace jack from the small blind, makes it 1-4-5, 9 bigs back to Vanessa, and probably just going to get this one through as Antoine. I would be surprised if he did not.
She does just fold. And the King 10 will do the same. Unfortunately, no jam there.
Oh, what a name! That we can nickname him that. Back Jam Zhongzhuang. That rolls off the tongue.
Thank you, Bert Ford, for the weather report. Who's Bert Ford?
I'm guessing he's a weather bloke.
I have never heard of Bert Ford, and I'm old.
Well, of course, North is a word.
Well, obviously it is now, so it means strong
No,
wind.
but it's also say for example, I'm driving down. I'm trying to think of a place. Gillingham. No, that's not up north. Think of a place up north. Help me out. Newcastle. Let's say I'm in Newcastle. So I'm in Newcastle. I'm driving through Newcastle. I put my window down.
Yep.
Excuse me, mate. Where's the way to Edinburgh? Oh, you got to go up a bit north, mate. It's a word, and I just used it in a sentence, so there's no arguments anymore. We continue with the poker.
Oh, I love it. David Ledden with the 9s. Runway A7. Milton's tackle to 614. He gets out of the way. Oh, Vanessa can't open this one. 3 on the top she opened, but not this one. Out of the big. 84,700 up top. Yeah, we know windy is a word, that's obvious. But norther in the context Jay was talking about it is not a meaning for the actual meaning of norther. What are the odds on Stato this morning? It was 12-1. These were the betting odds this morning. When it opened, 12-1, and apparently backed into 13-2. So somebody's got on it. So they're the chip counts. Shan Jiang is out, and also Julian Sebon are out. They're the 2 that have gone, and we lost 2 in 5 minutes, and then we're still on 12. We've been on 12 for the rest of the session.
Zhongzhuang. Even though things have changed slightly, do need to still be careful. David on direct left, 12 left. He has us heavily covered. Does open the ace-8 off, and Antoine in with the punishment with the Cowboys. Oh, the span. Much ado about nothing, though.
Here we go. Look at this. Kings against Kings. Is this going to be much ado about nothing and on to the next?
Yeah, Zhongzhuang's done with the hand tower. Should just go 4-bet spanned. Zhongzhuang fold. Antoine 5-bet rip. Let's move on.
The spanned. How many is he putting in? What's he making? 250? 4 bets to 240. Junshan obviously out of the way. Right down to Antoine.
Yeah, just a jam.
He'll think about it, then he'll jam, then we'll get a call. Bank.
Maybe thinking if there's any room for flats here, maybe with aces. I don't think King's Tower. I think we just want to get it in here now, and all this just going to be a waste of time, because it's always going to be all in and cool.
It is indeed. After they dwell with the chip, with the time bank, all of it. And a call. And we're going to see Kings against Kings, and a big smile from both players. No dramas, please. Who's got the best suits?
I prefer the spades and prettiest suit, ain't they? Ace of spades, ain't it? The old prettiest suit. I like the old spades.
Well, there's obviously going to be an ace on the clock because we folded an ace. 5, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Ooh, with the king hearts as a free roll.
A little 4% free roll going to the span. And he sweats.
Oh, and he sweats. Oh no. Don't do it like this. Don't do it like this, dealer.
This would be sick. Oh no!
Oh, he's done it with the King of Hearts. Kings against Kings. Oh, Antoine's out. Why has he done it? Run like Spandy's back.
The Spand!
Run like Spandy's back.
Kings v Kings, and it runs out a flush. Are you sure, Andy? Back? How?
Wow.
Gotta feel sick for Antoine there, Tal. That is gross, but Span's up to 1.3 million. How about that for a run out? The chat box going wild.
Wow. How'd you get them 4 hearts, man? Oh.
That is mental. I don't think I've seen that, Tal. Not in the booth with you anyway. I've seen it obviously on other streams, but actually commentating on a hand, I don't think I've ever seen the Kings versus Kings or Aces versus Aces and it run out of flush live. And that is sick for Antoine. Wow, the Spand is back.
JC, why do we do it to ourselves? You're absolutely right. Oh, man.
We get a belly. Ruined the set. Sorry. Should be alright.
Any thoughts on Fold? Grow up, Jerry.
What?
Grow up, please.
Any thoughts on Fold? Go and watch the football. Oh, man. Damn the dealer. Oh, Dead Actors Tower, did you introduce out before the start of play? No. I am not the Bok.
Be the Jeff Platt of UK poker. You interviewed Spange yesterday at the end of the day, though, didn't you?
I did, yes. Yep, and David Ledden. Wow.
That is mental. You see the hands, you say it's probably going to be chopped up because it is almost always, but that one time it runs out like that.
Yeah. I didn't back anybody. No, I didn't. I sent me players that I fancied, so I didn't back anybody. A lot of people said that Stato was the value, and it's turned out to be the case. So Antoine down to 150k and 9. It says all of it. Well, race to 100 to leave himself 52 behind. Never folding if he does get jammed on. It looks like it's going to work. David Ledden not got involved too many times. And out he goes. Up to 192. I know I've only lost 2, but wow, we could have been on an FT about an hour ago.
No, it's not. Sorry.
Yeah, but
Congrats to the dealer for the victory against Strickland yesterday. That I don't understand. Or was that the UFC? Strickland lost, didn't he? Heading towards the first breaking plate. And a breather for all. 7 minutes until we go to the break. 15-minute break at 20 past. With it being 12 and 2 tables of 6, we'll keep the same table. All the chips seem to be on this table as well. Ah, it looks like Dreykus, I see. It looks like Dreykus to Plessis. Antoine with a 10-5 and exactly 10. We're going to see a flop. Jack. 7 deuce, whiffs them both. David. Gonna lead out. And we had to unstack. Probably will do it with the hand. Countdown 20 seconds. And bin is 10-5 and on to the next. Time of the session there will be, down to 5 minutes. Yeah, very good player, Antoine. No dramas. Final table of the World Series. Played all around the world. Takes it on the chin and you crack on. Sign of a very, very good player. Vanessa with 6s from gun, raises to 32. That's the thing, Jerry. 10 bigs. We're alright, we can still play. And this time Antoine's got the 8s. Could put the lot in here. But David's 3-bet to 100,000 with Queen 9. So we're using the time bank. Pocket 8s. Seems like it's bang on the line. Once it's been a raise and a 3-bet. How strong are your 8s? As we can see, very strong. But does need a fade, obviously. I could find a jam. I could find an all-in with pocket 8s. But decides against it. Decides against it with the 8s, and there's an 8 as well from Spand in the bin. And now Vanessa also in the bin with the 6s. So the worst hand making 2 better hands fold with the 3-bet. David Ledden doing Ledden things. Final 3. The final 3 minutes of the session, that is. Jean with a 9-7, so with 1 gappers. Going out of the way. one again with the marginal. The 10.
No margin here,
I
Tower.
think it has to be. Oh, what's that?
Jam. Should be a jam.
Yep, there's a triangle.
I needed 5 minutes, guys, after that, and I actually had to walk outside and just shake my head a few times because it was grim. I'm not gonna lie. You don't see it very often. Enjoy it when you see it.
So this should be the final hand of the session and a 15-minute break. This should be it. Go for a quick wander around myself in a minute and a half's time. Time to go and watch Ireland smash Scotland. It should be a great game. I don't know what time it kicks off, but I know there are a few people there. The Apocalypse is there with the missus. Ireland and Scotland married. It's in Edinburgh. Murrayfield should be absolutely buzzing, and so too should Edinburgh itself. And this should be the final hand.
A bit of roller coaster session for this man, Zhang Shuang. Out the way with the ace-5. David 6s should open. Just a 32. Queen Jack here, not going to do anything for Antoine into the muck. Stick for Spand.
Looks like we're going to be getting one more. And that's Stato Cole over the ace-7.
Yeah, which you will. Likely to be the last hand of the session. So it will be a break off this hand, guys.
It will be indeed, straight after this hand. How does the flop go?
First session we've had. Like we lost 2. It started thick and fast, but then some of the hands we've seen roll off on this featured table. Not just the kings versus the kings. We had ace king versus ace king, the 4-bet fold for Zhang Shuang. A few others amongst that. That's a man, smiles on his face, and rightly so. Why wouldn't you be smiling?
Absolutely. It was check on the flop, king of diamonds turn.
Definite turn that David's going to have some delays on, just connecting with a lot of his range, like the king high. He's going to open a suited king at this stage.
Check to be fair.
Yeah, in terms of hand, 6 is probably one that likes to check, but in terms of range, it is going to be fairly high frequency bets on the turn coming in from David as the chip leader. 3 of hearts on the river, both happy to show down. We may still be a few stuff as Spand with the 7 playing ace-6, ace-4, ace-2 suited perhaps.
Check.
There we go.
And we will see you back in 14 minutes time with the next session.
See you next session. Now I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh!
Jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Ace, kings and clubs and queens full on the end.
There's the shout in the stream. There is the shout in the stream. Let's go, he says. to 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and calls in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks
ever.
a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd, a lot of chips. He has got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
That's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the day's full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we've finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
a big blind man. New chip supply guys, 12, black and white chip worth 100,000. I'm just keeping on this for a lot of times yet.
And we are back, guys. Nice little 15 for ourselves and the players, but we return for day 3. 12 left, 3 spots off that final table. Playing for £84,700. We had a fantastic first session. There were big pots, coolers, a lot going on. That Kings versus Kings hand, one for the ages. We won't see anything like that ever again, probably. Span the beneficiary on that occasion. It shoots him well up the leaderboard. Antoine now left short on the feature. He's going to need a spin. It's fantastic stuff the first 2 hours. More of the same would be great. Come on, what's happened to you on break now? What's happened now?
Nothing.
Nothing? You sure?
Absolutely nothing.
I noticed you use your break well.
I did social marketing like I told everybody about my sandwich.
I walked past you twice on my break, and both times you were showing someone a picture of your sandwich this morning.
If you've not tuned in, look, if you've not tuned in, I'm not having it, right?
You definitely weren't having it this morning.
But this morning, I got asked if I wanted breakfast this morning, for all you that tuned in a little bit late. Bacon, sausage, melted cheese, barbecue sauce. That was the sandwich that was ordered. That was the sandwich that I got. That was it. That was it. That literally was it.
You and that sandwich.
I'm not mentioning it ever again.
It's done. I'm sure you had something. Right, hold on a second. Something he didn't tell you, because I spoke to Pika about this. I come back in here, I went, he's bloody showing everyone his sandwich again. Can't even just take 15 minutes, go for a little one, but he's got to show everyone his sandwich. And then I find out.
Yes?
You didn't tell anyone PK gave you half his sandwich, did you?
I did, bless him.
No,
he
didn't mention
Do you know
that.
why? Do you know why? So get this. This is how bad I run.
All right.
Compared to how bad that guy runs.
Okay.
He orders a sandwich. He orders a 6-inch meaty, feasty, bloody sandwich. Only gets a foot long for the same price. Gets a foot long for the same price. I get nothing in my sandwich.
We're going to hear about this all day, guys.
No,
I apologise.
I won't mention it ever again.
He's literally used his whole break to find as many people as he can to show them the picture of the sandwich.
I won't mention anything again, ever.
We will try and keep Sandwichgate to a minimum.
Oh, it was awful. I've never seen anything like it, I must admit.
Worse than a bad beat story, I agree. Mackham's. And look at this from Zhang Zhuang. Goes for the cheeky little flat from the big blind.
Somebody on Instagram did say, has Jay been cooking your breakfast?
Oi! Who put that, the cheeky so-and-sos?
They did. I think it was Shalevan Poker. I think it was Shalevan. Was it Shalevan? I think it was. It was. It was Jamie.
How dare he? I'll remember that. I used to like Mr. Walden. So Zhang Zhuang check calls with the Kings, King of Hearts as well. We don't like seeing that ace. 10 of Hearts on the turn does bring in the second nut flush draw for us. Vanessa turn in second pair here, one that should be checked heavily. We do jump in front of some 6x, 7x of Zhang Zhuang, but difficult to get value from worse now. Maybe some like 7x with a heart, 6x with a heart, but feel like one that always wants to check back as Vanessa. 2 of clubs river. And do feel like this is too thin to value bet perhaps for Zhang Zhuang, because on this 10 of hearts turn, Vanessa will check most of her ace-x behind, just for the reason that Zhang Zhuang has more flushes. He has 8-9. Looks like he is going to bet though. Is it with the block, with the intention to turn Kings into a bluff perhaps? I'm not sure. But for this price, Vanessa feels like she has to pay, and the Cowboy is going to be best. Vanessa down to 275.
So no table change at the break. We're on 12.
Yeah, like we could be at a final within the hour.
Well,
so
we could have been on final with all the 3 shorties on ours building up. We've got all the chips on this table.
yeah, yeah, literally ridiculous. Just go around the table. Other than Zhang Zhuang, but what Zhang Zhuang's been up to the last 2 days, definitely superstar now in my eyes. But Vanessa won the biggest Sunday million of all time, over $1 million in earnings. Spans are recreational, but plays some fantastic poker whenever he comes to the felt. Antoine over 10 million in earnings. WSOP final tableist main event twice. David Ledden, been around for a long time, had some great results. Looking down the resume, so it's tough. It's a tough old table to be on. Stato, Chop DPT, Barcelona. About 6 months ago for around $1 million, so it's all going on this table. You just look at the faces and the names, it's class.
Why isn't this on YouTube? It is. Phil Robinson. Let me just check the link. Just type in Grosvenor Poker. Grosvenor Poker, it comes up, Grosvenor Poker live stream. And then you click on, there you go, you click on the big black round Grosvenor Poker and it says Grosvenor Poker Live, and you click on it again and there is the TV. But click on the Grosvenor Poker logo, the round one, and then it comes up with live on it, and that's how you find it. And if you've subscribed, that doesn't cost anything, then you will get notifications when we do go live.
663, blind on blind, Zhang Zhuang. Complete calls the suited king. David, ISO with the ace-8, seems fine. Just going to see bet on the 663. Zhang Zhuang here. I wouldn't count this hand being over yet. We do have 3 to straight, 3 to flush over card. And the way he plays, like, I wouldn't even be surprised if he went for like a little raise with this combo. Target some ace high, some better king high stuff to fold out. Got some turn barrels that could roll off for us. We'll see how Zhang Zhuang plays, and look at this, he is going to find it, Tower, as predicted. And although we haven't seen much of him other than the last couple of days, you can tell he's studied, you can tell he knows his stuff, like just the combos of choice when he is getting aggressive. Maybe he has been overdoing it, Tower, but just from like the select combos he's been choosing when he's been taking aggressive route, seems like he's been around a poker table, whether it be live elsewhere or online as Zhang Zhuang, and now we are favourite to win this pot. Yes, David with the best hand. Love to continue with the ace high, but now this turn pretty bad for us. Like, some of the raises may come from some 4-2 suited, some 7-4 suited, 5-4 suited, this type of stuff. So jumping behind these combos now, Zhang Zhuang makes a pair or a straight if he has elected to check raise any of these, and do feel he is the type of player to potentially barrel on this turn, Tower. And in it comes, and as David, not the turn we get to continue on. And as that happens, we are going to be spinning over what's occurring on the outer.
Oi, oi, first bit of action on the outer table all day long. We've had a couple of stacks, not even played a hand on this table. But Costas has got pocket fours, and it's against Jake. And it's against King Jack, and we hit a jack on the flop. 7 of diamonds, no draws for the diamonds, so we're needing a 4. And it's not, it's a 3 of diamonds, so Costas, who would drop down, was one of the, a pretty quiet table for the first 2 levels. And eliminated was Costas, out in 12th. Taken out by Jake. Costas getting £4,730. And Philip Robertson has found YouTube. Good stuff. You know when you run bad in the same day?
I swear, I'm actually going to walk out.
I'm not going to mention the sandwich.
I've never heard you moan so much.
It's been a bad day.
Hold on, it's been a bad day.
I'm not going to mention the sandwich, but you know when you asked Lee for a tea?
Yeah.
25 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Oh, is this yours that I'm drinking?
It's for a cup of tea about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back, Tower.
Oh.
I think you might have to go on a little wander and find him.
Okay.
But all I'm saying,
Yeah.
like, bad day,
Yeah, we're all right. I'm over it now.
not the best sandwich.
Gareth Wright got me some kiwi fruit.
Well,
so
enjoy
we're all
your
right.
kiwis.
I'm enjoying my kiwi. We're all right. I'm over it now. Proper.
It doesn't sound like you are, but we continue.
I do need a cup of tea. He's trying to find the mug with no handle. You know it. You know it out there. Eesh.
Top for Span. Nice looking flop. Going to get to continue. Not much Antoine can do with his combo at this stack depth. Maybe one at the big at like 20 could go for like that polar check raise, king of diamonds, overcard 3 to straight 3 to flush, but at this stack depth of 6.5, I feel like we do just have to fold even facing 1BB here as Antoine. Annoying size to face the one big blind when we have king of diamonds, but I don't see how we're yet to continue. Antoine agrees into the muck.
Go on to the next. We are on 11. Costas busted out in 12th.
How you doing, Bowie? Andy Wilson in the chat. I didn't get to speak to you this week, Bowie. I saw you were in the field. I never actually saw you, though.
He was at the match yesterday. Went to the game, the old Bolton Wanderers. I'll tell you what, Bolton Wanderers, I'm sure they were 3-1 down or 3-0 down or whatever it was. And they ended up coming back to win 4-3.
Surprised you didn't back them in play. The other team, that is.
Yep, 3-1 down they were. It was 0-0 at half time. And you could have got some odds on this. It went 0-0 at half time and it finished 4-3.
Bowie didn't bother with the old Max Late Reg because of the footy.
Yep, 3-1 down and ended up winning 4-3 and it was 0-0 at half time.
So blind on blind here, 6.5 bigs. In it goes for Anton with the King 7 suited. Span with a suited ace has to call for 6.5.
So he does. Antoine at South, all in for 130,000. He is behind, he needs to hit, but it's a 60-40. Jack, Queen, 6. 1 heart. We've had running hearts before, but not this time. King of a 7 needed for Antoine. Or we lose another. And we have it's a jack, it pairs.
Yeah, one of the sickest beats you're ever likely to see. That sent him on his way to out the door. If you missed it before the break, we had Kings versus Kings all in pre for a 1.3 million chip pot.
Yep.
And Andrew back the Span found 4 hearts on the board to win a huge one versus Antoine and leave him short, and that's how he done most of his chips. Antoine 0-3 in all-ins against Span. Run like Span then, Ben. That's what you got to do. Run like the old Span. King Queen for Zhang Shuang in the hijack. raises 240. Vanessa not been the best day for her so far. Started off well. Since then, just been on the wrong side of things. Raise and take there for Zhang Zhuang. Ace for David. Covering all behind us. Easy open. Although Span has clawed some back a bit. Only covering by about a big blind now. Making it 40k. Over to Stato in the big blind. With the Jack 8 of diamonds. Clear defend, in my opinion.
Looking down at his stack. 20 bigs. Clear defend it is. And a Jack 8 flop for Stato.
Beautiful.
Things you like to see.
45% up. And Stato with the Jack 8. Like when we have such a lot like this, blocking some of the continues, like the Jack 10 through Ace Jack as well. I feel like always calling a Stato here, our hand just too strong. Like when David has like some ace high stuff, drawing to runners. I think that's important. We get the money from over pairs on most turns anyway, and the strong Jack X. So just taking all that into account, I feel like we do want to land on call more often than not. Obviously we can rep bluffs. One of the good things about raising, important when raising for value, think about bluffs you can have. We can have some like 9-7 of spades, maybe some 9-10 queen 9, this type of stuff. Maybe not at 20 though. Maybe at 20 we prefer something like, let's say like queen 7 of spades, something free to flush, free to straight. Well, it's going to go for the raise off the bat. Does lose a customer.
Yep.
And as I say, maybe just fits. Can credibly rep a lot more bluffs.
We're on 10. They've had a £58 comp in Luton this week. So 58 plus 12.
Yep, 70 quid. I know a few of my mates are playing it actually.
The 25k guarantee. Yeah. It's collected.
You know why? I'll tell you why it collected that in a minute, but go on, tell them what it collected.
It collected £64,800 for a £58 comp.
Now, can you look at the bullets? Because you would see about 46 next to Joe Saunders' name in that tournament. He's had. I think Joe's had nearly 50. He's had nearly 50 bullets in the 70-pounder in Luton.
Has he really?
He's in for 3.5 bag in a 70-pound tournament. The reason the prize pool is so big in Luton is thanks to Joe Saunders. Everyone knew within a mile radius of Luton he was there, and everyone flocked through the door.
That was shown on the highlight reel on Friday, and some people had not seen your reactions to the King on the River.
Really?
Yeah. A £58 comp, and it collects £64,800.
Yep.
Unbelievable. 1,100 runners plus. Just unbelievable. Well done, Luton.
Well done, Luton. Jack 9-4, Stato complete. Zhang Zhuang got one of these that we like to use once in a while. High-low, offsuit, could attack, doesn't choose to. over here. Queen high checks back for Zhang Zhuang. 10 on the turn, keeps him in front. I feel like queen high difficult to dislodge worse. Maybe better queen highs like queen 7, queen 8, queen 9, but feels like one that maybe does check for Zhang Zhuang. Even hunt for showdown with queen high, blind on blind. Stato. River's the best of it. And after check, 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 definite value bet here. You feel like Zhang Zhuang may ISO some queen jack, king jack pre-flop. So definitely try and get paid as Stato. I doubt we will. Versus queen 3. Got to go for value. It does for 40%.
It is true, Mr. Josh Oddity.
But he's going to pay. Queen high calls. Absolute razor fin from Stato. Well, not fin from his point, but I mean the call's a bit on the hero side. Superhero with the queen high. Would Stato ever bluff like queen 9 there, queen 8? I'm not sure. Big old hero call for Zhang Zhuang, but was only one big.
Check me out, Josh. £64,800 collected for the 58 plus 12 comp. £58 in the pot, collected £64,800. That's off to Luton. That's off to Joe Saunders. That's off to Luton. Incredible numbers.
Queen jack for Stato. See an open on the button. It's crazy. Stato, he had 10% equity. King 3 of diamonds versus pocket kings. Basically out the door with that 1 in 10 shot.
Yep.
Flopped the flush. Doubled up and now sitting pretty on 30 plus BBs. Free bet here with Dave for sure. Yeah, very good find. Didn't think he'd miss it. Been on point with the spots the last couple of days, Dave Ledden. And finds a nice one here to attack with. Just making it 7.5 BBs out of position. Very nice. And Stato with a queen jack. Just going to have to get out of the way. But very nice find here from David. What we have to do is the chip lead up. Removal. The ace-X in there. Nice little unblocker as well. We prefer being lower down, but like Stato not going to open stuff like king 5 on the button. 4 or 5 suited at this stage. These type of hands just going to go into the muck. So still a relevant unblocker there. And nice little take from David Ledden.
Prize money for the top 9. 10th will get £6,460. Is it deal or dealt? Yes, it is, Stephen. Down to 11 bigs. First ever GUKPT played. Played one, cashed in one.
Yeah.
And not just cashed in one of the hardest fields we've seen. Down to the final 10. Get herself a double up and anything can happen. But she's on 10, so gonna need a bit of help.
Yeah, Zhang Zhuang just chipping up this session, come back with about 950. He's won a few pots, going back in the right direction. Fascinated to watch him play at the final table when we get there. He has been relentless from what we've seen of him in the last couple of days. And Span here with the ace-2 suited, kind of interesting. like potentially could take it. We are at 60 plus BBs deep. It's just going to call.
King 4-4.
So it should be check. Could go one big blind if he wanted to as Zhang Juan on this board. Expand, although we'll have a 4x advantage from the big blind. Shouldn't be defending the offsuit 4x. Maybe just the ace-4 specifically. And then the suited 4x in there. So could just go for the 1BB if we wanted to here as Zhang Juan. And Spand would have to continue. Yes, does go for the 1BB. Ace deuce of diamonds going to need to call once here. We're up against a button range, going to contain like some 9-10, some queen 9 stuff we are ahead of. We have 3 to flush, 3 to straight as Span and overcard. There's the check call.
Nine of clubs on the turn.
Now it becomes tricky for Zhang Juan because Span's range on the flop versus one big blind is still going to be fairly wide. Like he also needs to continue stuff like Queen Jack of Hearts, Queen 10 of Hearts, like 3 to flush, 3 to straight around that king against one big blind specifically. But we can target like this stuff and some ace high to fold out, but we're never folding a 4 or a king with the double barrel, so decides against and checks behind 7 on the river. And Span still beats enough in the showdown realm. All this Queen Jack, Jack 10, maybe just like an 8-6 suited, 10-8 suited. These type of hands. Don't think there's any need to turn this one into a bluff. Now it's Zhang Juan. What are we getting paid by, sir? Not much, so probably just show down the 7. We target specifically ace higher, 5s and 6s. Way too fair. Wow,
He's slicking in a bit here.
This is this what? Is this value? Is this a bluff? Like, it can't be a bluff because King X doesn't fold. So, are we value betting a 7 here for pot? And Span with the ace deuce. Like the one thing good for us here is Span, like Zhang Juan should never bluff stuff like ace highs that are better than ours. So it's not a situation we call and we lose to like ace jack, ace queen, because these should be checking back river. But I say they should be checking back river. The 7 I think should be checking back river as well, Tower. And Zhang Juan's actually gone for a bet with that. But what's he trying to get called by here? Specifically ace high against a big blind range, which is going to contain a lot of King X, a lot of 4X. Well, not a lot, but enough. And Span with the ace 2 suited, thinking that Zhang Juan could just have like a Queen Jack, a Jack 10, a C bet. Check back turn, feels he needs to bluff river.
And the bins the ace deuce, so Zhang Juan takes the latest hand.
Yeah, like we're going to have better calls there as Span for sure. Like ace high, probably the worst hand we get to the river with, so I don't think we want to hero that. Like we're going to have King X that we can just comfortably call, and when we defend any suited king, and probably like down to King 7, King 8 off there, then the big, we're going to have countless combos of King X we can flick in the call with, so no need to start reaching into these ace high heroes.
Jack Davis says, what have I missed? Span has got chunks.
I don't see how you can know a 7's good there though, Tom. Like Span can still play check on river with like a lot of his King X. Like he doesn't necessarily value bet these, especially against an opponent that has been prone to bluff when checked to. Like he may feel like it's good, but there's no way you can ever be 100% certain it's good. Maybe in game he just felt like Span would lead a king or a 4, so felt like no 9x out there, let's value bet our 7. Could have been what was going through the lad's head, but yeah, I agree, he's got moves. Definitely enjoyable to see him on stream. Something different, refreshing. Vanessa, another trash holding in the big blind, what can you do? Nothing, unfortunately.
No, down to less than 10.
Just going to be raise and take for Stato.
Just not getting the distribution at the right time. Been a tough last hour for Vanessa. Down to 9 bigs. Stato on 31 bigs. So we're on 10. Start of the day with 14. We lost 2 in the first 5 minutes. And then slowly but surely we had a great session, and then the first 5 minutes of the second session we lost 2 more. Maybe we should have a break every half an hour.
Yeah, maybe that. Tom says, I think Span always bets the king on the river, and when he doesn't, he just has ace high. The thing about that, yes, maybe against most opponents, but I feel like in this scenario, against this certain opponent, we may play more checks with our king eights, just because I feel like he is going to bluff a lot, like when he's got like the jack 8 suited, the jack 10, this type of stuff that hasn't double barreled. Like, I feel like in general, yeah, against population, probably we value better king, but when you take opponent into question sometimes, maybe as well, I get to see every hand Zhang Zhuang's playing. Span may not have gone back and watched yesterday, may not have had any info posted to him today on delay, so he may not actually be aware how much this kid's been getting after it. The King Jack off for him on this occasion, but I'm loving it. I'm loving watching him, and it's great when we see a new face and they entertain and they put people in spots, because no one likes being put in spots no matter how good you are. Poker's an easy game when people are just playing honest and no one's putting you to the test for your tournament life.
Ace high flop, ace 7-5, and then further Stato takes the lead.
Yeah, seatbelts on tower, I feel like, for this hand, because... Oh, and he snap checks back. It's like he heard me. I'm not going to continue on a board that I thought that he would at pretty decent frequency. And if I'm Stato here, I actually hate check, because you expect Zhang Zhuang, if he's got a hand like he has, King Jack, 10-9 suited, Jack 10, all to c-bet this board relentlessly. So once he checks back, you feel like he's going to have something like ace through kings, maybe an ace 3 suited, but I'm probably a lot more scared of the check against this certain opponent than c-bet as Stato here, Tower, and like never leading this turn for that reason as Stato. And maybe Zhang Zhuang thought exactly that the way he's been playing, a delay looks a lot stronger than just a c-bet on the ace high board. So 35k. For 30%, and Stato with the 7 against this size still got to come along. Like you don't love it, Tower. You really don't, because
So after the 18, surely got to call one.
yeah, just the check on the flop. Against Zhang Zhuang, I expect him to relentlessly c-bet ace high board. So when he checks back, I am going to feel like he has like an ace 3 suited, an ace through kings, maybe like a king 7 suited, something along these lines. So deuce rolls off on the river. And Zhang Zhuang, does he have the double barrel in mind here? We'll be aware that Stato will need to call some 7x, 5x on the turn. Doubt we're ever going to dislodge ace-x once flop goes check, check. The way this man's been playing, wouldn't be surprised to see the second barrel come in here. Stato should always be playing check, not going to have any leads here, like don't even have a deuce that we want to call on the turn. We'd probably just fold that, and even pre-flop range not going to contain much deuce-x. But quick shutdown from Zhang Zhuang.
That shows the King Jack.
Doesn't.
Stato gleefully shows the 7.
Doesn't choose to go with it. Now that was an interesting one. Maybe he felt that just aware of himself, self-awareness, very important at this game. You need to be aware of how you're perceived at the table, and maybe Zhang Zhuang just thinking everyone probably perceives me as pretty aggro, so I'm actually going to check an ace high board back because it probably looks stronger than a c-bet. Very important in this game. If you're playing really tight, use it to your advantage. If you're playing really loose, use it to your advantage. Simple as that. People we'll see how you're playing and make assumptions about your propensities based on that.
Queen 9 in the cut-off for Spand. Ace 8, Vanessa.
Yeah, gotta go.
For 9.
Gotta go.
Does she say it?
Has to, Tower. I'd be shocked.
Who's in the bank?
Like, we still have fold equity at 9, that's the key here as well, Tower. It's not like a situation we're always getting called. We still have some fold equity at 9, like Spand may open, like some king deuce suited. May open, like, so, well, he is going to open with worse ace-x, like a7 suited through to ace deuce suited. And Spand actually covering Stato and Zhang Zhuan, I believe now. It's only Ledden that covers him, so he can even open wider than maybe first perceived.
All of it but 125k chip, so 3 bet to 150,000. So round to Stato. With the Queen 9, it's 110 to call. Literally, oh, just calls. Leave in Vanessa 1 chip. Ah, he puts the triangle in. I didn't see that, apologies. Stato's put the triangle in. Vanessa's looking round just in case there's any action on the outer, because we could fold and get to an FT. But I would be very surprised. I'm going to use another time just to make sure the hand is over on the outer table. So in it goes eventually. I thought it was assumed all in, but Vanessa is now all in with the ace 8 and Spand with the Queen 9. So Vanessa actually 60-40. 60% of the time we win the hand. Does Vanessa Cade with the first ever GUKPT she's played. Double to get on the FT. Oh, not on a flop like that. Queen 4-4.
Yeah, gonna have some difficulty winning this one. Do have the run in spades, though. Just have the ace directly. Well,
running spades.
There we go.
Here we go. Any ace, any spade for Vanessa to double. Oh, it's a 7 of clubs. What a great effort. I tell you what, Vanessa, that is a fabulous, fabulous effort in your first ever GUKPT. You've come over to England with Jamie Dwan and you've finished 10th out of 437 runs. Fantastic effort. What were you at? 6,000?
6,460 pounds. But
Great
we
effort.
are there, guys. We're at the final table.
We are.
We did just come back from break, so it's about a 10-minute turnaround, no more than that.
Yep.
So come back about 20, 25 past. We'll be here and set and ready for the final table. We'll see you soon.
It's on its way.
And And there is the call from Arian.
Yeah,
And
it's
Khan
bad
really
news.
fought in for it. So I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers that.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. Because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater outflops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9. He is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
Queen 8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion in
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go.
Rutter.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
Come on.
I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh!
Jeez.
On Wednesday, we announced a £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! Welcome everybody!
Kings and clubs and queens full on the end.
There's the shout and the scream. There is the shout and the scream. Let's go, he says. To 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and called in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks
ever.
a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd, a lot of chips. He has got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul.
Remainder of the tournament. You have each been given an all-in triangle. Please do be careful while playing with these, as these are solely to declare your intent to go. Your opponent has been redrawn. Scene of 7, your blinds are going to continue 10,000, 20,000, 20,000, big man ante. Very best of luck, please shuffle up and deal.
Okay, everyone. Good luck, come on, guys. Have fun. How's the half one? No one's having done the half one.
The final table is here. Here we go. Seat 1, Andy Hume, the Stato. Seat 2, Brendan McManus. In seat number 3, Jake Stone. In seat number 4, Andreas Olympius, so Dre. Junshan Du in seat number 5, Jewel Mia in 6, David Ledden in 7, Ravi Sheth in 8, and Andy Back the Spand in seat number 9. Final table, Vanessa Cade finishing 10th. On his way a C4. The final table of, oh here we go, Ace King against Ace King. Don't do it again. Do not do it again. Jewel not played many hands all day on the outer table, hardly played a hand. He's down to 150 and 7 bigs. He has not been involved too much on the outer tables, but he's got Ace King. It's against Dre's Ace King. We know what happened with Spand, with kings against kings. We know what happened in that one, and this should be another one that's just gonna chop. But we've seen it already.
See some sequence of these today, you know. Don't blame me. I tried to put it in. I have this one I call.
Here we go. Ace King. Oh, there it is. How does it happen? How? Eight of Hearts turn. The free roll for Jewel. Does he get there? No, it's a red, but it's a chop. Oh my word. It is a chop. Wow. Oh man, that nearly happened again. Ace King against Ace King. Ace King of Diamonds getting a free roll, but missing this time. We saw a C4. How are we doing?
What can I say? You cried it in. You got me out of my deathbed.
No way. Oh, you're an absolute gem.
And these have been freshly made. These
Oh.
are piping hot.
Did you hear about Sandwich Gate? Is that what it was?
You've not heard about... No, I can't hear it again.
I'm not hearing it
Tell
again.
him later.
No, that's what he said. He heard it and he had to come off his deathbed.
I was going to bring you Indian breakfast, but I didn't get up early enough. That would have been
Jewel doesn't find the diamond.
So,
The
one or
irony.
two?
Just one. Thank you very
Are
much.
we on a diet?
No, I'm just sharing them round.
Two there.
Thank you.
I need the sauces.
That'll be two then.
There's one for
PK.
PK, yeah.
Nice one. That's his computer there. A C4 with the delivery. Thank you very much to a C4.
Do you know what, Asifa, you had the opportunity to do the funniest thing of all time and order one samosa that had nothing in it and it was just dry and give it to Tower after the day he had. That would have been brilliant. You had the opportunity, mate.
Imagine. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers, Mr. C4. You're a gem.
That's the red one.
Thank you very much.
Is that enough between you?
Are you playing the seniors?
I'm not old enough.
Oh, good lad. Love it.
Yeah, so Stato with the King Queen here, big hand, blind on blind, span with the raise to 60. Stato calls with position.
Cheers, buddy. Stato with a King Queen on a 10-9-5 flop, 2 diamonds, spanned up to 1.5 million. What a day for this band. It is great. What a day for this band. He's a good lad. Bets 85,000 on a 10-9-5 flop.
Thank you very much.
2 diamonds. Stato with a King Queen. Stato is C1 again. He never changed.
Lucky seat.
It must be. Nice. And a call from the Stato with the overs and the gut shot. Six of clubs on the turn. An option back on spanned after hitting the 6.
That's check now, picks up that bit of showdown.
I think it's just check, check.
Yeah, a green tower.
Check, check, city.
Imagine the jack rolling off.
We've got the overs, we've got the gut shot. We've spanned it's 2 pair, there's going to be carnage.
Yeah, just check back and realise it's Stato here.
Oh, he's going for it.
Okay.
He's announced 140.
So perhaps trying to fold out some ace high stuff off span. I thought blind on blind maybe when we show down. Still enough of the time when the nut king high and might check this one back and realise, because how on the win is it if span does somehow spring the check raise jam here now and we just don't get to realise the equity with this king queen. Span with a 6, it's going to improve and just check fold. Stato getting the better hand out of there.
Very nice. Well done, Stato. Stato making Spand and the best hand of it get out of the way. Jake Stone from gun. Now the blinds are 20,000. That's 30 bigs. Which one looks down to 10-6, won't be doing anything with those. Snapfall from Jewel, who nearly got an incredible double up with Ace King against Ace King, but eventually didn't. Ace King for Ravi, 1.3 milli. David raising to 40. Ravi just calls. Playing it nice and cagey. So off to the flop. Jack A8, 2 pair for David. Out flops him.
Here, Ravi with the Ace King. Maybe check this one behind. It's one of these that I don't really dislodge better. I still expect David to continue like his pocket pairs, stuff like that. Really like the check, by the way, from David on the flop. Is a position we are going to be doing a lot of checking. Hijack versus cut off. Ravi on our direct left, 5 of hearts on the turn.
Laid C with the redraw and 2 pair. Could just be in the bin from Ravi.
I got a call one still, I feel like Ace King high here with position multiple once. You got to remember David's the opener here, so he'll open like Queen 10, King Queen, King 10, like all this stuff with a heart. Probably going to delay, so got to call once as Ravi in my opinion.
On, which he does.
And then riv up will be a decision if it is a brick. Kind of a brick, maybe some 9-10 suited in there. Got to go for value as David, especially after check flop. King of hearts in there for some insurance as well. Let's go for the value on the end here, and now as Ravi, nothing really too clear. Well, he is going to pay pretty quickly too. Non-believer, David led a nice bit of value on 2 streets.
Up to 1.785 bigs. You're me at 8.
Button for Stato, more importantly, we cover both behind us, so we do get to open. We're going to get some bad news here. Brendan just got a nice clean shove for 19. Brendan. We'll be working. So who's your pick, guys? Absolute stacked final, as expected in the field that we had turn out here. A6 of clubs for Jewel. It's the jam. Just sub 9 BBs. And Stato with the ace 9 here. In the cut-off will be some stuff that we dominate, facing the 9 BB shove. Also ahead of like the king queen, queen jack suited, jack 10 suited, that all want to move in as well. Not going to pay with the ace 9. To be fair, where Stato is situated at the moment, 35 bigs, he's sitting comfortably middle of the pack, maybe not wanting to bring himself closer to the bottom with Jewel and Jake. So ace 9 out of there. Andreas, a6 of spades in the big blind. Suited ace for 9. No one else behind us closing the action. Wouldn't surprise me if Dre called. He's got the chips to do so. Gonna let it go. A bit of discipline. Just sub 9 BBs. He'll happy to see the ace that's shown by Jewel, but was actually in a chop situation. No way for him to know that. Jake Stone for the win.
Who said that? Mr. Ben Sands. Good turnout in the seniors, by the way. Right, proper good turnout. Seniors got 104 in it. 104 in the seniors. They're down to the final 16. No, they're down to the... Wow. There's still 23 left in the cup. That's going to be a long one. There's still 23 left in the cup. And the PLO's got 36 in it. There's no wonder there's no spare table anywhere.
Stato with the 5s. As Zhang Zhuang, a couple of cowboys in the big blind here. I expect to see 3-bet out of position. Stato starts having about 40, so maybe going to go like 3.5x's open here. At 140 seems nice. Not going to go the 4x, who tend to scale down sizes at FTs with the ICM being present. Just going north of 3x, 125. Be really wanting to eke some calls out of Stato with a premium holding. Back on Stato with the 5s, and with doubt he is going to entertain this of Zhang Zhuang. Feel like we're going to have better candidates to continue here. It's going to burn for a bank. Looks like Stato is going to have a little look with the 5s.
Stato. It's Sometimes you think he's just going to be folding, and then all of a sudden you're just like...
What this could be as well, Tal, maybe he thinks that Zhong Zhuang's overdoing it. I said yesterday he's probably overdoing it, and if Stato saw a few of the hands, and even some of the hands how today have started, then potentially maybe he thinks we dominate all this king 3, king deuce, ace 3. Maybe Stato thinks that we're going to have a lot of Zhong Zhuang's range locked up to 3 outs. Could be the case.
Okay.
Zhong Zhuang goes with check over to Stato. Like, I might have even just folded 5s to Stato pre. Just looking at the stacks now, we've got 2 reshove stacks direct left. We've got Dre having us covered in the small. We've got Zhong Zhuang having us covered in the big blind. I might have even just passed 5s to Stato here, looking at it now. And now we're suddenly playing a 3-bet pot versus a bit of a firecracker in Zhong Zhuang. We do flop this gut shot. Check, check.
Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, don't like to see that as Zhong Zhuang. Obviously going to be a fair amount of ace-x in Stato's range. Probably will have to be suited, and then probably start at like ace-queen off, maybe ace-jack off if he does feel that Zhong Zhuang's overdoing it with his 3-bet bluffs from the big blind. At 30k, continue delay on the turn, 30 into 280, so around 10%. When it gets 10%, have to call here as Stato.
So it does come along.
Yeah, has to against 10%. Yeah. Gut shot as well. But River probably goes check decision. Stato will have a decision whether he wants to turn these 5s into a bluff or not. Like, what do we actually beat now, Tal? Something like king 5, king 3 from the big blind that wants to 3-bet bluff at like 40 effective to start the hand. That's basically all we beat as Stato. May not get that opportunity because we've got the old double 10% coming in. 10% block on the turn, 10% block on the river. 10% club for Zhong Zhuang. And this is just so annoying as Stato because we now get this ridiculous price, 11 to 1 on our money. When we're getting 11 to 1 tower, we only need to be right like 8% of the time, something like that. Stato just feels like we're not even right that amount, so just letting the 5s go. Zhong Zhuang with the Cowboys.
That's what we're playing for. This is for Talia. She says, are we going the open? Are we doing the open? Are we doing the open?
What, the golf?
Well, exactly. That's what I thought. Talia, we are in Coventry next. And that is the start of it. 16th of Feb, all the way through until the 2nd of March when we crown the champion of the Million Guaranteed Open. We will be there. So make sure you come down to Coventry. £1,500 buying for the main event. £1 million guarantee. It's going to be an absolute corker. And we're looking forward to that. 6 days of streaming from the team. Tuesday all the way through to Sunday. And how does it happen?
2 vowels, please, Carol. Stato with the boots. We're going to see 3-bet here. Starts hand at 30 effective. Once again, may scale down the 3-bet size. May go for like 110 rather than the full 3x. We will see what size Stato comes with.
2 vowels, please, Carol. That's cracking.
Let's find the 110. Now, interesting one for David here. Like, with the king-queen off, it's not one that can 4-bet jam at 30, but maybe one that could go for like the click-back super polar, covering Stato and pressuring one of these middling stacks. But well timed again from Dave Leder, not even entertaining the idea, just a snap fold with the king-queen.
this is the final table. Ginger Ninja Poker.
This is.
Vanessa was the FT bubble. Still took home a decent sum, £6,460 for her run.
Yeah.
Line on blind, Jewel going to send in the 8-6 off here. But you can't call 8-3 off, we need some fault, can't just call any 2, although only being the 6-7 big blind shove.
So 9 on the FT, Jewel with 9 bigs, needing a double. Brendan hardly played a hand at all today. Brendan, I think he's nicked the blind twice in about 3 hours. And with the blinds just going up, something will have to give eventually. Out today, Shan Liang, Julian Sebon, Kostas Christosukis, Antoine Souts and Vanessa Cade. Started with 14, we're down to the final table of 9. The hooks, the triangle, the slam dunk in the muck from the big. I missed the schedule for the commentary, it doesn't say it on the app. It does, certainly does, Liam. The schedule for commentary, it is all on the Poker Live app, everything, but I'll quickly show you again if you want to take a screenshot. There you go. Everything in this is definitely on the app because I've checked it. But that is when it starts. 5 days of guaranteed tournaments for the satellites, and then the second week, there it is, million guarantee. It's all on the app, and everything that is on the app you should be able to buy into at your local club. Any problems, Liam, let us know. But it is on the app. And also, if you're watching on social media, you can always re-watch it and take a screenshot and pause it.
Jack loose off here for Ravi. May get aggressive once in a while. Not going to walk Span, as Span does cover us. Not really wanting to tangle. Could be the idea. Sitting comfortably, 40 bigs as Ravi, middle of the pack. Just outlasting 4 opponents in terms of ladders, and what we make in buy-ins is huge.
Round in turn. Sham, the 9-7 from mid position, in the in.
Gonna go with this one as Jewel.
Yeah, next to blind with the antes a couple of hands, he's going to double his stack.
To be fair, like our risk when we are the outright short stack. Not by a long way, but a few big blinds on Jake now. We've chipped up a little bit. I feel like fine. Like we're not really that much risk when probability-wise we're favourite to bust next. Does get it through with the A6, and Jewel just keeping that head above water. Back to 355 now.
Nearly. Just about double this stack in the last 2 hands. Final table of Manchester.
I might have opened there as David chip leader. Suited queen from late position. People like Ravi and Span aren't really incentivised to get after us, so maybe one that might just get in. But Stato would have found 7s in the big, so it would have been getting through. Now I'm going to play some blind on blind between Stato and Brendan here. I think Brendan had around 450 to start the hands. May just see jam from Stato for 18. Or may go for complete jam. Not going to take either, going to go for raise call. Like Brendan should shove stuff here, like pair blind on blind. Actually got slightly less than I thought, 17 bigs. So Stato would be raising to call here. If net by a jam, Brendan might attack with like 6s, 5s, this type of stuff. Stato with a raise, gets it through. There you go, guy. Says spanned, LFG. He had an unbelievable hand earlier. Kings versus Kings, all in pre. Span wins, makes a flush. Look we've had at Ravi this FT so far was the ace-king suited that he elected to flat. Like the fold with ace-6 off there. Don't think we get to open that one with our stack. Stato will get to open though. Very nice seat draw for Stato here. We've got all the big stacks on our right and then we've got the 2 short stacks on our left. Other than draw obviously over the other side of the table, but both Brendan and Jacob around 20 BBs or less, so very nice seat draw for the Stato.
What, we're doing anything with the 8 deuce, so Brendan?
I doubt Jake will do much.
Should just be on to the next. Indeed we are.
Guess who's back?
Span is back. Back in town. Final table Manchester, 437 runners. Where was the next GUKPT? You know we keep going on about the Open.
I am going to go with Leeds, which is after Luton.
I was just thinking, when is the next GUKPT? Because obviously we've got the Open in 2 weeks' time, because we've now got a 2-week break.
Leeds might be moving, am I right?
Leeds may be moving. There might be a little movability from Leeds. We'll let you know at the Open in Coventry, but I think Leeds might be moving a week prior. So I think Leeds might be the 8th till the 16th. Keep his eye on the Vic as well. We should be there the 16th to the 20th of July.
Aces, kings, couple of consonants now, please, Carol. We've had the 2 vowels. Stato getting the distribution that is needed at the final table.
Oh, Jake, we got 21.
Yep, unlucky, Jake. You need to find an 8. This has to go in.
Yeah.
No questions asked. Need to be jamming here. Stato in the cut-off, going to be opening still fairly wide. When folded 2, and 8s for Jake. Would like to see jam. He does jam, and Stato obviously going to be snapping off. Oh, not much Jay can do. Sometimes, as I say, it's just your time to die in a poker tournament, and I feel like it would be an error to fold these 8s. So, unfortunately, I'm going to need to find an 8 with an 8.
Oh, we're going to be losing our first player on the final table. Always an ace, though.
Yeah, we're not a runner in sight here. I guess we have got the running 9s to chop, but a bit optimistic. 3 of diamonds on the turn.
And another king. A little bit of overkill. In go the time banks. Well played, Jake. Final table list of Manchester's 437 runner main event. £8,060. Well played, Jake. Unfortunately, just running into Stato, who has now got 55 bigs and 1.3 million. Who's got 12 to 1?
Mark says Stato is good, and he has run very good today. Sean Kay says, come on. He's got him at 12 to 1. Jewel here with the 7s from Gun. Feel like just north of 14, too much to jam. Really like this from Jewel. Well, maybe not, that he's gone 4x, but thought he was just going to click it. Goes for the 4 BBs.
Jewel with the 7s. I do like the way Brendan plays, though. Even though he's not played many hands, I think he's only played 2 hands today. Maybe just defending, raising his blinds and getting the antes and whatever. He just don't think about it. He's just out of the way. Doesn't take 30 seconds to fold.
Well, if there's collisions going on, town, we're making a hell of a lot of money each time a player busts. And like this is what I always say at final tables. Like sometimes the player that plays best isn't the player that's doing all these fancy moves. Whoa, we gone here? Have we run this here as Zhong Zhuang? He has. He puts it in with the ace-5 off against the pocket 7s of Jewel.
Nice to see this.
And Jewel, who come in fairly short, 6 big blinds to the final table. Them 6 big blinds could be about to turn into 30. So the ace-5 for Zhong Zhuang is looking very good for the 7s. Only a smidge of runners. I told you Zhong Zhuang has moves, but weren't expecting that one, Tower.
Nope. He needs to fade an ace to get himself up to 750,000.
Oh no, Barry!
Oh no!
Barry Greenstein on the river to send Jewel out, and Zhong Zhuang up to 1.7 million. Pings it off just like that, gets it in so good as Jewel was about to go on a hell of a spin, but sometimes the deck just has other ideas.
Ouch.
Jewel Mia out in 8th, 5-figure score, £10,420. We are down to 7.
Mark Baden, how you doing, sir? Welcome to the final of Manchester. Yes, there is a live stream free roll today. We better get out the password. It's 4 o'clock. Starts at 6. You've got plenty of time. To be fair, I don't even know the password.
I don't even know the password. I will find it.
Check the emails. We've got a token to give away as well. The £100 closer ticket, which we'll do a little bit later. But we do have tickets to give away. I don't even know the password. I do not know the password. So
found it. Oh, you're going to love this. You are going to love this.
Why?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to give the password out of 5.
At 5.
But for anyone that's watched the stream before, if you want to jump in an hour earlier,
Yeah.
that animal who's got a bit of an attitude is back.
No, they've not changed the password.
There, he's back. He's mad and he's back.
They've not changed it from last year. Is it really the same password?
It's really the same. And
wow.
Would you look at this from David Lennon, goes for the cold 4-bet with the ace jack of spades. David's playing some fantastic stuff. Just seems like whenever he takes the spot, it's always timed impeccably. Once again, Zhang Zhuang not got a hand that gets to continue. David Lennon with the ace jack suited. Lovely little cold 4 here, and he's going to pick up about 8 big blinds from the pot uncontested. Well, I say that, you never know with Zhang Zhuang, but surely not the ace 4 off. Into the muck it goes. Very nice 4-bet there from David.
So if anybody was watching the live stream from Manchester last year, you will know the password for the free roll at 6 o'clock.
The clue I gave last year was it's an angry animal.
You did. And I was like, what are you on about?
And just a quick rundown as well, guys. If you fancy playing some online today, don't forget tonight as well, we have live event credit satellites. There's £30 into 250s. We also have the UK Open seat satellite, 110 at 8 o'clock. Get yourself into that. And if you fancy some live credit, 9 o'clock this evening, 250 live event credit guarantees, £30 buy-in for that. You can qualify for cheap for the Irish Open online satellites running for that too. And plenty running towards the UK Open as well. We've got our online series starting soon. There's a heads up championship you can get into. There's a 6 max championship you can get into. And if you are lucky enough to make the final table or final 2 tables being the heads up, you will be playing on stream at the UK Open. We will be covering those events. So check it out. Online guys, Grosvenor Poker. Plenty going on there. Great way of getting in for cheap.
Indeedy, indeedy.
Stato with the open, 50k from +1. Rami with the ace 3 of hearts. Defending. Double gutty for Stato. No leading going on here as Ravi. Should just be check, but take this time before checking it over to Stato. An interesting one for Stato, like, seems like fine to bet our hand when we have this much equity, double gutted. I wouldn't be surprised to see check back once in a while on the Queen Jack 8. Does just bet his equity with the double gut shot, 45k. That would be the end of Ravi facing third. I missed a bit. How did Stato get 1.3 million? Open Stato 2 bigs cut off. Jam 21 big small blind. Jake Stone 8-8. Stato had kings. No help for the 8s. That is how Stato has boosted his stack.
Oh, the 4-timer's off. The quadruple. Plymouth 1-0 against Liverpool.
Oh.
Well, it's a penalty.
Is Bob Smith in the chat? Bob Smith.
Bob
Looking
Smith.
for Bob
Hello,
Smith.
hello, Bob Smith.
Been telling us all year, get on the quadruple. Bob Smith, you there?
Hello, Bob.
Anyone checking on Bob Smith? So first, open for Brendan, this final table. Ace Queen from gun, making it 50k to go. And Andreas here with the King 10 of hearts. Awkward one to know exactly what to do. I think we're going to continue. It's just going to play cool, but don't mind that either. I don't think we ever get to free bet there. The King 10 suited at that stack depth specifically. Brendan opening off a 17, so I think that's actually kind of a tidy fold from Dre. Maybe understand as well, Brendan has been super tight, so thinking that he is maybe going to be more weighted towards bigger hands. And even Span letting the 5s go there in the small.
Is that the Liverpool that's up north?
Well, it's definitely norther than Birmingham.
It is.
I've not played any golf yet this year, Tradani.
I've done 2 9s.
But I'm having lessons this year. I'm going to get good. Well, not good, but I'm going to get not taking a putter from 150 yards, basically.
Are you going to get betterer?
Yeah, I'm going to get betterer. And then if I get betterer out of all my group of people, after a few years, I'll probably be the betterest. So
I've done 2 9s at the old links in St Anne's. That's it for me.
Norfolk's definitely a word. Andreas with the ace queen. His turn to pick it up under the gun. Raises to 50. 10 8 of spades for Span on the button here. We do have Dre covered. We are like 40 plus deep of him. Even still, feel like at a final table, less inclined to continue combos like this. Is mulling it over a Span. Obviously we have position, which is nice. He wants to have a look. He's going to treat himself to a little 10-8 suited. But he's going to take this avenue instead. How about the little free bet with the 10-8 of spades? I'm not too sure about this one, Tower. Like generally in ICM final tables, we like the removal. With the free bet blast, we like having an ace, we like having a king, blocking some hands from 4-betting or continuing against us. Like these hands can be free bet, but in general we usually want to be like 70 plus deep to start sort of free betting the middle in gapped, suited, connected as a bluff. But Span stepping out the tree with the 10-8 suited. And does put the ace queen in an awkward spot for Andreas here, because obviously against Span's value can be in a dominated spot, and he's just going to choose to relinquish the ace queen there as Dre. And this is the thing, when you're sat middle of the pack tower and you can see how hefty the ladders are. If we outlast a couple more players, we're going to make a few £1,000s.
Span with the 10 deuce in the cut off. There's 2 registered in the free roll. There's 2 that can remember the password from last year.
There you go, angry animal. Got a bit of an attitude.
And I was like, what are you on about? And it's spelt a little bit different than what you think it should be, because it's not an angry animal.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting one there for Brendan Tower. When we are separated this much from second from last in chips, and we're outright short stack with like 17 big blinds there, I think. The next stack up is around $1 million now. So like our risk isn't actually that big because our probability of actually going out next is highest. So like we actually get to play a lot closer to Chippy V as Brendan at this stage, when like the separation of our stack versus second from last in stack is so big. And like when Stato now with more chips is going to open probably like 50-60% button, maybe not 60%, that's probably a stretch, but let's say 50% button with the ace in hand and the unblocker, maybe it's one that could have been taken there for Brendan for 17 bigs. Just with how the stacks are, like our risk at the moment is minuscule just because of how likely we are to actually finish in 7th place. So what that means is just our range actually becomes closer playing to Chippy V just because we are likely to be the next player out. So we get to take this sometimes, and when our opponent is perceived to be opening wide from that position, we got the ace blocker in there, we got the unblocker in there, maybe it's one that could have been ran as Brendan. David.
Are we doing anything with the Queen 3?
Raises to 50k with the 7s. King 4 off for Jean Juan. Probably just fold this against the gun open from David, but this man has like getting involved with all sorts.
Chef Meister to take it down. No, need to replace Jane the comms, he's too smart. All this free coaching is this.
Learn from the best guy. Play with you many a time in the days I used to be playing the tournaments. To be fair, I'm like more of a Hardcastle nowadays in the Hold'em streets. Yeah, in the PLO streets I do put a lot of work in, but the Hold'em streets I just copy people's homework, as Hardcastle says. I chat with people, get ideas, watch the best play on the feature.
Yeah.
And obviously when you're watching some of the great players, you've got Stato here, you've got Dre, WPT champion. Although he's a recreational, Span plays some fantastic stuff. And that's the thing, when you get to watch good players, you naturally, like a sponge, you absorb it and you can apply it yourself. No, me old man don't play poker, man, a straw. And no one in my family really plays poker. I used to play with my older brother a little bit when I was like 14, 15, but there's actually no one else in the family that plays poker. The way I got into it, when we were in year 8 at school, one of my mates bought one of them hexagonal poker tables. I don't know if you remember them. And we used to go around his every Friday night, play a £5 sit and go, first and second paid, and that continued for about a year every Friday. That's basically how it all started.
Love it. Flop 4-6 Jack, 2 clubs, both picking up the club draws, but Span with top pair and a flush draw.
This could be a big one if the club happens to roll off here.
Yep. Your diamonds on the turn.
Really good card for David. Potentially not going to do a lot of chips now. And Span, once this king rolls off, like in general, as I usually say when we have like second to bottom pair with the flush draw, we do like to play a lot of checks in theory, just because of the showdown factor that goes alongside it. Span does check it behind.
Number 9 rolls off for David. Showdown.
Now, interesting one for Span here, Tal. Like, David shouldn't have any King X here. Can still have some Jack X of his own. The interesting thing, the 7 actually playing as well. So, like Jack 5 suited, Jack 3 suited, Jack Deuce suited. He would actually be ahead of. Does Span feel like he can eke some value out of something like Ace 6 of hearts or just any sort of 6-7 suited? Because, like, the King's kind of irrelevant other than King X of clubs. Maybe feels that David may even block some Jack X of his own, so Span sort of recognising here. Going to be weighted towards a lot of 6X as David from the big blind, maybe something like 4-5 suited, and we can still have some bluffs in the form of Ace High, something like a suited Ace 7, an Ace 10, an Ace Queen that feels needs to be bluffing this river when checked to. 90k on the end, 45% up, but David Ledden not getting sticky. Good fold with him with the 9.
Span up to 1.6 million, 63 bigs. This is a deep one. You are correct.
Were you coach, Jay, or self-taught? A little bit of both. It was never really like major coaching, like having a session like for like an hour every couple of days or something like that. To be fair to Tony, I'll be honest, the sort of when I turned 18, the first few years, I was on a bit of a sun run. I weren't really playing the best poker, but I was running phenomenally. And then what happened is I sort of got into some circles of players that were playing a lot better than me, may not have been getting as good as results or winning as much, but they were playing a lot better than me in the long run. And then you sort of have a chat with these players, you change your game a bit, you get different ideas. Just speaking to people that are good at the game sometimes opens up your eyes in a different manner. But I remember being like 19, 20, thinking, oh, this game's easy, I'm just going to clear up for the rest of my life. But then you sort of, it hits you when you hit that first bad patch of variance, like 21, 22 years old, you're like, okay, this is actually a lot harder game. With the beast, the variance comes back round. But the first 2 years I ran unbelievable, sort of 18 to 20 years old. A lot of luck involved for me, not much skill. But then that sort of led me towards circles of good players where I did have a chat with and I got better myself, worked on the game away from the table. So a lot of luck was involved to get me to where I am, I'll be honest with you, Tony. Sometimes things just fall into place. Going to jump back to the action.
Yeah, Brendan is all in. And if Junshan doesn't realise that Brendan's hardly played a hand all day, he is not putting it in with less than Ace 8. I think he's raised up with Ace Queen, and that's as much as we've seen of him. So that should be in the bin. And even the undergun razor, King 10 for Span.
Yeah, Span's cool.
Snap fold. There we go. 21 bigs for Brendan. It is going to take a lot to dislodge old Brendan.
Hey there, Safo, thank you for the
samosas, hot samosas. He heard Sandwich Gate, felt sorry for us, and brought us in the samosas. Aye.
Is the feature table being used for the closer? I don't think we'll go to the closer when this finishes. What do you think, Tao? You fancy the closer after?
This could be...
Yeah, I agree. The closer probably will finish before this.
Yes, or the cup.
Yeah, so
now the feature table will be taken down and moved to Coventry. Thanks for David. Starts over with the King Queen. Ace high flop, Ace 2-8 rainbow.
c-bet board as Stato. Obviously got to be a bit wary. There will be more checking going on out of position when David covers at the final table. Even so, it is just one of these boards that under the gun is going to smash. Here comes the c-bet. Look at this from Stato, trying to leverage the stronger ace-x advantage. Goes for the big bet here. 3/4 pot, 120 into 160, and just puts tens in the absolute cage there. Like, against that size, it's so annoying for David. If we're met by third, if we're met by quarter, we got an easy call with position, but Stato just a well-timed big bet. Gets the tens out of there.
Baraka says, who's still in the cup? Not Liverpool.
It'd be so funny after all that if that's how they went out against Plymouth. After all the talk about
bottom of league,
yeah,
bottom of the championship, Plymouth. So what you get when you make 11 changes and disrespect the FA Cup? That's what happens. The password free roll has been mentioned. It's the same password as last year, and I read it out correctly, and then Jay said, "What's that? An angry animal?"
It is an angry animal. That is the password. I'm giving it out of 5, but anyone that was watching Manchester stream last year, it's the same password.
Yep.
And the clue is angry animal.
But if you say it's in a Mancunian, there you go, C4. If you say it's in a Mancunian way, it's a saying.
David opens cut off here, spanned with the sevens in the small. Shouldn't be any free betting going on. Don't want to bloat a pot out of position. Facing one of the players that can do some damage to us. And Jack 9 off here for Stato, like straight away, it probably looks like a clear defend, but I'm actually not sure. Like 3-way against these two stacks, one that can bust us and one that can almost bust us. It's kind of dicey defending 3-way. Guess we have position on span, but like one of the misconceptions people make, yeah, we get better price, but then our equity within the pot just diminishes, like more likely to be in dominated spots, reverse implied odds against a stronger Jack X, etc. But what do I know? Span with the sevens out flopped by Stato with the Jack 9. Ace 9 for David. Does have the power suits, but probably going to be checking back 3-way here. He's going to go for the bet. Not too wary about this small line calling range of Span. 90 around half pot. And Stato with the Jack 9. Just check call once again. Not really incentivized to make pots big. Our stack's worth tens of thousands of pounds in terms of equity within the prize pool. Should just be a check call from the Stato.
Counting down the clock, and eventually makes the call. Using the clock all the way down today on Stato.
That's an interesting one now, David. Like this 9 of clubs may be one that, when checked to on rivers, on certain ones we can use as a bluff, but like blocking some of Stato's folds, like his snap folds, the 9-7, the 9-10, the Queen 9, like the gut shot straight draws, and even blocking some of his like 9x of clubs as well, that potentially will just fold to this size out of position. But David just putting the hammer down here, 250 into 350. So once again, big old size, around 2/3, and Stato with the Jack 9. It's not really clear here, Tower, because we could be faced with a big old river bet as Stato, maybe thinking streets ahead already. 9, obviously not the best card to have. Like David will open stuff like Queen 9 suited, 9-10 suited, 9-7 suited with his stack. So some of these like clear double barrels as a bluff, we have removal from, holding the 9 of spades. So I wouldn't actually be shocked if Stato just let go top pair here, Tao. I actually wouldn't, because you think how this is played. Like, David's betting to field on the flop, and Span's going to have a fairly strong range in the small blind once he calls our open anyhow. So maybe Span expecting David to check a lot of his ace highs free-way. Stato expecting David to check a lot of his ace highs free-way, therefore feels he's going to be more weighted towards the stronger Jack X and some overpairs. Can still have 8s, can still have deuces. It wouldn't shock me if this hit the marker. Stato tower. Really tough turn spot, holding the 9 of spades as a side card, and there is the fold. Credit to Ledden.
Well played, Mr. David Ledden.
Aggression.
Very nice indeed.
Working perfectly, and I think it's just down to what I mentioned. I feel like as Stato, I'd probably assume the same thing, like ace king, ace queen, ace 10, probably going to check flop free-way, when Span should have a fairly strong range calling in the small blind. So maybe feeling like, because we go multi-way, he's going to tone the c-bet frequency down with like the ace high, king high stuff. And maybe David just choosing that specific ace 9 combo, the power suits. 1 club, 1 spade, and the 9 interaction, locking some of the continued range of Stato. But nice little hand there.
Yep, 16 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a breather. The password is the same as last year. People have guessed it, and Jay's going to reveal it at 5 o'clock. So people have guessed it because it's the same as last year.
If we're going on break in 16 minutes, we might be on. We might not be here at 5 o'clock.
Shall we do it before the break?
We'll do it before the break.
We'll do it before the break. Fair enough. That's what we'll do. There's Jack and Stato, 40 to call.
Yeah, suited, maybe one that he doesn't necessarily take the aggressive line with tower. I think flat works really well, just because of the stuff we dominate as well, like the ace 10 through ace deuce is going to open for Span, the jack 9 up to king jack, and then obviously the playability of this hand is just nice. But now Brendan, what a spot for him, and 19
Beautiful.
big blinds.
They're going in. That's his move. All of it, he says. And Stato with the ace jack doesn't like it.
Like,
he's probably going to have to call.
The thing is, Tower, if this is against like someone like Ravi or Dre, someone that's going to shove hands that we still dominate here, like, we definitely have to call. But Brendan, I don't know if people have been tuned in, but he has been super solid.
He raised with ace queen, he moved in with the 10s, and that's it. But and PK said that he'd not played a hand in the first hour of the day. So a super tight guy, you just got to change your game a little. But Stato with the ace jack probably felt he had to call. Knew he was up against a premium. Well, we get the jack for extras.
Yeah, so an additional 2 outs for Stato. Looking good for Brendan at the moment. And diamond's not in play.
And a queen on the river just seals the deal. And Brendan, the patience, the man, is over a milli.
Yeah, so just want to talk about that spot. So it's very important to like have the fundamental baseline. Like if we're playing against a robot there, as Stato, 100% call, because it's a button open, we flatted, and like the squeeze jam's going to contain king jack suited, queen jack suited, a lot of hands that we dominate. But then when you're playing live poker, sometimes opponent in question has to be answered. It sounds absolutely ridiculous, it does, to fold ace jack suited in that spot for just south of 20, but this is a guy that hasn't taken sort of any of these reshove spots over the late position opens. He's had a couple that he didn't take, instead he went with fold.
Like, I know the subconscious bias is there. I can see the whole cards. I can see Brendan's got queens, but he's been so tight.
Yep.
He really has, and I don't know if there's ever room for exploit or if it just becomes really bad to fold ace-jack suited there as Stato. But maybe when our opponent's not taking some like ace low down ace-x, they're not taking like a king-jack suited. If they're not going to take these hands, then suddenly the range that Brendan is shoving, most of his range is now going to dominate us. A lot we flip against too, like I'm sure he's still going to take like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, but it's actually a really interesting spot for Stato versus that opponent in particular. Obviously, tiny sample size. We've only seen Brendan today.
Yes.
Haven't seen anything of him yesterday.
Nope.
But from the sample that we've seen, although it be incredibly small, was there any sort of exploit there, Tower, where we could actually say, you know what, do we really want to flip against this guy? At best, he's not going to have king-jack suited. He's not going to have like a low-down ace-x. So we're basically hoping to see like 10s through 7s. I know we can see the cards, subconscious bias, all that is there, whether I know it's there or not. But just a thought, guys. Have that fundamental baseline, but it's fine to veer away from it. Sometimes I see a hand on a feature table and I'm like, what on earth is this person doing? And then I'll speak to them off the table and they'll explain something that's happened throughout the day with that opponent, and now their line makes perfect sense and like they're going for the exploit route. We only have what we can see. I have no idea how each player perceives each other, but if you have a certain idea about someone and how they play and you have your own strategy to counter that, then by all means go for it, whether you're on a feature or not. Like, at the end of the day, you're there to make money regardless of all the thousands of people that are watching you. If you feel like your decision is going to make the most EV
correct
at that certain time, whereas if it loses in theory in the long run, go the other way. You've been sat there, you've been playing with your opponents for hours and hours, you're going to know best.
Ravi with the ace-8 raises to 50. Junjuan calls with the jack-8 off. Queen 9-5, 2 hearts. Over to Junjuan. C-bet from Ravi after initially raising 3. About 110.
Any little check raise,
90.
little check raise tower. This man is one that could potentially find dummy and gut shot, heart in hand, but we also have like the backdoor straight going the other way as well. It's just going to go with call. Still got room to bluff on later streets, but maybe one as an idea. I feel like we're just deep enough to potentially find some check raises with gutter. Feel like 10 big blinds less, maybe we're always landing on call. Lovely little turn to see for Ravi. Turns top. Although we turn top tower, should be heavily checked. Think about our range from +1 with our stack depth now. Like, we don't get to open 10-9 of hearts, we don't get to open 8-9 of hearts. So when the ace and queen of hearts are both on the board, we only have a select combination of flushes as Ravi. Going to be like king jack of hearts, jack 10 of hearts, king 10 of hearts. So maybe like 3-4 combos of flushes. Whereas Zhang Zhuang actually has countless. When he has us covered, he gets to defend 7 deuce of hearts. He gets to defend 8-6 of hearts. So he's basically got every heart combo in the deck, whereas Ravi only has 3 or 4 select combos. And this man is clued up, and that is why Zhang Zhuang has gone for lead here, Tower, because it's so difficult for Ravi to have a flush. We have the jack of hearts, so Ravi can only really have king 10 of hearts, maybe king 9 of hearts. 10-9 of hearts shouldn't open at this stage with his stack middling. So therefore, Zhang Zhuang just taking this jack of hearts and saying, you can have 2 combos of flushes, sir. I can have 30, 40 plus. Strap him for the river.
Here we go. This is an important river card.
Oh, wow.
The offsuit 10.
I wanted to see a brick. I really wanted to see a brick here because I wanted to see if Zhang Zhuan was going to follow through. He's definitely going to follow through now. However, the follow through is going to be for value rather than a bluff. He goes for 280. And Ravi, with this ace-8 here, our hand is just handcuffed. Just think about our opponent's big blind range. As I said, he gets to defend 7 deuce of hearts when he's covering, facing 2 big blinds. He gets to defend any 2 hearts, and we only have a few flushes, like 2-3 combos. So, like, Zhang Zhuan has countless flushes here, but Ravi doesn't even use a bank. I thought we were going to see a bit of a burn through the time bank chips there, Tower, but doesn't even need to use one, just throws a chip in, sees the bad news, and suddenly Ravi down to 330k.
13 big blinds for Ravi. Big hand for Zhang Zhuan. 87 bigs at this stage. We're down to the final 6 minutes of the session. A 15-minute break on its way.
I'm really loving this man though.
You said it yesterday as well.
Like just the understanding he's got of ranges and the game and how it shifts. Like he's finding a lot of these like little leads, Tower, when the ranges shift, when suddenly a turn comes that's much better for us than our opponent. He's taking the bet and lead. Like I've never seen him before. I can't find him anywhere on the database. But the guy, like you can tell, he's studied. He's definitely put some work in away from the table. It may not be working away from the table. He may be in a circle of great players, and he's just chatting away with them and getting some ideas. But you can just tell he understands like how the ranges change and when we get to lead, when we don't get to lead. And I've been thoroughly impressed with Zhang Zhuan. And not only does he have that, Tower, he has something that not a lot of people have, and that is the capability to run it when you're playing for tens of thousands of pounds. We saw the huge check raise, 140% all-in turn yesterday with 2 tables left. So he's got that move in the locker as well. So that is a dangerous opponent. Someone that has a great fundamental baseline, but can really put the pressure on as well.
We're going to defend the big. Brendan has opened 10 Jack of Diamonds. Brendan has opened 3-bet to 200 with 9-4 against Brendan.
All aboard the exploit train. This has to be, and this has to be what we spoke about. So David's obviously picked up on what we've picked up. Feels like Brendan's not playing enough hands. He's potentially playing too tight, and he's not going to have he's not going to defend correctly. I feel like that's how David will feel in this spot. So if David feels like that, maybe he feels like he just gets the 3-bet deck. But I'm not sure about 9-4 Tower. To be fair, I'd never take it myself, but it has to come from that baseline. I feel like this is where David is coming from here. He feels like Brendan's not going to be defending correctly. He's going to be overfolding. So he's just decided to roll in the old 9-4 off.
On the flop for Brendan, 8, 9, 10 flop, top pair wrapped around it. David scored a piece as well.
Yeah, I think David though, just aware now, like once Brendan does defend, going to tread carefully. Jack 10 of diamonds. Top pair up and down. David Lennon. Still going to come along with his middle. Was only south of quarter pot. Continue.
Off to the turn, which is a 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and now as Brendan maybe where we do check back. Like it's horrific if we get check jammed, and we're not going to against David's particular hand, obviously, but if he ever has some hands that potentially want to go for check jam, it's a 3-bet pot, like value bet threshold. I don't think we get to go bet with a 10, so great junction to check perhaps here is the turn, but not going to get that option. They are going to go for bet instead, so finds quarter again.
150.
And now as David, no real sort of straight draw or anything to go alongside the 9. Is this where we're just going to see him get out of the way? Isn't 9-4 part of the deck? Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. Maybe David thinks he's gonna free bet deck, but I personally wouldn't free bet deck. That's what I'm saying. Even if I think the person is playing.
What's David's plan on the river?
Well,
it's call with the 9. Oh, that's grim.
Wow.
What a river card for David Ledden.
That is ridiculous, Tower. And to be fair, now he snags it, he might actually go for the lead, because Brendan shouldn't have any 9x other than, like, no, he can't have 9x. He's called the free bet. So Brendan actually can't have 9x here. So therefore, like, even 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, they're not going to call at this stage. So therefore, he's probably going to check back a lot of his range on the river as Brendan. So we're going to take this away from him as David Ledden decides, well, to donk jam the 9, just sort of realising this is a river card that's going to be checked back heavily from Brendan. So taking it away from him. And now Brendan in a real grim spot with the Jack 10. And this is really strange, because where is David going to find bluffs from? What hand wants to call twice, check call, and now wants to donk shove the river? Like, with no backdoor flush draw present? You're really stretching, Tower, because, like, if David has free bet something like ace 10, he never donk jams. If he's somehow got like a Jack 8 suited, sort of the pair up and down, pair gut shot, he never jams river, because we still beat some like King Jack suited, some King Queen suited, some Ace Jack suited, some viable bluffs for Brendan. So where on earth is David meant to get a bluff from? But now let's flip it the other way. Where's his value coming from, Tower? Like, what 9x is going to call twice? Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited potentially, but you're not going to assign him 9-4 off, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
So it's really strange spot for David here, because it's you struggle to assign bluffs, but you also struggle to assign value as well. Like, would David really check call and overpair and now want to donk jam river? I don't think so. Would he want to check call ace 10 donk jam river? I don't think so. So he's basically saying he's got a 9, but the 9x that get here, I guess, are the ones with the straight draws with no backdoor flush draw present. So Jack 9, Queen 9, these type of holdings, I'd never give him 9-4 off. Like, I expect the 9x with no redraw to just fold turn if I'm sat there as Brendan. So it's a really weird spot for him.
Yeah. And he's time banked himself into the break.
Queen Jack, we have a Jack. That could actually work. Queen Jack may make sense. Someone in the chat saying Queen Jack potentially. Yeah, I could see it. That actually could make a bit of sense for David. Flop the nuts, check call. Doesn't want him to check back this 9 river. But Brendan has a key blocker to that, obviously. We have a Jack in hand, removal to some Queen Jack.
Last time bank. Into the break. We are. What a last hand of the session. Brendan McManus, it's all of it to call.
I don't think he's going to call Tower. I feel like.
He's made the call
to
see the bad news that he has just been rivered. Brendan McManus. Just finishing in 7th place for £13,840, and it's time to take breath from that hand.
You could have run through all the guesses of David's hand. It would have taken a while to get to what he actually had, Tower. The old 9-4 razzled him from the big blinds. And as we said, I think lead on the river's really good from David. I personally would have folded turn against Brendan, but once we do call turn and we ping that 9, I feel like we have to lead, whether it be all in or a different size. Yeah. It's just one of these rivers Brendan's going to check back high frequency.
We'll see you back in 13 in a little bit minutes with 6 players. Brendan just been eliminated in a bit of a whopper. See you soon.
Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players, a lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different tables. I've been moving around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
No, that's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44. And then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the day's full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all-in and calls for in two hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we're finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
And there is the call from Arian.
Yeah,
And Khan
bad
really
news.
fought in for it. So I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers that
takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. Because all the other 3 have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim. Oh, there it is. Oh, Tim Slater.
there's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater outflops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9. He is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
Queen 8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion in
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go.
Rutter.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
now. I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh!
Jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
That's a much closer, mate.
You know what you want.
Bob Smith?
Apart from Bob Smith, you need Tottenham to be playing in green. Ireland had beat Scotland in the rugby, played in green. Plymouth have beat Liverpool, played in green. Tottenham need a green kit. Just saying.
Didn't Forest Green lose at the weekend?
Probably not.
They did. They lost Forest Green, I'm pretty sure, in the FA Cup. They lost.
Forest Green weren't in the FA Cup.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
Forest Green weren't in the FA Cup.
Was there National League yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, it might have been National League. I saw them in then. So.
And they don't play in green.
Yeah, they
They
do.
play in blue.
What, Forest Green playing blue?
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Don't you?
I'm not. No, they don't. Back to the action, guys. It's been fantastic so far.
The Spand, Andy back, up to 1.4 million. Dre on $1 million. Jun Shan on 2.2. David Ledden on 3 million. And we're playing for that lot. 18,610 next out. And chip leader is 3 million. David Ledden, 100 big blinds. Now the big blind is 30,000. We're on 6. There you go. Forest Green beat Eastleigh yesterday 2-1. Pretty standard pay dumps, to be fair. Pretty standard pay dumps, but with the amount of runners that we have had, that's what happens. There's a lot of money at stake.
Yeah, I can't find Zhang Zhuang anywhere. Yesterday I looked at it on the database. Today I even had another look again, and literally he's nowhere to be seen at the moment.
No results on the database. And couldn't find much about Brendan McManus either. Hardly anything. Which may be the way that he did play to get unlucky. So we're on 6.
There you are. Forest Green beat Eastleigh 2-1 yesterday. Thank you, Aberconary. I knew they played. I remember seeing them on Flash Score. And you know what? I remember them playing in green as well. Pocket Kings for Abbey on the button.
Nice, get the Kings. He's all in for his final 255.
Find an ace as Stato. This is really interesting, Tower, because essentially now at Stato we are technically second last in chips.
And we just know, Robbie, this could be really any two.
It could be wide, it could be...
not any two, but very wide.
But like when we double him up, we're essentially neck and neck with him in stack sizes now. He's going to call the ace 5. We got an ace. It is only 8 big blinds, just under.
6, 7, 6. No ace on the flop. Stato looks like doubling up. Rabbit, Sheth back to 5, 5, 5. Ace on a 5 with the 5 on the turn, and does it. Rabbit doubles. Here he comes.
Here comes the Rabstar. Look at that. Look at the back on the screen. Just as he doubles, he just appears for the mini fest, which is going to be at Reading South. And we also have news about Summerfest.
Summerfest? What are you doing now?
We are off to Portsmouth.
We are. Oi, oi. We're going to have obviously no schedule until the UK Open in 2.5 weeks' time. But there is a Summerfest, 10th till the 15th of June in Portsmouth, and the big news is that Team Cardroom Direct will be there streaming it all.
That was the one. Will they be giving out free air transplants as well by any chance?
The two on the right have already had them. Oh, the password. Christine McCormick.
I told them.
The password is the same as last year. It's a very angry animal, but actually it was meant to be mad for it, because it's a Manchester term. And all right, kid, we're mad for it, and all that.
Mad ferret.
So, and Jay went, what's a mad ferret? So MADFERIT, mad for it. And I don't know if it's capital M or not, I'm not too sure. But mad for it, MADFERIT, mad for it. Because in Manchester, we're all mad for it.
Never heard that, but there you go. First time I heard it was last year when the password had come out and you had to explain what was going on.
So we are back down in Portsmouth, JG, we are indeed. Might go early. I know it's a big ask because it's a long way down for the team.
It is.
Long way down. I don't mind going early. I don't think we've got anything on the same week, or the previous weekend, because the weekend after we've got Edinburgh.
Yes, we have, yeah.
For the 888. So it's literally Portsmouth and then all the way up to Edinburgh for 2 weeks on the trot. The week before, I'm pretty sure we don't have anything. So we're on 6.
I feel like against Zhang Zhuang, David may pay on the river here with the 5s. And has been going for these cutthroat value bets. I don't think this one's too finished. Zhang Zhuang, flop's gone check, check. Not going to be too much 10x that David's going to check here, so I feel like 9 will be best enough of the time. And obviously we need to ask ourselves, what do we target? Maybe hands like this, 5 through 8s, maybe some ace high non-believers that didn't 3-bet pre. Maybe the jack 9 suited, good for Zhang Zhuang.
And there we go, Jeff Crow says all lowercase.
Give me a watch.
And then Johnny Scott, evening gents, Scotland pumped, Liverpool pumped. I was pumped on the course this morning, hoping for better luck online tonight. Got you guys in the background for the rest of the stream. Cheers, Johnny Scott. Oh my word, are you sure, Ravstar?
Oh, ace king against ace queen. How does this not end up going into a chance to double again?
I've got to call us, David. Especially that some of Ravi's strongest hands, probably 3-bet call. Ace queen here for David Lennon. Going to ask for a count, but I don't think we get to fold here, Tower. It's 18 BBs. I feel like David has to call here and calls, sees the bad news up against the ace king of Ravi. And Ravi come back after break with 250k. He could be up to 1.2 million.
Just like that. The password is mad for it. MADFERIT, mad for it. We see a queen, we'll be down to 5.
Additional outs, 10's working now as well for David, so queen or 10 needed. And it's an 8, so Ravi goes double, goes from 250k to 1.2 million in 4 hands. Was probably thinking on the break, I need a spin. He comes back and not even an orbit played yet, and goes double.
Cheers, Jeff. Mad for it, all lowercase. The old mad ferret.
Wouldn't open this from gun. 6 max. Sat, where are we sat now in chips? I think we're actually sat second from bottom now. Jump in front of Stato. Going to be very close with Dre as well. Actually jumping in front of Dre as well. So actually go to 4 of 6 as Ravi. After double. Dre on the button here. Ace 9. Opens. Raises 260. David defending the 10-7. Do get to defend wider when we cover. ICM present. And already in my head here, as Dre might be going for the triple. Just straight away, 8-9, King-9 blocked up. Yes, David never has Ace-King, but we just have this Ace-King advantage that our opponent cannot have on the button. In the big, we have Queens, we have Jacks, we have 10s that they cannot have. So it's just one of them boards. Straight away, as Dre, I'd be thinking we might have to triple this off here. Not getting that opportunity. Does see that, does get third pair to fold.
So good luck if you are jumping in the free roll at 6 o'clock. Mad for it.
Mad Ferret.
Mad Ferret. M-A-D-F-E-R-I-T. Mad for it.
Is Grimo from Manchester originally?
Oldham, I think.
Oldham. Is that near Manchester?
Yeah, Greater Manchester, yeah.
Because he sounds like if he said mad for it, it would sound like how you just said it.
Yeah. Yeah, originally from Oldham. Just outside Greater Manchester.
Yep, there's a free roll every Sunday that we are live streaming. Live stream free rolls on the Sundays.
First place will be a online closer ticket, which is worth £110.
Wow, Ravi's just not even defending ace 8 off there, Tom. I'm surprised at that. The thing is about Ravi, he keeps you guessing, I'll tell you that. It's not, he'll play each hand a certain way. He'll change it up regardless. Like, he might get next orbit dealt the same hand in the big blind and defend it. Like, very difficult to get inside that man's head and what's going on. Thought the ace 8 off versus 2 bigs open would be in with defend there, but goes against it. For sure, we like the King Deuce off blind on blind with ICM present at final tables. Covers Stato. Could definitely get aggressive here with this combo. Get aggressive, Span does, making it 90k. Does flush out the equity of the 4-5 off of Stato.
Six players left in the big one in Manchester.
10s for John Chwang. This is the 60. It's not Sean. It's not. It's not a bite either. Saying Tower, you have a cup with no handle, but it's one more cup than Spurs have. It's amazing how little people know about ball. You go back to the 60s, we're one of the best teams out there. You drop back to 2007, 2008 season, we won the League Cup. A6-7. Rainbow. So middle for Dre. John's ran. Met with the overcard. Against big blind range, still can get some value from some potential 7x, 6x stuff. It's a board that will have high frequency C-bets on the ace high. As the open up, as we know, does continue for quarter. And facing quarter, pretty easy call for Dre here.
Oh, Kirsch back in hospital. Come on, Kirsch, sort yourself out, pal. Rooting for Andreas to win and Kenny Little in the closer. Hoping to be back soon. Fingers crossed, Kirsch. Miss you at the tables, man. Get yourself fighting fit and we'll see you hopefully soon. If you you are fighting fit, make sure you come to Blackpool in November. That's the closest one up north.
Yeah, you're spot on, Mel. I feel like in about 10 minutes there's going to be some outage. Something's going to happen. I don't know what, but I feel like there might be something occurring.
Oh dear.
Actually missed that, so I'm guessing Jure went for the old check raise with the Queen 7 suited. Like in general, we can use some bottom with free to straight, free to flush to potentially go for a check raise. Maybe Dre feels like we can flush out like the King Queen, the King Jack, this type of stuff. Even folding out 8s through Kings.
It's out of the way, Dre.
Walkies.
Yep. Ravi with the queens. He's getting the hands this session.
Flying is Ravi after coming back from the break. Opens from gun and effective +1 here as span. Wouldn't be surprised if 5's just hit the mark. Still with the rest of the table to act behind. Does want to have a look. Do have Ravi covered. Jack 10 of spades now for Stato here. In the cut-off, 17 BBs. The side's against it. To be fair, like I wouldn't actually expect span to be this low down once Ravi opens gun where +1 is spanned. Does call the 5s. Maybe Stato feels like span going to have fairly strong range here. Calling this open of Ravi from gun. We are going heads up between the two. Queens for Ravi, 5s for span.
Here we go, flop time. Rabbit just gets the check mark. With 5 already in the muck.
We were worried that his run good had stopped, but he's back. He's back in style.
Back.
Double. Now top set with the ladies. Run like Ravi. To be fair, theoretically here, Tal, we should have a lot of checks. I know our actual hand is a nice check as well, blocking some top pair of span that we get continues from, but gun versus +1. Once again, player sat on our direct left. Lots of checking going on with a lot of our range. And span with the 5s, I assume, is just going to take a freebie here. Does take a freebie. Won't want to see the set on the turn. It's a Jack on hearts, and this is actually a really good card for Ravi because, like, span will check back the Jack 10 suited, King Jack suited, Ace Jack suited. Maybe even Ace Jack off there when we cover. So there will be some Jack X out there that want to check back flop for span. Probably all his Jack X holdings check back in position. Ravi checking again. Span will be hunting for showdown with 5s. I guess we can perhaps get some value from some Ace King, Ace 10 type stuff that potentially will check twice out of position. I'd probably be looking get to showdown now with span, but
not going to get that opportunity because I assume Ravi's going to spring the check raise here and now. With the ladies, not wanting Span to check back rivers, perhaps. Not going for the raise, Ravi, wanting to keep some bluffs in of Span, perhaps. I feel like a lot of Span's bluffs, though, will start bluffing flop, like if he's got a King 10 suited, if he's got an Ace-X of clubs. I feel like he's more inclined to start bluffing flop than turns, and we'll have a fair amount of Jack-X, but it's just going to go check-check on the river, and Ravi will see the fives of Span. Only way we would get money if that 4 of clubs was 1 pip higher. Span with the check back, Ravi up to 1.3. Literally made over 1 million chips in less than 20 minutes.
There we go, run like Ravi.
I would crave revive. I know you were. I know you were. Why do you think I checked? I was just like, Span's got some hair, which is basically dead.
Off out the button with the old 6-do, back to his phone. On to David Ledden, small against big. The password is mad for it. MADFERIT. Mad for it. Or mad ferret with only 1 R.
And an iron instead of an E.
Yeah, yeah, a misspelled ferret. Go flopping a jack.
Yeah, second pair for both. Jack 6. Ravi special, I'm going to call the Jack 6 now after the hand versus Alex yesterday. We saw the outer table. And once again, finds it in the big blind. Both with middle pair, electing to check. Likely to be a chop this one now. See still some rivers that roll off that don't chop it up, but as you see top of your screens, relentless outs that do. We're both going for the check back and now have to go for value. Target ace high, target a deuce, this type of stuff. Just going to be bet call here. Ravi never fold in after check, 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 check.
Nope. We're chucking a chip and say call.
45k. So half pot from David, and I thought this would just be a pretty simple 5 seconds, 1 chipper from Ravi, but he's going to take his time. We'll assess all options, and we will chop this one up.
We're going to chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up? Any password yet? Yep. Mad for it. MADFERIT. Mad for it. As in like the Manchester. Mad for it. What are you looking at, young man?
We're top left clock, yeah?
We are.
Okay, that's what I was looking at. That's why I leaned forward.
We are. There's 4 comps going on at the minute. Main event, the Cup, the Seniors and the PLO. Crazy Sunday afternoon antics.
Walk for span.
So we're on 6.
Spurs about to get beat, says Manastraught. Yeah, to be fair, I said yesterday our record at Villa Park is unbelievable. We've lost there twice, I think, in 15 years.
And Lord of Stoke is playing the Seniors. Thought about coming up before, too cold to go outside. We don't play outside, Kev. They do come inside and eating's on. We don't play gloves, you know. Yeah, Lord of Stoke, you see quite a few actually.
Someone said that to me the other night. I go to a game. I turn up in shorts and like, what are you doing in shorts? It's freezing outside. I was like, well, I was expecting the game to be inside. I've never played a poker game outside, so I sort of went out on a limb that this one would be inside too. Get yourself down here, Kev. It's only a short drive from Blackpool.
He lives in Stoke. It's even shorter.
Yeah, even shorter. There you go.
Plymouth were 14-1 today, but when the teams came out, they were even money.
Stack is dwindling down, 9-7 here with club in hand. Going to be continuing, it's just what avenue to take. I know Dave's going to be opening wide from cut-off. Does go for the check jam, and this is quite interesting for David with ace-queen. There are some hands we beat, but doubt he's going to call ace-queen no club. Maybe ace-queen club does get in. Like Stato can jam stuff like 9-6, 9-10. The thing is, like with here, ace-queen, the times are up against 9-10, 9-6. Like these are still essentially going to be flipping against us 5-6. They've got the 4 straight outs both way, plus the pair outs as well. So essentially a flip against the flush draws with 2 live cards, essentially a flip. And then when we are up against 8x or 7x, we then only have 30% as David. So just how the equity runs versus entire range, it's not really ever a situation where Stato has like 30% there. Like the best case for us if we shove like a queen x of clubs and we have the queen locked up and he's just drawing to 12 outs twice, and we're going to have about 60%. Ace queen into the muck. What were Dre's odds at the start of play? Dre was 10-1, I believe.
Nope.
Betting's here.
Betting's where?
This button,
where?
over here.
That button.
There.
Yeah, I know it's somewhere.
10-1 was Dre.
10-1 he was. Don't know if it was if it was backed in or not. The biggest backed in player was Stato from 12-1 to 6-1. Duan Shan was already at 6s and Ravi 11-2. So they were the prices early doors.
Could be an interesting hand here, Tao, because we've got 2 combos that can take the aggressive line in form of a bluff and even a 4-bet bluff when it's back to David with the ace-5 of diamonds here. Like, I wouldn't put it past him to take it. Like, it's kind of annoying. Like, if Span had like 25-30, like we can just 4-bet send. But when he has this stack depth, it's kind of awkward because like the ace-5 suited as like a 4-bet likes to just jam because the equity we're going to have
versus range, but he is going to find it. Dave's played terrifically the last 2 days, Tower. He's just not missing a spot, and finds this one here with the ace-5 suited, making it 390. Size looks really good as well, about 2.1, 2.2x. Chooses the old G2 aces to roll one in as covering stack, and now Span with the king-queen. Just going to have to get out of the way. Great. 1-0 Villa.
What?
Do you know, I knew it was 1-0 Villa. Do you know how I knew?
1-0 Villa?
Yeah.
They ain't kicked off yet. It's not 6:35.
It is 5:35. So, Easty, he messaged me Thursday night. Obviously, he's a big Liverpool fan.
Yes.
He messaged me Thursday night saying, "Do your lot know this is a semi-final?" So he messaged me that. I ignored it. I didn't even open it. I just ignored it. Today, when Liverpool-Plymouth played, as soon as the final whistle went, I messaged Eastway going, does your lot know they're on for the quadruple? And then he said, "We've already won it enough times anyway, your lot won't even understand." And now, I just had a message from him and said, "Imagine texting me that before your game kicks off." So I knew as soon as I had a notification from Nick Eastwood that was 1-0 Villa anyhow. Keeper has had a howler. Great. Who we got? Who's starting in goal today?
Well, no idea.
Is it old Kinksky again?
Who?
Kinksky.
Is he a ballerina?
He's Czech.
Not to play chess. Second minute, Ramsey. Ramsey, awesome. That's what you need. There we go. Sean with the nines, 115 to call after a raise from Spand and a 3-bet from Stato with the ace-7. Can we ever come over the top with the nines, or do we see a flop? 3-betting, I know nines are like...
Yeah, I wouldn't cold call here, Tab. We are going to continue. We have to take this line as Zhang Zhuang does go for the cold 4, and now Span has to fold ace-queen and Stato out the way with the ace-7 suited. So nice little pickup for Zhang Zhuang there.
Very nice. Still on 6. Riggy bottom left guest appearance. Riggy's been there, had our plant in the back of the TV. We've had Justin Devonport there. A load of Stokies playing the seniors. They must have all come on the same bus from Stoke. There's about 15 of them. How do you find a free roll on the app with an iPhone? I don't know if you can. I'm not too sure. But I would make sure that all your filters are off if you're on an iPhone and you've got Grosvenor Poker there. Just make sure you've got the filters off that says all, so it shows every game. And the free roll will be in the main lobby. Starts in 20 minutes and the password is mad for it. I'm not sure if you can play passworded tournaments on a phone. I'm not sure. And if you can, good luck. Password is MADFERIT. Mad for it. Okay, Stephen Duffield and Joe Diego says you can. Okay, well just make sure your filter's on set to all, so all games show, because it starts in 18 minutes. Plenty of people already signed into it. John Shan, 85 bigs, chip leader. Luke's having a wander. Andreas is from Manchester. He lives about 10 minutes away. Andreas Olympius, WPT winner in the past. One of the circuit WPTs. Nottingham, we won it in. Vanessa finished 10th. Didn't get any card distribution whatsoever for the last hour and a half. Built a stack up nicely to about 1.2 million, then it just it dropped off a little. Unfortunately, Vanessa Cade finishing in 10th. Jace. Hey up tower, he says, just had his roasting dinner, footy on in the background, poker on, watching for a few hours. Big Villa fan and happy at the moment. I'm not surprised, 50 seconds we score against Tottenham. As Ravi builds his stack up from 250k to 1.2 million. Back in the game and 40 bigs. Andre, obviously family descending from other places, but he's a Manchester born and bred. Andre, top lad, really nice fella, quietly spoken, gets it quietly. Had a couple of years off, but now back playing. Loves it, yeah. The top lad is Andre. Password for the free roll is mad for it. MADFERIT. Mad for it. As in like, alright kids, you're all mad for it. Like that. Tickets will get added on Monday when all the spreadsheets sent over. The guys don't work over the weekend in the office, so we'll send the spreadsheet tonight when we're finished, and they'll get it in the morning, and all tickets will be credited tomorrow. Rather with the ace-10. John Shan turning the 7. A stab at this after it's checked all the way down. So you've got to be thinking that John's just going to call. He's going to check. We've hit the 7 on the turn. Probably defend the 9 on the turn as Ravi. So I'm calling this. Yep, there we go. One chip in and calls. And John gets himself a nice little pot up to 2.8 million. Will Grosvenor be having betting markets on between Grosvenor pros and ambassadors like we and like us and Jay do one, and will be last longer at the Irish Open? I don't actually know. They are sending a team of around 100 players. I don't think they'll be having a book. I'm pretty sure they won't. I don't think it'll be live at the Irish Open. I don't know what the plan is with the packages of the Irish Open. I know they're doing €2,250 packages for the main event, which is €11.50, and €1,000 extras. But I don't know what the actual plan is. Is it all just for the main event? I'm not sure. But if you do go over there with the team, I'm sure they'll say something if they do something. David raises to 60. Jack, Queen, King, flop. It's alright when he just flop the nuts, isn't it? So unfortunately for Span, no action. David taking a small pot, moves back up to second, staying in second place, 2.4 million. Stato on 17 bigs. Andreas, second lowest in chips. Dre won't do anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, look at that.
84,700 to the winner. 18,610 next out. Stato has a cool name, but I might have to change my pony to Span. Cool beard. Indeed he is. Andy Humo. Stato. Top man. Okay, 10s for Ravi. He's had the lot. He's had the whole selection.
Ooh, don't miss anything. No?
No.
Sure?
Yeah,
sorry about that 10-15 minute tea run. No tea bags in the casino. Had to pop to Tesco.
No dramas. A couple of small plots between Junshan and the Rabbit. That was about it. You can on Android, as long as you can play on the old phone. But if you want to play it, it's Mad for It, MADFERIT, Mad for It. That is the password, as in the Manchester term, mad for it. Seven, six, deuce.
Remaining in the seniors, you have 3 minutes remaining on your break. Please do retake a seat now. Once again, that's all seniors players. Please take a seat. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break.
There's a Span mixing in a little check back here with the 10s, maybe knows his custom up, trying to induce some stuff from Zhang Juan on later streets. Jack on the turn now, overcard at 2 contend with. Checked over from Zhang Juan again. It's just where we're going to see a little delay coming from Span. Does delay. Do feel like we will get a street from Zhang Juan. It's a hefty bet from Span though. 2/3 pot on the nose. 110 into 165. I guess as Span we look to check back some rivers as well. With the pocket 10s. Oh no.
The king on the river for Jun Shan.
Have to check as Zhang Juan. It's a card that, like Span, will have some ace king, king queen. If he's got like a bluff on the turn, he's likely to follow through on this particular river card. And now Span with the 10's just going to check it back, and we'll see. He has been unfortunate. King on the end. Zhang Juan.
9 on 3 million. Jun Shan. There's the stacks. And here's what we're playing for. 18,610 next out, 84,700 up top.
See what I mean? He should have bet flops his Nico. Very results orientated. I feel like Span is aware of opponent, so he feels like when he checks back the 10s, that his opponent's just going to start leading all low cards on the turn, and then we just get to call twice, win a bigger pot. You've literally just seen our opponent get there on the river and snag the king. So in your head, you feel like he should have bet flop, but you're looking at it in the short term, not the long term.
There's no Varane, raises to 60. 3 bet from Stato, wins the hand. Raise and take at the minute.
Like theoretically, yes, the 10s probably do bet the 6-7 deuce, but like if we're going down that exploit road, if we feel like when we check back, Zhang Juan's just going to start leading his entire range on like any 10 or lower, then there's merit to checking. Just because it's come a king on the river, if it don't, the 5 out is only going to ping off about 12-13% of the time. The other 9 times, mate, Span may get some value on the end. Like comes a jack, potentially get some value with the jack pairs. Probably would have been checking back most of the time, but can't just see the result and say it was a bad play because the pot didn't go someone's way. You really want to get better at this game, you need to get out of that mindset. If you get stuck in that mindset, it's going to be difficult to make money in the poker world.
Brew in the left hand, wagon wheel in the right hand, footy on TV, YouTube and poker, and the comps on the laptop. Who can't multitask, says Fruity Frank. Wagon wheel won't be in the right hand very long, I'll tell you. No, any flops about Drake. Any flops about Mr. Dre?
And this is trouble for Ravi, because we're going to have to call a couple of streets here. Nico says, fair enough, but heads up with the big blind. When there is a possible straight draw on the flop, wouldn't bet, protect your pocket tens. There's a lot of possible straight draws on the flop, but if our opponent has a gut shot, sir, the chance of them making that gut shot on the turn is 10%. So, what, a 1 in 10 shot is not going to happen very often. Sometimes, against certain opponents, it can be better to check back with some strong hands if you know their tendency is to lead a lot of turns when they sense weakness, and this is where we get more value from. And like, try and weigh it up as range. It's impossible to go through the whole big blind combinations that he would defend, but like, let me just run you through a few. I'll come back to it because this could be a pretty hefty pot. Queen on the turn, board does pair, but shouldn't really change much for Andreas. Ravi shouldn't have any boats other than King Queen specifically that doesn't elect to get aggressive pre. Ace Queen and Ace King are going to want a 3-bet call at this stack depth, cut-off versus big. So not really any boats out there for Ravi. But as Dre, this is an unbelievable card because now Ravi's Ace-X chop with all other Ace-X other than Ace King, Ace Queen. So there is plenty to get value from here. And even like King X might stick around for another street. So second barrel coming in from Dre and Ravi. Gonna have to call again, Tower. Spot's going to occur on the river. Obviously need to be thinking about Dre's range as well. Where will he find bluffs from? Maybe stuff like 10-9 suited, maybe stuff like some lower down diamond draws. I tell you one that would be lovely as well, Tower. Jackson 10s here. Jackson 10s, I feel like a lot of people will just check, try and get to showdown, but when you really think about it, and think about Ravi's range pre, what a fold from Ravi, by the way. Ravi. What a great fold that is from Ravi Chef. I thought he would be calling once, and then he'd have the spot on the river, but just gives Dre credit for it. Like, Dre might even, I'm not sure, would Dre ever do that with Ace-X? Would he go that size that we chop with? Some fold from Ravi. But like, I feel like Jackson 10s is a bluff that people wouldn't find there a lot. But like, when Ravi's going to defend Jack 10, all 16 combos, and we have Jackson 10s, and like the boats that he can have, that he can't have and we can have are there, the Ace King, the Ace Queen, the King Queen, Pocket Kings, Pocket Aces. I feel like 10s and Jacks might have been a really nice little choice of a bluff on the Ace King Queen in that spot. But back to this hand, Ace 8 suited for Stato.
Evening, Mr. Robbie Bull. How are you, sir?
Mr. Robbie Bull in the building. How are we doing?
Do we see you in Coventry for the big UK Open? Leo says stop giving away all the secrets. And if you do want to play the free roll, the password is mad for it.
Someone get Terry in the booth instead. How great would that be? Yeah, we're just going to limp entire range here, Tower. See what happens behind us. If someone's raising, we're in the mix. Do you know what? When was it? Near the bubble, day 2 the other day, when we went over to an outer table. It was so funny. What was it? Ace King Queens. We showed the Ace King, then the Queens. We got a 3-way all in, and we just panned over to Terry.
All right, with a 10-3.
and he just had 10-3.
Queens against Kings against 10-3.
Oh, that was quite funny, to be fair.
The free rolls there, make sure that your filters are set to all tournaments.
I would actually love Mr. Jordan in the booth one day.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he'd do a stint if I asked him? Do you reckon if I said, Terry, would you jump in for me in 10 minutes, chat a few hands?
See, why not? You'd love it.
Ace 8 for Stato after check. Spatten was 6 high. Obviously never going to win with a check, but are we folding out some ace highs? Maybe some Jacks and 10s that like to check twice. on as Mr. Sitter, apparently.
No. Well, at least you made more a chance, which is more than you did against Liverpool.
No, we had that chance against Liverpool. Bentancur shot from about 40 yards out when he could have passed to either flank. I remember shouting at my iPad.
I remember shouting at my iPad. David looks down at the aces. Not seen them for a while on the street.
It's definitely fine. I don't care about something that you don't like. When it comes to me, I don't. Well, it's not. Some people don't like it.
Ravi thought about one with the King 9. Well timed fold. Obviously, he probably does just fold, but Ravi let's assess every situation, see if there's any move to be made. Decides against, and now started with a suited queen, likely to see defending the big hit.
Raise, it's a stairs, taking a jumper off.
Not sure if it's like full frequency betting here as David. Seems like one that may check some of the time, even though strong hands. It's just going to come with continue. Goes for big bet as well. 110 into 165. Good for 2/3 on the nose. And started with a queen 6 of spades. Just going to be getting out of here.
With the King 10 raising a 60. Span not been involved in most of this session, to be fair.
Be a raise and take. Free roll just started, guys. Password is mad for it. Yep. You want to get in, there is some late reg on that. Still got a closer ticket to give away as well, Tower.
Oh yeah, forgot. We have a closer ticket to give away.
Not much we can do with this one. Into the chip leader, into the muck. To Dre, 7-3 off. Ace 4 of spades for the rough stuff under the gum. Just cooling down a bit. come back this session with 250k, literally in the first 4 hands, had 1.2 million.
Yep.
Went for double up within the first orbit of the session. Since then, has cooled down a bit, hasn't been as active. Going to have a problem here. Stato ace king suited. Any sort of 4 BBs here, Tower? Sort of just north of 4 BBs from Stato, like a 170, something like that? Or is he just going to go for the all-in? He is just going to go for the all-in. So going for the 60% of his stack in the middle. And Ravi will just be folding the ace-4 suited. I'm not sure, even at like 17, if ace-king suited is one that could go for like 4 bigs there. Try and induce some stuff from Ravi. Might be one that sign into the free bet, not all in range to call off a jam. Try and induce some lighter shoves from an opponent that is capable.
The password is mad for it. MADFERIT. Mad for it. As in, you like, kid? We're all mad for it up here. £84,000 up top. £84,000. Welcome one and all. We are on the final table here in Manchester. We're down to final 6. I think we'll give away the token about 7ish. What do you reckon?
Yeah, sounds good. Suited for Dre. Obviously it's a cagey affair now, 6-handed, ladder's starting to get a lot more significant, so need to be careful as one of the shorter stacks, but we're sort of congested now. Dre, Stato, Spand, Ravi's starting to fall into it as well, and then just David Ledden and Zhang Zhuang away from the pack.
Yep. The Spand is in seat number 9, Mr. Andrew Back. His online name, and everybody knows him as Spand. Spand 42 is his online name.
I don't think I've ever called him Andrew or Andy, ever.
No.
Like to his face at least, on the stream obviously.
He is the Spand.
Beautiful looking flop here for Andreas. Try flopping trips with the nut kick up. Not really going to get much from Span here. May even go for one big. Try and eke out maximum. Does go for the one big. Queen B suited straight into the muck of Span. This one though, straight, lets it go. A6 suited on the button here. Not going to do anything versus David Ledden open. We are second in chips as David. Does seem fairly low down, the 8-5 of hearts, even from cut-off, but with Zhang Zhuang already folded, having everyone else covered at the table, feels fine to open here for him. does get the raise and take through. How we doing? Rajan says, go on, Dre.
On the Raj, how we doing? Watching on Facey. Final 6 here in Manchester.
David with the Queen Jack of Spades opens to 80.
Every booking's at the main event.
Picking up Dre's cards. That's why, a couple of napkins.
Only about 24 tables in there. I could run 5 toilets or
Raise and take. Now look at this at the bottom of the pack. Even Dre's like aware of it as well, but like there's a lot of risk on Dre right now. Like he is one that can potentially be pressured when he opens. Like as the chip leaders sitting on his direct left, Zhang Zhuang, David Lim, like we can really get out of line with our Ace X, our King X, like the stuff with removal, because Dre is supposed to be fairly snug, having an 8 big blind lead on Ravi, Span and Stato, and like probability wise at the moment we're probably favourite to finish 4th as Dre, and if we can get to that 4th place spot we're going to make an extra 20k of what top of what we got now, so important just to be aware of when we need to be fairly snug at final tables. Stato here with the pocket 6s on the button, starting the hand with 18 bigs. We'll be continuing.
With the 6s.
It's actually awkward what to do here as Stato. Like we prefer to actually have like 4 bigs left because we can just jam. Looks like he's still going to go for the jam for 18. Both these stacks do cover us behind, and as well as that we are tied at the bottom of the pack with Span and Ravi. Like definitely shove at 15, 18. Stato still believes the pair's going to be fine to move in.
There's the stacks, here's the payouts. What we're playing for, 84,700 plus the trophy, 18,610 next out. Jake Stone 9th, Joe Meyer in 8th and Brendan McManus in 7th. We're on 6. It's an E, Ian. Yeah, it's an E. Mad Ferret. Not mad for it. Nobody says mad for it. They all say the Mad Ferret. F-E-R-I-T. Mad Ferret. Mad Ferret. Oh, they changed the password to next year. Or they just change it to like table.
Let's check suited for Irish Wayne. This goes for raise. David Lennon out the way.
Is there a Super Bowl today? Yes, there is. 11:30 p.m. our time, UK time. Eagles versus Chiefs.
Yeah, that's one thing I hate about American sports, Ricky Kebabs. I don't watch them very often, but when I do, you always think there's more adverts than there is actually sports going on. How much was ticket to Super Bowl Tower? Like, say if I wanted the bog standard, top of the stadium, like right in the corner, probably the cheapest ticket you could get for the Super Bowl. What do you reckon?
1,500?
About 1,500.
All right. Can't land in Chicago in half an hour. Time for the Super Bowl. Lovely. On a firm's jolly. Wow. Very nice. Well, it's not in Chicago, it's in New Orleans, but I'm guessing they'll get to watch it on TV in a bar somewhere. The temperature is between -8 and -15. I'd have gone somewhere like warmer. Nosebleed tickets are 7K.
Ladies for Drake. Slots a hand just south of 25. No action with the ladies.
Steady FT now. No real dramas. Gone a bit passive. Playing for a lot of money.
Well, this is the thing, Tower, with final tables. When people are clued up, and like you have a situation now when all three short stacks are almost identical at around 15 to 17 bigs. Like they're aware if they can outlast their other two opponents, they make 10, 15,000 pounds.
Absolutely correct.
That's a heap.
Absolutely.
Just sometimes from sitting and folding, and just because you're doing a lot of folding doesn't necessarily mean you're not playing well. There are points in this game, there are scenarios when it's the way to proceed. So let's see what Ravi does here with sevens. Very similar spots to what Stato had. We've just got a couple of big blinds less. Let's see if Ravi goes for open jam 2 with sevens or if he's going to take a different approach. Yeah, he's going to go for the effective jam, half stacking. Stato out of the way. 11k is currently the cheapest seat in the clouds, lads. Thomas Martin's having a look.
Wow. Does that mean it's not a sellout? Well, if you make it a sellout, I'd sell the tickets for 100 quid. 11 grand. Who's going to pay $11,000 to watch Chiefs? Nobody.
Well, I bet there's no seat empty, so someone is.
6 players left. Manchester GUKPT Main Event 2025.
St. Sued from Juan. David with the ace king here. Love this from David. There's a lot of spots like in ICM Tower where we don't actually get to 3-bet. I'm not sure if this is one unless you actually plug the stacks, but when we are second in chips and first in chips opens, and then there's such a gap between us and the rest of the field, even being second in chips, like we don't really want to 3-bet as David because we don't want to play a huge pot of Zhang Zhuang. Like even if we've got kings or aces, like even if we 3-bet, he 4-bets, we 5-bet, we get it into kings, he hits a king, see you later, we're out the door, and all that equity up in smoke. But it is actually one that I think will probably flat. There may be some 3-betting going on, but probably some more flatting going on, just for the fact that no matter how the stacks are distributed at this final table, like David led them really aware that we don't really want to 3-bet even in position and play a big pot versus Zhang Zhuan, regardless of our holding and how strong it is. But look at the flop anyhow.
Yep. Queen on the turn after it's a check call from Jun Xian.
And Damon Lennon, another merit as well of obviously flatting. People don't usually assign you as high up as this in your range. So going to go for the second street here, and Zhang Zhuan, pair flush draw. Expect to just see call. We did see yesterday though the blind on blind hand versus Julian Sitbon where he did turn the bottom pair and flush draw into a bluff on the turn. As expected, does just play cool. 2 of Hearts River, and with Ace of Hearts here, it's kind of awkward for David, but does just snap check back the Ace King. A nod of approval from Zhang Zhuang. And then once again there from David, just recognising here. Maybe too thin to value in this given value bet in this given scenario. Maybe if we are ever going to get to value bet Ace King with the Ace of Hearts might be the one.
Now we have a chip leader, Mr. David Ledden. Here for Span in the cut-off. Feel like cut-off, open, button, shove. Feel like that's how I'd go about this one. Span's going to go with open. Makes it 2 bigs. Oh, there's going to be some bad news incoming here. Dre, 25 effective. Let's see what we'll do here, Dre. Like we're more than happy to get Ace Jack in versus 15 bigs effective as Span's cut off open range. It's just the worry of Xing Zhuang behind us. So I probably wouldn't jam here as Dre, but I might just go for like a little 200k. I know it's kind of awkward. We don't really want to be giving Span such a good price with position, but maybe one scenario that we do get to go for this smaller size out of position, like a 2.5x free bet, make it 200k. With the intention of calling the 4-bet jam, and then if somehow Zhang Zhuang wakes up with something and he sets us both in, we can then just fold instead of 800k in our stack as Dre. So we'll see how he proceeds, Tower, but it seems quite awkward to know exactly what to do. Yeah, I really think this is really good from Dre. Does exactly that, goes for this sort of free bet, not all in, intention to call the 4-bet jam as Span, but then we can fold if the man in seat 3 wakes up with everything. I think that's really nice find from Dre. It's understanding how it would be a disaster if we jammed and the man on our left did wake up with a hand. We are still on 6.
1-0 at half time.
That's not bad for 48 seconds.
Thanks.
We start. They need to go any more.
I reckon Southend could beat us at the moment.
No, I don't.
But the thing is, Sal, one thing I'll say.
Yes.
I know it's final table. 30 seconds of the football moment. Right, I looked at the starting lineup about an hour ago of the Spurs team.
All right.
If I looked at that start, if I travelled in time from August, the start of the season, and I looked at our FA Cup game against Villa and I just looked at the lineups, I think we would like top of the league, still in Europe, and we're playing like the third string team to rest the rest of the team.
Right,
because you look down that team, the lineup, if you saw that lineup 7-8 months ago, you think we're playing third, fourth string, third, fourth string players. You would. You actually would. There's probably 2 players in there that you would recognise from August. Well, maybe 3. Cully, Son.
Maybe that's the right. Maybe that's
Bentancur.
why they're not sacking him, because of all the injuries, and they realise that nobody can do anything better.
But I said this the other day, like, Kev's going to be a lot more clued up. Kev Allen, big Spurs fan, I was speaking to him about it, and he was telling me how the sprint charts of Spurs, we're doing like more sprints fourfold than any other team in the Premier League, and obviously we've got all these injuries, so maybe it's something to do with how they're being trained and how they're actually getting overworked and running too much.
Don't sprint.
No, well, sprint, but maybe not as much as we are. I'm not sure, Tower, but just saying, if I was a time traveller, I'd just travel from August to this point. I saw the lineup, I'd think, oh, we're having a great season because we're playing second, third string squad in the FA Cup. We're not fussed about that. We're obviously on for the league. for Drake. Ravi with ace king here. No room for free bet, not all in. Off of 17 out position. Feel like just going to be a jam. Maybe we have like aces, kings as the ones that we go for, like the 200, 220, and then balance out with like an ace deuce off once in a while at a small frequency. But at 17, just going to send it in. Whoa, Jamie Walden, that's twice today. Tower showed me your comment on social media earlier about his sandwich, digging me out, and now you're digging the Spurs out like that. Unbelievable. I'm not even going to read that out.
Can you see some of the other tournaments are on there at the moment? We have loads. I'll quickly show you the Manchester League 2. But today we have the GUKPT Cup. So the Cup is on. I think that's down to the final 2 tables. The Senior's on, that's got 105 runners. The PLO's on, that's got about 60, and the Closer starts at 6, so it's just started. So we've now got 5 tournaments running here in Manchester.
I used to like Russell Cooley as well. I always thought he was a nice bloke. I used to think Russ was all right until about 5 seconds ago.
And the password, if you want to join into the free roll, is mad for it.
Things you'd love to see. Kings with the chip lead as David opens to 80 on the button. Are we getting any action? No, we are not. More importantly, Tower, has anyone seen Bob Smith?
No.
I'm sending out a search party for Bob Smith.
We need to send out a search party for Bob Smith.
He's been giving it all year in the chat box.
Anybody
Liverpool are
on?
going to win the quadruple, all of this. And he suddenly disappeared tonight. He's not been in the chat. What a surprise.
He might owe you a drink and not the other way around now when we get to Liverpool for the 888.
Must be trash for Span because we're going to have a lot of jams in that scenario, Tower. Once again, when we have 11, like there's enough of a gap between us and Stato that we get to play closer to Chip EV. We're the bottom stack probability-wise. We're favourite to bust next, so therefore our risk actually reduces. Less risk premium. Get to play a lot closer for Chips. So must have been couple of spanners for Span in the small there, walk for Stato. Any action for David with the ace-10? No, Drake can't do anything with 10-3. Should just be a raise and take for David Ledden. Second time he's broke the 3 million mark. Did actually drop down to about 1.7, but just chipped back up to where he once was. No, it's Mad Ferret.
F-E-R-I-T. Mad Ferret. Mad Ferret, not off number 4. It's an F-E-R. Because we're mad for it. That's what we are.
suited for Span here in the cut-off. Thought about it. Gonna wait for a better hand. Stato folds button. Dre with the king-queen. Do just expect to see complete here. Like Span and Stato drifting away from the pack now. So just want to keep this pot small as Dre, even with the king-queen. We do expect Zhang Zhuang to attack quite heavily as well here. And I feel like he will. There you go. There you go. And like Dre has to like fold king-queen to how it's as simple as that. This is how it is.
Also, not a lot we can do about Dre. It's just he's not going to go mad with king queen, that's for sure. Not the way he plays.
It's not the fact that, yes, we know we've probably got the best hand here as Dre most of the time, but like how equities run pre, they're going to run closest pre-flop. So when like Zhang Zhuan has 2 live cards, when he has the ace high, like when we lose that hand and suddenly we go from 3 of 6 to out the door, it just becomes a disaster. So sometimes you just got to let the chip leader do their thing at final tables or the big stacks.
The password is mad for it. M-A-D-F-E-R-I-T. Mad for it. Well, all right, kid. I'm mad for it, mate. Mad for it. All right, Miss Patson.
Dre on the button. But it's really annoying for Dre because these two are meant to absolutely pound on him. Like any ace, I'd be free betting in the big blind here as Dave Ledden. King 10, just going to continue in the form of a call though. Jack 9-6, 2 spades. Gut shot for David. 1 overcard. Dre is met by and like the check behind us. As I say, same scenario. Sitting 3 or 6. Keep this pot small. Don't want to get bet and get raised. Don't want to bloat the pot for later streets. I'd probably bluff here now as Dave with the king 10. Target ace highs, target stuff like 7s, 10s as he has. Feel like king 10 way too good not to bluff in this given scenario tower. Whoa, how about that for a bluff though? I weren't expecting this size. Oh my word, 200k in the middle, 900 in Dre stack, 450% river jam. As a bluff from Dave Ledden, he's coming to play today. I'm not sure about the 450%, but I guess with the 10 interaction, that's what, that was, I weren't expecting that size. I don't think anyone was. Massive old move from Dave Ledden there. I guess he just thinks Dre can never have a hand that can call, just fold range against that size. Check suited for Zhang Zhuang.
Raising up, probably to 80.
be on break soon, haven't we, Tower?
25 minutes, I reckon. 25 minutes. I think none of those clocks on the left-hand side are ours anymore, because we've got 5 comps running, and this is the only one on the FT. So they've stuck it on the iPad on the table, and I can't see it. So the other 4 clocks are the other 4 comps that are running in the club at this moment in time. That's why the club's full.
You telling me, 2025, we can't get a bit of software with all the technology these days that can show 5 clocks?
Well, maybe not. That's obviously not a thing. That is obviously a thing that you can't have 5 clocks showing.
I guess for the people with bad eyesight, if we have 5, they'll be pretty small.
They would. And obviously this one's the only one that's on an FT. So I think there's 2 tables left in the cup.
How you doing live at the shed? Says Dre has the
Hey,
worst
the
shed. Worst shed ever, worst seat ever.
How's the shed doing?
Yeah, that's a good point, Tom. Would Dave ever do that with value? Probably not. Maybe he feels he can be unbalanced in that spot because probably Dre just has to fold range versus 450%. 6 of clubs on the turn. Do you know what? 3rd time I've seen this from Zhang Zhuang today as the opener. Saw it early in the day, 2 tables. Saw it once against Atto on the final, and now seen it against Span. He's on the ace high board, going for the check back with king high. 3rd time I've seen this today for him, rather than c-betting, and he's actually just going to show it down in the river queen for Span. Going to take a small one.
Ireland together, standing tall. Apocalypse, good game from Ireland. They were massive favourites.
Who they play?
Scotland in Murrayfield. And now France lost to the mighty England. And the favourites to win the lot. Final table of the Cup. Leo Worthington Lease is on the Cup final table.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Was watching the stream whilst playing live.
Absolutely. And Antoine Labatt and Daniel Nodger are all on the final table. And another final tableist in the Cup. Who won the Cup in Coventry?
Who won the Cup in Coventry?
I think. I do know. Rob Boone.
Rob Boone, yes.
He's on another final table of the Cup.
Wow. Might have to start calling it the Boone Cup.
The Boone Cup. He's on the final table again of the Cup. Well done, Booney. Very nice indeed. Well done, one and all who's made the final table. Some amazing numbers this week. 80,000 collected. Well done, one and all. We're down to the final 9 of the Cup. The seniors ended up with 104, and they're down to the final 13.
GB says 10-10 is the hand you want there. Play some poker and call. It's all good saying we've got 10s, and David's main value for that amount's probably going to be some straights and boats, and we block the 10-7 and we block the queen 10 and all that nonsense. But when you're sat there and someone shoved for 450% pot and you're in game sat at the table and we've just got to outlast 3 more people to make an extra 20k, it's a completely different kettle of fish, mate. Like, you can sit here, you can watch the stream, you can see the whole card and say, oh, but he's got 10s, he blocks the hand that David's repping. We have to call. It's completely different when you're sat there. 450%. So much to risk for Drake.
Just over 2 hours, 600. And Mike Humphries is on the final table of the Cup, who won it last year.
Little Rabbit with the boots. in the cut-off. Any action for the lad?
So just over 20 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Dre here, Span dwindling now, Stato dwindling. Ravi and us almost identical in big blinds. We cover him by just under a big. Yeah, I like the fold from Dre. Not much playability. Span and Stato 17 and 16.
So the Stato, he has played the most patient game I've seen Stato play in years. Such a patient day today for Stato. Played ever so steadily. Just found his spots, kept himself going on.
I've been saying this for months, Sully, Gully. Son's been gone for months. Anyone that's a Spurs fan can see it.
Yeah.
Like some people that actually watch 90 minutes of the games, like he doesn't take people on no more. His end product's not there. He's lost a yard in pace. But Ange is being told to play him by Levy, obviously, because he gets all the Koreans over for the tourists and stadium and all the merchandise and stuff like that. So until Levy's gone, unfortunately, regardless of manager, Son's going to be in the starting lineup continuously, regardless if he's having stinkers or not. It's all about the money with Mr. Levy. He don't care about results as long as he's selling 100,000 Spurs shirts with Son on the back.
Fancy football owners caring about money. Fancy that. Ravi with the 8 deuce out of the race. Band on 680. Should raise within the hijack with King 10 Seward. Raise it to 80. Stato. He's stack of 15. Yeah, it's out of the way with the Jack 10 suited. Down to Jun Xian. Unfortunately, we can't see his cards. Raise from Jun Xian. We can't see what he has, but Span facing a 3-bet of 280,000, so he's probably just going to bin him, which he does. Just over 20 minutes to go of this session. Keep his eye on the clock. It'll come back on one of the TVs when the cup goes to the final table, and we've just gone to the final table live, so our clock will come back on the screen in less than 20.
Should have kept Kane, we should have.
Didn't he want to leave?
To be fair, funny stat about Spurs, although Kane obviously was very good on pens, we went, I think, 5 seasons or something with the bottom 3 clubs with the least penalties in the Premier League season. One of the seasons we got 1 penalty one year, Apocalypse. 1 in a season. 1 single penalty in a whole season.
Wow.
Just never get given them, Spurs. Even this season, I think we're actually lowest on the penalties. Obviously, all right, someone's going to say, but you need to get in the opposition's box to get a penalty, Jay. But I think this year as well, we are one of the lowest teams on penalties that we've had this year.
Wow.
I think we've had maybe 2 or 3 this season, maybe less. Ace King for Spand opens to 80k. Yeah, he gets loads for Bayern. I've realised that when I watch the Bayern highlights. He seems to have a penalty every week, Kane. Yeah, couldn't have been like that at Spurs, but look at these stacks, Tao. This is crazy.
73 and then 20 for the other 4. So much play in this super tournament. So much play.
You can all laugh at us, but we don't get much luck. We don't. Decisions with penalties, injuries.
They are. All the shorties, everybody knows how to play this game, and the last 50 players. Just a superb turnout. Every table lad just crushes on it, live and online. It's been a super tournament for turnout, for standard of play. David Lennon on the button says have some of that. Ravi can't do anything, and neither can Span. So 15 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Been a good session and haven't really
it
had any bust outs, but there's been some hands, some talking points at 10s. Obviously, foul from Dre, huge shove from David Lennon at the chat box talking.
We've been 600 nearly 2 hours.
Johnny Scott says, you all moan about Levy, but do you honestly think any other CEO operates differently? Levy out only for the next CEO to do the same, but maybe worse. The problem is Levy has too much involvement in the squad and the manager and this stuff. I'm guessing, I don't really know any other football owners other than Mr. Bloom because he plays poker, but surely they're not getting involved, saying to the manager, you need to play him every week for sales. I doubt that's the case.
Yeah, but at least he gets to watch Beyonce next week at Tottenham.
What, is she there?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, this is it. Like, you go there now, Tal, whenever I go up to Spurs, you go in there, you got screens everywhere, nothing to do with football. We got NFL on next week, we got this show on next week, you got Formula 1 under the stadium.
Stato on 5-4-5. It is the most patient I think I've seen Stato play for a long time. We know Dre's game, and now we know, we also know Jung's game as well. Gunsham, great play. David Ledden, got a few decent scores as David. And Ravi and Spand. Run like Spand turned into run like Ravi, and now they're both on the same final table.
Going to open the King 9 off, tricks himself. Span just knows. Zhang Zhuan going to open fairly wide, going to send the King Queen here with the removal, and will be working. Should be a pretty quick fold. Not really much more to say. I'm not saying he's not a good businessman. This is always folded. Nothing more to say about this. I'm not saying Levy's not a good businessman. He's great at making profits for the club. He's great at making the money. But I don't think an owner should be sticking their nose in the lineup and stuff like that and saying who gets to play and who doesn't. We've got a player who's been having a stinker. He's probably had one good game this season, week in, week out, and he keeps getting started. Like, I bet there's not many other football clubs that have that going on. Maybe, but I'm not sure. I'm not saying that he's not great at what he does, making money and profits, but the football side of it, not a fan.
David with the sevens raising up, standard raise to 80,000.
Stray with Cowboys, and he has been patient and he's found his spot now, and he's got David with a hand that always going to be calling here, always. So starts the hand at 17 as straight. Does he feel the need to just move in here, or does he want to try and induce perhaps? Saw him go for like the 210, 220 earlier, but this time he's just going to go for 240. So it does go for the free bet, not all in here, and David with the jacks throws in the triangle, and off we go.
There we go. Kings for Dre. Said he doesn't do anything out of the ordinary. Weren't expecting much less to be turned over there. When Dre just sits there.
That's a great hand you have over there.
9, 4, 5. So Dre, huge favourite to double. Always an ace. Dre going to be moving up to 1.4, and David drops down to 2.4. Just short of the break. Well, about 10 minutes, I reckon. About 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. Can't see the clock, which is to the left of the dealer's arm. Oh, there we can. Oh! What does that say? 8:57. There we go. One thing I've missed, and has not been in the chat, what happened to the nap at 2:20?
Well, what do you think? Let's have a guess. If someone puts a nap in the chat and says, "I've got a tip for you boys," and then they don't appear for the rest of the day, what do you think?
I don't think it won.
I'll give you 100 to 1 now, if you want it. You want 100 to 1 on that nap winning? And honestly, I've not checked. I have no idea. But I know for a fact Gary McGaffney would have come in the chat if it won.
Right, got you. Uh-oh.
It's just a joke, honestly. The club's a joke.
Here's 10 for Span, raises to 80. 40 to call out the big.
Yeah, I agree, Hawking. I think Ange could be gone after this. Going to jump back to this one. We've got Ravi taking the King 5 off, facing gun. Little 3-bet bluff with the offsuit high-low and does get the ace-10 of Span to fold. So, are we top left tower?
No. We're none of them.
Oh, I thought I got a message from PK saying the clock was back.
At what time?
20 to 7 I got that message.
Okay. We're not working on a 20-minute delay?
Yes, we are.
The clock's still on the side of the
Oh,
bin.
yeah, I can see it.
Yep. It'll get put back on because the cup's now on the final two. But we are heading towards the break in play. Spanned with the ace-2 out. The ace-2 out the big. We're defending. Could we jam? Or is it too big?
Potentially could tower. Potentially could. 15.5, ace-2 off. It depends how wide we think Zhang Zhuang's actually opening. We can see he's actually opening fairly wide, like we saw the King 9 off from gun earlier. Oh dear, this is real trouble for Spand. Because against this opponent, we might just have to strap in with check call.
Mm-hmm.
Got a lot of chop outs now on the 8 turn. Queen river will be chopped up.
Chop it up. 5 minutes to go until the end of the session. One bet's 80. Should always, I'm thinking always should just be a call from Jun Shan. Oops. You might have other ideas. That makes it 250. And a call. We're going to chop it up. What's to do about nothing? Let's chop it up. So just under 5 minutes to go until the end of the sesh. And then a 15-minute break and more of the same. 2 hours. We have now been 6-handed.
The password for the free roll. You're a minute late.
Oh, can we not get in? Try it. We'll type it in, but it's mad for it. M-E. There we go. Mad for it. M-A-D-F-E-R-I-T. Mad for it. 4 minutes to go until the end of this session. 15-minute break on its way.
6-ish, is it? 6. I bought 70. Oh yeah, because I got that. Someone got that on there. Oh, sorry.
again, ace-9 this time. Raises to 80. Is Riggy playing musical chairs? He's back in the seat he started.
I've never known him. He's up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. Same table as I would plant on the right hand side. It's not the seniors, that is it? Or is that the Omaha?
I think it's the Omaha. I don't think Lin Chen would qualify for the seniors tower.
No.
Ace-9. Opens Stato with the 4s in the big blind here. Here we go. Off to the races. Stato with 4s. Zhang Zhuang with ace-9.
Mildly annoyed if he hits a 9. I know Ravi had one, I saw it. Did he get it? Yeah. You're right. Next one, can't remember where it was. Next one, can't remember where it was. HP versus 8 falling 3. We flop entered. He's throwing it up. No sweat. The first time I'd ever seen it. Yeah, just literally done
Should be back. Give it a refresh on Twitch. It's already back, I've just checked it. Give it a refresh, Brad. Chill out, man. We know it went off. It has been doing on Twitch. It hasn't on YouTube. It's not gone off on YouTube once in 5 days. On Twitch, for some reason, Twitch cuts out and it buffers and it comes back.
4-5 off for Dre. We are going to be off on a 15-minute break as well, guys. We will see you in 15 six-handed action for the championship. We'll be back. See you soon.
Ace, kings and clubs and queens full on the end.
shout and the scream. There is the shout and the scream. Let's go, he says. To 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and calls in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah. I can.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks
ever.
a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd. A lot of chips. He has. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
that's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the day's full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we're finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
What are you, sir?
And there is the call from Ariane.
Yeah,
And
it's
Khan
bad news.
really fought in for it. So I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers that.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. It's because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater outflops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the sixes. Big flip here for both players. Sixes holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in fourth. And it's a 9. He is out in fourth. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixes about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
3-8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion.
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go.
Rutter.
Get out of it. Get out of it.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
I've got a question there. Sorry, yeah, go on. What did you do with $1 million euros? Start with, I didn't get all of it. Second part, I bought a house.
Ah, nice.
I actually moved like a week before I came here, so.
Yeah, where do you live now?
Literally, we could see it from the old house, just round the corner. But,
You guys think I'm just going to change this to 400,000?
no, I basically got 420 for myself, and that. The house was basically 420. Well, it's 407, and by the time I paid all the fees and that's what I got. So. Yeah. I've actually got less money now than I had before, but
Funny that,
but I have.
you know what I mean? You're getting cunning, you're laughing like.
Zhang Xuan just sits down, and we are just about to start the next session. Still on 6, over 2 hours, 6-handed.
Yeah, I had a few spots and stuff.
Yeah, Brendan McManus, 4:30. Brendan left us.
It's now 7:30. Stato doubled up. We've had Dre doubling up. We've had Spand.
One of my swaps also had a swap with the guy.
We've had Ravi. Ravi 3 times, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ravi's Ace King, Ace Queen, the 250k one when he was short. Kings versus Ace 5, yeah, I think Ravi's doubled up 3 or 4 times as well. Please for Dre and Zhang Xuan, you know, the Ace King. What time do you think this would end, Manus Joy? It's looking like probably could be a midnight job now.
Yes.
I thought we'd be down to 5-handed a couple of hours ago, but probably looking like a midnight job.
Yeah. Where's the clock? Back up there now.
Scampi chips and mushy peas looks pretty decent. That old Span's tucking into.
It's a riveting situation, says Gary McGaffney. Oh, here he is. How'd the tip get on?
Oh yeah, how did the horse go on? Back at 100 to 30, you can stick £15 each way in it, you're guaranteed to get 60 quid or something.
You guaranteed us 60 quid, Gary. Thank you very much. I've not
what-
even
what
checked
hap-
the result. I'm just going to check my bank account later.
What happened to it, Gary? Tell us, Gary.
King Queen suited for Drake. Opens on the button. Horrible C. We're going to have Zhang Xuan with the ace-8 off here. Wouldn't be surprised if he attacked and went for the 3-bet. And it comes. That's a bit of a different scenario from previously as Dre. When we had the King Queen off, we can actually call this one out and go post with position. Spans is the short stack Stato double just before the break, didn't he? Spans got about 600k. Like it still is kind of dicey, but King Queen suited. Gonna go for the 4-bet send instead. How about that from Dre?
Oi, oi, Dre.
Lovely little move, and to be fair to how these suited broadways, 4-bet send definitely can be in the arsenal.
When you play pretty snug, this should get through.
Oh yeah, it's getting through. Zhang Xuan never called an ace-8 off here. Just trying to make it look like he has a tougher decision than what it is, but very nice 4-bet send there from Dre. Terrific stuff. Up to 1.7. 2-1.
What?
2-1.
What?
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm telling you it's an own goal. There's no way one of your players has scored it.
Tell.
What?
Tell.
Who was that?
New,
Tell?
new bloke up top.
That's his name?
Yeah, Tell.
What, is it Teddy Venables? Oh, Tell. El Tell. So what? El Tell. Evening, lads. Come on the span, Mr. P. Man. Good evening. Tuning in with 6 players left. Love it. Do we ever defend King 3? This could be one of the combos that Jay would say yes we can do. King 3 off, rather big.
Offsuit not covering tower, probably not at this stage with Ravi stack. I personally wouldn't.
They're already been and I'm dealing with the next one, me. But Ravi says here we have some of that.
Like this is a much better option. Like if we are going to go for a continue, small frequency, 3-bet perhaps, offsuit high low, and Drake's actually with the ace X. Maybe you want the 6 or the 7 as the side card. Potentially could have gone for the 4-bet click.
Okay. Nice. Can they get a draw? No chance. Stato with a 9-7 from Gundre in the bin as well. Down to the small blind of Ravi. Ravi out of the small. No, you're not supposed to get a hand. Ravi out of the small with ace jack. 25 to call.
Yeah, it depends on span stack size here. Whether to just jam or raise call.
Oh,
wow.
the ace 10, it's all going in and Span's going to get the bad news. He is going to get the bad news. So here we go. Ravi ace jack has him pipped. Do we lose Andrew back? Or is back in 10?
This is battle of the run goods.
Yeah, it is.
Run like Span, run like Ravi.
Yep. Run like Span is real. Can we get there? Ace Jack 10. No, sorry, Ace Jack against Ace 10 on a 3-6-5 flom. I'm reading the cards.
Queen of Hearts on the turn.
It's been a long week.
No chops available. Just fading 10s as Ravi.
Ah, Span. What an effort. First time back in a long time. And put up a great effort to finish 6th. Well done, Span, for £18,610. What a good effort. The Ravi shooting up again. Well done, Span. Andy back. 18,000. We are on 5.
Full time 2-1. I'm going to tune into Sky Sports later. Breaking news.
Tottenham scored.
No. Ange Postecoglou. Gone.
You've got no striker you play. You'll be buying him next week on FPL, let me tell you. Rather with ace 10 this time, 3 bets to 305. Got the grip between his teeth now. Stato still on 18 bigs. Vanessa finished in 10th. Started pretty well today, but then just no cards for a while. Ace King was a big one for her when she called off with Ace High. But then just dropped down because there were no distribution. We're on 5. Junxian, Queen Jack, raising to 105.
The Jack 9. I like fine to defend. I'm not going to. Feels like sitting comfortably with his stack. Jack for Ravi in the cut-off.
Jack raised to 200. Stato declines to call. Probably right about thinking about it with the offsuit one gappers. Junxian with a 7 deuce.
Can't defend.
Cannot defend. £25,180 next out. Yeah, great game for Andy back, that is for sure. First time back in a while.
We still got to do the closer seat tower. The only problem is we got over nearly 800 watching, and the chat box will go a bit mad for a tower and Jay Fink. So I'm trying to think the best way to give away this closer seat. So Gary McGuffney's asking if there's any more giveaways. The bloke that gave us a tip earlier that didn't win and then never said anything about it, just ignored it and thought we'd forget. David in the small blind.
175.
It's at 175 and 6 deuce off the rubber. Can't do anything with this one. Just going to let David Ledden have it.
The horse came second. Cheers, thank you. Each way money back. It can't have been, it was 100 to 30. You definitely lost on the bet.
Each way money back. Who's he trying to kid?
It wasn't 5 to 1. It was 100 to 30. You lost money both ways. You put 30 on, you probably got about 20 back. Give it to whoever has a birthday this month around the 25th of February, says Fruity Frank. I think Do won the GG Super Millions twice in 2023. The way he plays, it wouldn't surprise me. The free roll is on the bubble. Good luck everybody who's played it. If we look at Dre, 200 to call. Is he 3 betting? Is he 4 betting? Whoa, Dre, what was Dre drinking at the dinner break? 4 bet to 650.
It's a really nice 4 bet.
He's completely changed gears, the man.
This is because his stacks changed, as it does when we obviously had between like 600 and 900. The old final table going to play.
Yeah, couldn't open.
Slightly different at this stage, and chooses a really nice combo. And to be fair, Dre played excellently. Everyone has, to be fair. It's hard to fault anyone this whole final table.
Exactly right. It's been a great watch.
Small blind open from David on the bottom with the ace 4 of hearts. Stato with the ace 9 for 15. Looks like it's going to send the lot in. Going to get through. Fold from Dre in the big. Quick fold from the opener, David. So 25,180 next out as Span departs in 6th. A7 for Zhang Zhuang.
Yeah, the gap definitely has closed between these 5. Ravi just shy of chip lead now. It's down to 255,000. And the blind's at 30. That's up, round the way, the Dre. There's 5.
Still got 2 covering on the left, probably get out of the way as Dre. Move up to Zhang Zhuang.
We always open the button?
We cover both in the blind, seems fine to our Jack 8 off here. Zhang Zhuang.
Jack 8. David Snap Looks. Ravi with a 6-5 defence. So we're going to see a flop. Seven, 3, 8. But all hearts. Top pair for Jun. Ravi. Open ender.
So it should just be C-bet from Zhang. And then Ravi never going anywhere with a 6-5 in the big blind. Should be fairly small size here from Zhang Zhuang Tower. Could even go for 1 big if he wanted to. And Ravi does check it on over. Maybe Ravi was entertaining the idea of a lead there, but I feel like check is the way to proceed. Small size should see here from Zhang Zhuang. Does choose the 1BB. Ravi never going anywhere, whether he wants to play raise or call. I guess raise does achieve holding out some ace high, king high stuff without a heart. And we still have equity with our up and down to get there. Perhaps we can bluff some of the times heart rolls off too.
Still a raise?
Yep. Don't mind it. One of these sort of 6 highs. We can fold out ace high, king high without a heart, but Zhang Zhuang with top pair should just be calling. And off to the turn.
Thinking about 3-bet?
Well, I personally wouldn't, but Zhang Zhuang's going to 3-bet the flop. And now Ravi is wishing he just played cool. But back to Ravi, 150 to call tower. We're getting nearly 5 to 1, so still actually getting a decent price here to try and find a 4 or 9. We're back over to Mr. Ravi Chef, just with 6 high. I doubt we're going to see fold. I feel like now we get nearly 5 to 1. Going to need to still see a turn, but this pot is brewing between 2 of the bigger stacks as well. Old Stato sitting there licking his lips at this one, thinking, please both flop a flush, please both flop a flush. But we can see there's not really going to be many fireworks here, unless maybe we see the offsuit 4, offsuit 9 on the turn. Did he just 4-bet? Did he just click it back?
He's clicked it back.
Oh my word.
To 440,000.
We've just got a 4-bet on the flop from Ravi Chef with 6 high. Not even a heart in hand. What is Ravi up to? What is he up to, Tower? What on earth are we up to, mate? We've not even got a heart in our bloody hand. What's he up to?
There's the call. This has turned into a monster.
Yeah, I don't know why Ravi's 4-bet here, Tower. I have no idea why we'd ever 4-bet this spot when we can just take a 5 to 1 price to call and see a turn. But Ravi will know why he's 4-bet. I do not.
Because he just pings it, obviously.
Well, if you know the turn's coming a black 4, then of course you got to 4-bet the flop. Of course you do. Why Why wouldn't you 4-bet the flop 6-5 no heart? Ravi Chef, what are you up to? And just finds it. Wow, wow, wow. Still got to be a bit wary because Zhang Zhuang has called our 4-bet. Like, he can still have some flop flushes. So Ravi goes small size on the turn. Around third pot here. And against this size, when Ravi, you feel like his bluff range, if he's going to bluff 6-5 no heart, he's going to maybe have 9-10 no heart, 9-6 no heart, maybe just some random King X with the King of Hearts. You don't know with this lad, that's the problem. And Zhang Zhuang is drawing dead.
Irrelevant king on the river.
And now, as Ravi, is he going to go for it, Tower? Because it's kind of difficult, because I spoke about where we need to start value betting from earlier in 3-bet pots. This is a 4-bet on the flop. So you think about Zhang Zhuang's range, maybe he's going to have like the bear ace of hearts, bear king of hearts, which is never going to call us. And then maybe he can just have some flop flushes. And the 6-5 off for Ravi is going to take a huge one, but how often are you ever going to see a 4-bet on the flop? Not just a 4-bet on the flop, at a final table, playing for 85 bag nearly.
We're 6 high.
Not just 6 high. If he had 6-5 with the 6 or 5 of hearts, I still think it's a bit out of line, but I could get a little bit more behind it. 6-5, no heart. What's he up to, Tower? What is Ravi up to?
Well, he's up to chip leader, that's exactly what we know.
And it worked.
It did.
Yeah, well, it did work, and to be fair, I said, why would we 4-bet the flop? But we know the Shanty offsuit 4. Just unbelievable, this guy. He's not real. He's got to be a certified time traveller. How does he find that turn? It looked like a big portion of his stack was going to Zhang Zhuang after the 4-bet on the flop, but just found the gin of all gin turn cards. Ravi Chef, man. How do you do it, sir? Now, commanding chip lead. But this is how he gets his chips as well. I'll throw you back to GUKPT, leg 1, high roller. Ravi Chef went in, second in chips. Chris Brammer went in, first in chips. There was a board of Queen 4 deuce, maybe Queen 4 3, I might get it wrong. And Ravi 4-bet the flop then with what was ace 5, and then decided to jam the turn into a set of Brammer, and then suddenly Brammer had like a quarter of the chips in play with like 30 odd left, but probably not that much, exaggerating slightly. But the guy, I've seen 4-bet flops before. He's got it in there. Cheers, Jace. Great shout. This is for YouTube and Twitch. He's talking about YouTube, but same goes for Twitch and Facebook. Says over 600 watching. Hit the like button. Quality coverage. Great poker. So wherever you're watching from, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, follow, subscribe, all that modern day stuff. Time to take a breath off that hand. That was something. Something different.
That was a huge one indeed.
Ace on the turn for Dre. Turning Stato, blind on blind. They get a street here as Dre as well. Stato with bottom. Maybe expects Dre to be aggro with a lot of ace-x pre at this stack depth. Dre going for the little check back. Want to have some top pairs in check back range, and obviously ones with the worst kick up seem like nice ones to choose.
Dre with the check mark. After it's checked all the way down. And Stato. The 3 in his hand. Does he think Dre's just going to stab?
5 in the hand. Seemed like a nice catch, but the thing is, like, Dre's probably going to bet 5 deuce, 5-7 on an earlier street when he's that low down, so it's kind of irrelevant. Let him go with the 5th pair.
Good shout, Mr. Bob Smith. He's arrived.
Oh, here's Bob Smith.
He's arrived, and he's also said, Tower and Jay, you're getting a pint at Leo's.
Perfect. Bob's treble incoming.
It was. We looked at the team news and thought, I'll tell you what, that team's going to struggle to even get a shot on target. And we were true. We were right. Good to have you in the chat, Bob. We knew you weren't hiding. You've probably been to the pub to watch it, but we'll definitely see you in Leo's. So, and fingers crossed to get the treble.
Nice sort for Ravi. Opens in the cut-off here, and Stato on the button, 16 bigs. Will know that Ravi is now incentivised to open fairly loose. Is this Stato's time? And once again, as I mentioned earlier, when we actually put some distance between us and second from bottom and chips, we're playing a lot closer to chip EV. At our risk, because we are favourite to go out in 5th place as Stato. Our risk isn't as much. Actually finds one of these free bet bluffs here with the ace-8 free bet not all in. Oh, Steve Blow, that's not the worry, trust me, mate, that's pennies. I've got a bigger worry sat here. How did Ravi get all the chips, gents? Magic. Literally magic. He 4-bet the flop with 6-5, no heart on 8-7-3, all hearts. That's how he got all his chips. And of course, offsuit 4 on the turn. He got a street on the turn as well. Old Young Drang had top pair.
see how I was waiting. Yeah, exactly.
Who was the 888 pro last year when Ravi 3-bet jammed the flop with ace deuce on queen, or he 3-bet the flop and then jammed the turn on queen 4, turn was a 3, and then he jammed turn, and mate, he had king queen and Ravi had ace deuce, and Ravi stood up, put his coat on, and when he put his coat on, the 5 just rolled off on the river, and I can't remember his name, the Spanish lad, the 888 pro that comes over for the big ones. I can't remember his name, but he just looked at Ravi like, what on earth are you
Aaron
doing?
Barone?
And like, it weren't Aaron Barone, it was last year. Got a really good beard, bald.
Oh, yes. I know what you mean as well.
Yeah. Cavalito? I don't know, I can't remember his name. But
Cavalito?
I remember that hand as well, because Ravi stood up, put his coat on when he saw the king queen, and as his arm was like in his coat, the 5 just rolled off on the river for him.
Steve Blow says, great commentary in the mini-main, Jay. You brought his game on tenfold listening to the comments.
Cheers, Steve. That's what I'm there for. Never take it to heart. I say this to everyone that chats to me. I'm just here doing my job. I need to try and break down the hands. I give my opinion how I'd play it. It's not always going to be right. I'm just trying to give you a sort of strategy to try and beat these fields over the long run. Never take anything to heart, mate. What you want to do is exactly that. Learn it to improve. I don't think enough people do that. They sometimes hear some words and feel a bit disheartened, but that's the way you want to go. Use it to improve. Don't sort of use it to get yourself down. It's a really tough game, and I know you haven't played in a while, and if you haven't played in years, the game's changed completely. I'm just trying to give you an easy way of sort of understanding why people are doing and what they're doing, and try and give the logic behind it.
No, that's probably what he's got. 6-5 of hearts.
5 left after Andy back bust out. Nice, Tony Barnes took Jay's advice on the Goliath and finished 123rd. Don't bluff too much, it's probably number 1 at Goliath.
Exactly that, David Knight. You just can't beat luck. Forget all the theory and the analytical side of the game. At the end of the day, you'd rather be the luckiest player than the most clued up player, wouldn't you? It's as simple as that. I mention it a lot on streams, and this is a misconception with people and poker. I said earlier when people were asking how I started, like to 18 and 20 years old, I was a losing player probably, but I was making money from the game over a 2-year period. I made money making losing plays, and in a live setting, that's how it goes sometimes. You'll have players over the course of the year that make a lot of money, but they're actually losing in the long run, and you'll have players that lose money over the year, but are actually winning in the long run. And that's why it's such a crazy game, and especially in a live setting when you can't play hundreds of tournaments a week. And that's why it's so difficult to actually say, oh yeah, this guy's really good because he's got all of these results. He might just be the guy on top of the EV scale, on top of the variance scale. You don't realise that, and that's why this game is so brilliant. You've got people out there who've had good cashes and are up over the last 3-4 years, but in reality, they're just on the top end of the variance. And when that drops to the bottom side, they're going to start losing significantly, and this is how it goes, poker.
Down to 5 in the main event. Ravi with King 7 opens.
How many days since Spurs won a trophy? Says Russell Cooley.
Not a trick question.
Did the League Cup final used to be in February? It did, didn't it?
Did it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
So 2009, 17 years ago.
Is it?
17 times 365. And that will get
times 4.
And that will get you your answer. About 5,700 and something days, I reckon.
That was pretty good.
2008, wasn't it?
Wow.
No, I don't think it. No, we've not won anything since that League Cup, Brad. That was it against Chelsea after extra time. Unfortunately, the only one I can remember in my lifetime. Welcome to the Spurs fan. +4 for the leap years. Good point, Jed Smith.
David with the ace king off. Should be 3 betting.
Could be worse, Jay. Could be a magpie. 70 years for them.
No way.
70 years since Newcastle won a trophy. Is it that long?
No way, is it? It can never be that long. They won something.
$1955, the last time Newcastle won a trophy.
Wow. I
thought they were all right, Newcastle.
Well.
They did beat us, King Joshi. Villa won 2-1 today. I'm assuming you're talking about us as the team without a recognised centre-back. Or recognised anyone. I reckon if you actually stuck us in the Championship with that team, we'd struggle at the moment. Ace Jack for David here and Ravi with the jacks. 3 bets to 350. And puts on a little bit of extra juice here. And David does have Ace Jack. And we'll know that Ravi is inclined to get after it, but this is really annoying spot. Against 3.5x, David is actually just going to fold. No action for Ravi with the jacks.
Lucky for Ravi. 65 bigs, 3.2 mil. Stato on 17 bigs.
Yeah, Liverpool did lose to Plymouth. I'd much rather that Villa starting 11 than ours. I'll take that every day of the week. Kamara, a serious player as well for Villa. And Morgan Rogers, very good as well. Was Rogers Villa last season? He was?
Yes.
I just couldn't, he weren't even... Was he a starter last season?
Yep.
Oh, he was? Okay.
He was.
Only really caught my eye this season.
Raising 200 with a king deuce. Stato out of the way. Junction. With king 5, calls. Off to the flop. Five, 6, 6. Junction with 2 pair. It's going to be a check call. Lovely, that's 75.
This doesn't look like a check call. Goes for the check raise here. Just trying to flush out some equity with Ravi C-bets and king deuce off for Ravi. Got to go into the muck here and now. But you never know with Ravi. This is the problem. You just don't know.
In the bin they go.
But I'd much rather be a Villa fan right now, Joshy. Put it that way. Right, what was the team today? Like, you look at our team. Other than Cully, like Cully's serious player. Son is past it. Tell hasn't looked good since he's been there. I don't think Moore's good enough. Bergvall had a couple of good games, a really good couple of games. Then since then he's gone off the boil, but he might just be getting tired because he's 18. Bentancur hasn't been on it since he had that injury against Liverpool. Same with Archie Gray. He seems like a good prospect, but once again he's getting all these minutes at 18 years of age. It's obviously going to be a bit overwhelming for the kids. I don't think Danso looked any good the other night. Porro seems like his mind's elsewhere. Jed Spence, yes, I feel like Spence is actually one that does seem to put in a shift, but the rest of our team, mate, you get them all gone, like.
Any coverage of the cup? No coverage, but we can tell you that Michael Humphries finished 9th and Chris Bartlett finished 8th, and there are still 7 left in the cup.
So, with the King Queen here over the Ravi Open, he is going to jam this into the middle. 16 bigs. Know that Ravi's going to have a lot of raise folds, got some nice removal. Should be working. Oh! Ooh, John Zhuang.
In the pocket 9s.
I feel like 5 max, it's hijack cut off. Like, I feel like we're going to get 8, 7, 6s, 5s, this stuff on for Stato.
The triangles in.
Yeah, I like it, Tal. Just like Stato's range against Ravi's hijack open. Going to be some 8s through 6s.
We're off to run it.
A lot of stuff we flip against.
We are running it with the Stato, King Queen. And flops a queen. Is going to be doubling up to 1.8 million as it stands. No 9, and Stato is up to 1.9 million, and it's an ace. So Stato is putting Junction down to 400,000.
Work out why. Ace 3. Actually, ace 3. I'm not going to marshal you down with the dead man.
Ravi 3 million chip leader. Stato now second in chips, has been the most patient player at the table, and he's now second in chips.
I guess I could call it off on the riff. That's the only way I can.
Yeah. Sorry,
This is going to be a fun 20 minutes, let's say, for Ravi Chef. See what happens with Zhang Zhuang sitting there fairly short now after losing that pot. So Ravi just gets to go after Dre, Stato, David Ledden, lots of free bets with Ace X.
King 6 of clubs. Is this one we're going to play with for 8.5? Yep, the triangle is in for the first time. Nope, 8-5, says Stato. And there's a few back. To 555 and 11 bigs.
Yes, there is an online close-up tomorrow evening, Robbie Hollis.
There is indeed. Starts at 8 o'clock, I do believe, and then 7 o'clock on Tuesday as it finishes.
Yes, rack sheet for sure. He's definitely been above that line over the last sort of 6 months to 12 months we've seen him on the stream. A lot of just key moments as well. This is the thing, like that hand there, the 4-bet with the 6-5, the one at the 8-8 live back end of the year when he went really deep, that when he shoved the turn with the wheel draw against trips and just pinged it on the river. There's like a lot of moments like this where hyper aggression, we get called off and get there. And then most of the people you see on the final table, like the people that you've seen a lot of the last 12 months on the final table a lot, like you say, oh, Matt Davenport's always there, the Mad Turk's always there. Who else is there? Chris Johnson always there. Like, yes, like great players, but on the top side of variance, you can't make 20 final tables a year and not be running on the upside of variance. Like, you just can't. You need to still have that in there.
Gully match, 4 to 12 in the free roll. Good luck. Someone's going to really close the ticket.
What time is the next breaks, lads? About an hour and 5 minutes.
Yes.
We have not decided on the giveaway yet. 10-7 suited for Stato. Been really patient won all his all-ins, which helps. Now, Jean Juan going to get to jam here. 10 BBs. Stato with a 10-7 of spades. Can't open 3.5x to fold to a 10 BB jam. So going to call with a 10-7 suited. And is it going to be the man that's been chip leader most of the day? Is he going to be the one out in fifth?
King Queen for Jean. And he is in front slightly. 55-45. Here we go. Still needs to fade a 10, a 7, and now an 8. And now down to an 8 or a 7. Because we can't hit the 10. And it's not, so Jean gets himself a full double, back over $1 million.
Here we go, no one exiting. It was Brendan McManus that was out in 7th at 4:30, so nearly 4 hours later, guys. We have only lost one player in nearly 4 hours, and that was Andrew Back, also known as Spand. Hey doing, Richie Burner? I feel for you, mate, having to go and watch that crap this afternoon. On his way back now at KFC. I think it might be time for Ange to go, says Richie Burner. Went and watched it today at Villa Park.
Best thing about the day is the KFC on the way home.
I haven't watched any of it, Richie Burner, but I kind of know the drill. I've been watching us all season, so I probably know what you're watching. Jay, when do you think the owners will listen to the fans and get rid of Levy? Never. Because Levy is rolling in it. And the fans are the ones who help him roll in it. Like, until something happens, like, which is never going to happen. Like, you can't even say, oh, no one goes to the game, all the season ticket holders and stuff like that, because the seats may still get filled. And like, you can't even do like turn up to the game and do like a walkout, because people travel a long way to the game. A lot of Spurs fans, like, they don't all come from North London, they come from all over the place. So it's really difficult, because the owners don't really care. As long as they keep looking at their bank account and it's got infinite zeros at the end, then they're not really fussed, are they? They don't really care what the fans think. Levy's not going home eating his dinner and thinking, oh, Dave, that Spurs fan in row Z, seat 4, oh, he's having a bad day today, is he? We didn't perform very well. I bet Dave's not very happy. Don't work like that. They're all about themselves. Fans are irrelevant. It's just a business model, isn't it?
Jack 4 deuce on the flop. Andreas with pocket 9s. Ravi, who initially raised, checks round to Dre.
An 8 on the turn. So Dre's still out in front here. Check 2 again. Do expect a little turn pro three-way. Ravi does have bottom pair here. Ace of clubs in hand 2. Looks like he's reaching for chips.
More than 50%. 190. That's not what I thought it was. Splashed around.
Flop checks through, feel like going to need to call one to straight. 190. Not going to though. Fought against half. We'd call once a stray, but checks back flop. I thought check back flop to call turn lead, but the 9's just straight into the mark, and Ravi gets the 9's to fold, but the 8-6 of diamonds, David, won't be going anywhere. He'll make the call.
9 as well on the river for rubs.
Does Ravi feel like he's going to need to turn this deuce into a bluff here? Like, difficult to see what we really beat now on this river tower. Maybe some club draws, maybe like the 9-10 makes a pair, Queen 10 makes a straight, and then we're already behind to like the Jack X, the 4X, some turn 8X as David has. It's an interesting one for Ravi. Does he feel that he needs to turn his deuce into a bluff here? No, he's going to check it back, and the 8-6 is going to be good for David Lennon, and Dre's not going to be happy to see that.
He's not. He was ahead all the way. One missed opportunity for Dre.
Both clubs or not? Both clubs or not? One club. I saw that one. Didn't see the other.
30, 60, 60. This hand. 30, 60, 60. Blinds up. Junction with the King 5. Yeah, Dre missed an opportunity there, didn't it?
Yeah, I was actually really surprised that he folded the turn. I think he's actually played this final table exceptional, but that was quite interesting. The nines went into the muck. What I said last time, GB, I've got GTO Wizard up so I can actually check. This is the best thing about it. RTA in as a commentator now. Can get every spot perfect.
You can if you remember it all like you. Next break's in an hour.
Yeah, well,
no,
it's
40
break,
minutes,
yeah.
sorry. Because we're on 40-minute levels now. So the next break will be 40 minutes.
This is for Stato. Takes that one. Even Ravi pulled back towards it now.
Good move. He's gonna if you jab, I fold. Yeah, but I saw the juice. If I raise, just goes all in. Ah. They don't want that action. I mean, jab, I just fold anything else.
Oh, I've got some great news. 35 minutes till break.
Oh, no, were you not listening?
We're on a 40-minute clock.
Were you not listening?
No, I wasn't. I was reading the chat. I was reading.
So the next break's in 40
reading,
minutes because we're now on a 40-minute clock because we're down to 5.
I was reading Josh's comment.
Yep. We are on a 40-minute clock.
10 seconds.
Dre here with the King Queen, has Stato covered. Stato with 20 to start the hand. There will be a lot of like some King X that Stato does want to limp that will dominate, so may have that function some of the time of checking this one back. Does just raise it up though. 7-8 of diamonds for Stato. Suited connect up as the shorty, almost identical with Jean Juan, 7-8 of diamonds, blind on blind. Are we just going to let this go facing 3 bigs? No, we're not. It does feel too tight to fold this one as Stato. I know sometimes it does veer more to the tighter side, but 7-8 of diamonds, just such great playability, even out of position. How about the playability now, Tower? 6, 9, 8, 2 diamonds.
Those Stato flopping everything. Absolutely everything. How do you not fist pumping just like to let somebody see when you flop something like that?
That's probably called a live tell, Tower. If he starts fist pumping,
Yeah, but,
do you think Dre's going to put any chips in the pot if he starts going, yes, it's a great flop for me?
He might do. He's got the overs, he's got the good shot. So he's going to call at least once.
Yeah, Stato actually going for lead here, Tower. So this is actually really intriguing. I never actually thought of this at first glance. I just thought we played check, but now I actually think about it, it's actually really nice from Stato, because a lot of Dre's checks are going to be stuff like 9-10, 7-8, 9-8, 9-7, 10-8. Like these middling connected, middling gapped, don't really want to ISO. So this is actually a much better board for Stato because of that. And a king on the turn brings in the flush, but blind on blind. Dre turning top pair with a decent kicker, and he is drawing dead.
Leader.
So Stato now with the lead himself and can just go bet. And Dre going to be in all sorts of bother, Tower, because I don't see how we ever get to fold turn. There's the fire from Stato. King Queen with a gut shot to go alongside it, facing what's like 240 into 700, so about 35. So just a call, obviously never raising this tray, we all know that, but river's going to be grim for us.
10 seconds.
10 pairs on the river.
It's actually a really interesting card, Tower, because if Stato is going to start leading some 10x, these 10x that lead play heavy check on turn, like if he's got a jack 10, a 10-8 that wants to lead, just for what we spoke about on the flop. Like now, it's hard to have a 10. Like it's not like we're going to go bet with 10-8, bet with jack 10, bet with queen 10, bet with 10-7 suited. We're going to choose the turn to start checking here. So now, as Andreas, I don't think we're ever worried about trips here for those reasons. Like, yes, Stato can still have some potential queen jack that was up and down gets there. He can have some flush draws that get there. He can have the flop nuts as he has in 7-8. But the 10 coming on the river, like on first glance, may look bad, but when you really delve the spot, there's not really much 10x that Stato is going to go bet with. Only the 2 pairs, the 10-9, the 10-6 suited, the king 10. These ones obviously are, but like single 10x, they're going to find turn to check. If they elect to lead flop, they're not going to continue betting on this king turn. So I don't think it's a question of we lose to a 10 here, Dre. It's more flushes and boats here for Stato. Can have 10-9, can have 10-6 suited, can obviously have some turn flushes. And Dre's actually going to let the king queen go. Didn't have enough time to get into the bluffs there, guys, but I think that's the key element for Dre. Where's Stato finding bluffs from here, Tower? Once again, really difficult to sort of gauge where bluffs are coming from when the flush draw completes on the turn. Even stuff like the straight draws of the upper end, the king jack, the king queen, the queen jack, either make top pair or a straight themselves. So once again, in these situations, lots of value combos, not many bluff combos. These are the spots we probably want to be folding.
Stato building his stack up. Still on 5. Blind to 30-60. Break after this level.
5 players left. Stato on the left, Drake, Junshian, David Ledden. Not seem to have mentioned David Ledden's name in the last hour or so. And then Ravi. Fires for Drake. And just moves over the line with his pocket 5s. And it's going to work.
Bob straight in the front. That was a shot. To be honest, I did pretty much got to laugh when I saw it. Somehow you ended up with like the 17 nuts in the room.
Still Queens now for Stato. Neil Ray! Hey. How are we doing, Neil? How are we, the Hef? Are you in Scarborough? Are you in Thailand? How are we doing, you man? Hope things are good and hope to catch up soon. Go on, David Ledden, he says. Winner takes all in free roll now. Goal is 3 of 5. Good luck, good luck, good luck. In Bangkok. Nice one, buddy. Oh, we're having a great time, living the dream. Let us know when you're over in the UK and I'm sure we'll have a catch up. Because I can't see myself getting to Bangkok this year. Because we're a bit busy.
We are.
All those men against this solid level start taking your seats. Stop movements in 3 minutes. Any person wishing to enter or re-enter this venue, 3 minutes to do so.
King 7. Power suits, but feel like nice one. Potentially check. King high, blind and blind. The ace out there. See what Ravi does. Does check. Over to Stato. Unfortunately not picking up his whole cards in his hand.
Yeah, not the way. Been superb all week. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Over to Ravi.
Yeah, King high, same scenario as the flop tower. May just look for showdown as Ravi, but he is reaching. And he feels that he's going to hear from Stato's one pair holdings on the flop and just trying to deny equity to 2 live cards.
Takes another one. Still chip leader.
Trying to keep the bad hand in. Yeah. Oh, the match can upgrade to very bad. technically worse.
All in.
120, you mean?
Here's 10 for John.
Floor, table 9, 120.
Anyone could still win this. You are not wrong. Anybody. I think all 5 have been chip lead, haven't they? Just about. It's been amazing. What was that? I missed the chat. What was the chat there with the tournament director?
With the ace 10. Opens and Dre not defending the semi off at this stage. Still might have got in there a straight. And now is outright short stack as well. Slightly less risk for us when we're up favourite to be out in 5th once again. He said 12, but meant 20, makes sense. Anyone could still win this, Brad. If we get to the next break in 22 minutes and no one busts, we'll be coming back at 80k big blind, so just around 100 bigs in play. So it means the average will be 20 big blinds in this tournament, this structure. Rare that you ever see that.
He said 12 million classes a race to 120. I don't think he said 12 million, can he? There's not that many chips in play.
Well, we have been waiting. King Queen for Dre here. 16 big blind shove over the late position open, and Zhang Zhuang with ace jack here in the big blind. Awkward one for this lad. Dre should have some stuff in here that we dominate. King jack suited, queen jack suited, ace 10, some suited ace X. And then obviously if we call, having Dre slightly covered, we win that pot, we ladder and make ourselves an extra just shy of £10,000. Seems really close for Zhang Zhuang. I feel like ace jack just going to be too good and dominate enough, but decides against it. So Dre getting it through and loves to see fold there. Usually when we get called, we're basically hoping to flip. Zhang Zhuang, ace jack into the muck. Second from bottom in chips. Seem close.
was a flip there.
20 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a break. David Ledden is shipping this, says Paul Dixon, or Dixon Paul. He has a chance. All 5 well worthy of the title.
Ace queen for Andreas here. 8-9 suited for Zhang Zhuang in the small blind. And gonna go for the jam. And it's a snap call from Dre with the ace queen. Jams the 8-9 suited. Sends it in for 20.
And leaves Dre with 10,000 by the looks of this. We're in.
For the queen? What? No, I don't have a queen.
Luke's just checking everything, making sure that it's all done correctly. Moves to the right. Off we go. Dre, ace, queen. It looks like the chip stack. Well, the chip stacks are going to get checked anyway because they're that close.
We said this yesterday, like, we had a similar spot. It was 10-9 suited that jam, not 8-9 suited. But the ace queen just don't win these ones, Tower. It don't. There you go.
said it.
It don't win these ones. The equities aren't real in this spot. Whenever this happens, the suited connector always seems to get there.
And does. And that's going to leave Dre with 10,000 chips with the blinds at 60. Oh, man. Oh, man.
1,240,000.
We must have had a dozen all-in and calls. And the short, well, not really a short side with this one, but the shorty stack doubling up. And Andreas, look at that, 10k.
Zhang Zhuang had 400k an hour ago.
He
Look
did
at him now,
indeed,
chip
yeah.
leader again. Ravi at 250k, went up to chip leader 3 million.
Unbelievable.
It's been a crazy final table, and basically Dre going to be next out. Like this is when now Tower, like the risk premium of like second, third, fourth in chips is just ridiculous. Like you would not believe how tight you're meant to play.
Yeah.
And then as the chip leader, they just get to go mad. They absolutely get to go mad because now the probability of Dre coming fifth is so high.
Yeah.
Like even when he doubles, he's still favourite to bust next. And then when he doubles again, he's still favourite to bust next. So the probability that Dre busts fifth is so high.
He's not waiting around, is he?
That third, fourth in chips need to be so snug, and the chip leader just gets to punish the life out of everyone else. But 7-8 of hearts may just choose to try and spin now as Dre.
So his 10k's in the middle, 7-8. How can he win this one? Oh, is Ravi going to defend? No way. Why would you do that equity-wise?
Because Ravi wants the short stack to stay alive. Although Zhang Zhuang is still actually, I thought Ravi was chip leader, but he's not. So I'm actually not sure why Ravi's done this. But
Why would you do that
if it was a situation that Ravi had a big chip lead,
Yeah.
you want to get everyone else out the pot, and you actually want Dre to double because then you still have everyone handcuffed.
Yes. But
But I'm not sure why he's doing this here. But if it was
surely 400 with the pay jumps, the next pay jump's $9,000 difference.
yeah, I don't know why we flush.
Why
the other
would you
hands
do
out
that?
here.
I don't understand that bit. Yeah, you play to win and you play to win every pot. But when a guy's all in for 10k and you're up against 4 opponents, you've got less chance of actually winning. And there's a $9,000 pay jump. And Dre's just going to drill it and he's going to be up to 100,000. Well, that's a weird one on me. If anybody out there could tell me why you would do that and isolate.
He gets the free roll. When he gets the folds, he makes money from the side pot and then just gets the free roll against Dre. That could be the idea. Yeah, he makes profit. So, as JG says, he picks up 70%.
What do you
He
make?
picks
What?
up chips. He wins the side pot. Dre can only be in for 10k tower. He can't win the 60 and the 30. He can only win 10k plus the ante from each player. So if Ravi gets everyone else out the pot, all that money comes to him, and only 10k from Dave and Zhang Zhuang goes over to the main pot for Dre. So if Ravi gets the fold straight away, he makes profit. and then he gets a free roll against Dre. So he's made money before the all-ins even ran out. I thought it might be some nuance of he wants to keep Dre in and keep Dre short and then attack everyone else, but...
Well, Dre's just 10x'd his money.
Just not big enough a chip lead, in my opinion.
Just 10x'd his money and he would have been out. And everybody would have been £9 better off.
Yeah, he would have been out coming ace, didn't he? Of course
I don't understand. I just don't understand that at all.
Dre.
That needs one. That somebody needs to. Even I'm nowhere near like Jay or any of these players, but that was bang out of line for me. There's a £9 pay jump, man.
I'd understand it if he was chip leader by a bit and he wanted to try and keep Dre in, so he got to pound on everyone else. That would make sense. But when he wasn't even second in chips, almost tied second in chips. I'm actually not sure, Tao. Rather we have his ideas, but like I say, he knows if he gets the limpers out, he makes 30,000 chips straight away, and then he's got to run.
You make half a big blind.
But like Dre's still going to go out next tower.
Yeah, but instead of having 10, he's now got 100. But it would have been out.
Yeah, but he's still going to be out in the next 20 minutes or so.
Well, no, it's not now.
Yeah, I know, but
right, to be fair, he does need a 7 or a jack.
Yeah, but like now he's going to be out anyway, so like it's irrelevant. Dre's going to be out the door.
Oh no, he's not.
Why not?
Oh no, he's not. I hope this comeback's to bite him right up the bum. I really do. Come on, the Dre. Rooting for your son. Come on, Dre.
Come on, Jack.
Here it comes. Come on, Dre.
I need to shut up.
You should have been out the door and back down the 601 and everything. Not anymore. Come on, Dre.
Need to know when to keep the mouth shut. Quickly, do a tower thinks. He's finally thinking rationally, says Johnny Scott.
Unbelievable. Oh man, Dre, when you win it, find Ravi, make sure he's not jumping off a bridge somewhere, and buy him a drink.
Yeah, I was going to get all in a winner again. I was going to get all in a winner.
Wayne P says this final table has been the best GUKPT final table I've ever seen. That's a shout. That's a big old claim. Ever. Not even in recent memory. It's been fantastic. We've had it all. Yes, we've probably had 20 all-in and calls and only 4 bust-outs. But we've had some mental hands, haven't we? That 4-bet on the flop with Ravi with the 6-5. The Ace-King versus Ace-King early on the final table. There's really been some talking points. I've really enjoyed getting into my teeth into some of the stuff today. And we're going to see what happens here. Started with the Ace-King. Just should be a 3-bet call.
525,000.
See, Dre can now fold. Dre can now fold. Oh, Wayne Pete says he's watched the vast majority of the last 2.5 years and it's the best one he's ever watched.
Yeah, but if Ravi can just find a knuckle, we go for away, he gets checked down, Dre is out the door, but now he's still got that smidge of equity within the prize pool and still within a shot. Yes, still the favourite to bust next, but he's definitely not a biggest favourite as he was 10 minutes ago when he had 10,000.
6 bigs seems like an absolute mountain after 0.2. Dre with a 10-4 in the small, probably a jam.
Do you know what I actually am hoping for now? I'm hoping for Ravi second, Dre first, and then the winner interview and trophy presentation. You can have your runners-up interview with Ravi and be like, you see that bloke over there? You see that bloke that I'm about to talk to after you? He should have been out. If you just checked. I'm praying for this now. The Ravi second, Dre first is what I'm rooting for, just for the interview at the end.
And he even folded the small blind there because he can. Andre. Picking his spots now. When's the break? 8 minutes and 59 seconds. So the clock's paused. Oh no, it's not. It's just having its moments.
Up and down here, on into the nuts. Dave's going to stab here with the ace-8. Sang his praises all final table, think he has played some excellent stuff. I'm not sure about this one though, Tower. Like, blind on blind, ace-high. Obviously can look for showdown. We'll draw alongside it. We don't really get better to fold. I guess we get continues from some 6x like our opponent has. That's
David with the ace of clubs on the turn, connects. Not being involved, he's just been sat watching all the action around him as David led him.
Yeah, but this is it, Tal. Like, he was super aggressive when we started the final table. He had the chip lead for a while. He was opening a lot of hands. He was free betting. He had a 4-bet bluff in there as well. But once again, just understanding the job at hand, how our strategy is going to change dependent on our stack and the stacks around us. And let's calm it down a bit, and potentially going to get a river bluff here from Zhang Zhuang.
Should be a snap with the ace. Can't really be anything else.
Oh, it's meaty though. There is some meat on this. 440 into 330. So was it 133% from Zhang Zhuang? Like the thing is that we are only beating bluffs at this stage, but when we have checked back the turn, obviously looks like we have a lot of 4x, 5x, this stuff. So I think you are right. Our ace-x probably do want to be calling here. When you think about our range, well, he's going to fold. He is going to let it go. But like you think about the hands we get to the river with, like we're going to have a lot of 3x, 4x, 5x, right? Once we bet flop after checking into the big blind. So when we actually have that top pair, although it being 4-2 a straight, potentially I feel like the ace might just be too good. And a really key aspect as well, with Zhang Zhuang with the chip lead again, a lot of his deuce-x tower actually raise in the small blind. His 10 deuce, his 9 deuce, his king deuce, his ace deuce. So we actually start removing some deuce-x from Zhang Zhuang's range. Like, he should attack with a fair amount of those trash holdings pre-flop, with Dre sitting there as short as he is still. So I think that's something to take into account with David as well. Like the deuce-x that potentially will go for that polar, raise blind on blind.
Some weird and wonderful happenings on this final table.
It's been great. Like, yep, we've lost one player in 4.5 hours, but it's been a fantastic watch, and there's been so many key talking points as well. I'm pretty confident that hand with Ravi will be shown for a long time. Kings versus kings, all in pre, and
true.
It runs out of flush. Like, some of the stuff that's happened today, I think Wayne Peach might be right. This is, I wouldn't be able to say the best ever, but it's definitely up there with one of the best that we will ever see. You just look at some of the hands, big bluffs, sick hands, sick runouts.
Smiley face in the bottom right corner covers the river card when watching on your phone. It's really annoying if it can be moved. What smiley face?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Smiley face? Is there something on Twitch that's smiley face? I have no idea when you're on your phone there's any smiley faces there. That's got me confused. smiley face is on your chat box. Just delete the chat box. Just disable the chat box. It opens emojis. Oh, I see. Okay. I see.
Oh yeah, we got Stato, who should have been out straight away. King 3 of diamonds.
King 3 of diamonds
all
flops the world.
All in against kings.
Yeah.
Flops a flush. Like some of the stuff that's happened today, you could actually probably put together like an hour montage of some of the ongoings for today's final table. It's been that good.
The old 4-bet flop.
Oh, you need to go back and watch that. I'll tell you what, JG, it'll be on social. Trust me, that hand will be on social. Ravi 4-bet 873, all hearts with 6-5, no heart. Zhongzhuan called. Guess what the turn was? I'll give you one guess, JG.
Here we go.
Gonna jump back into it.
Back into it. Oh, come on, Andre. Come on, Dre. Come on, the sevens.
You can't be.
No, I can't be. I can't be.
Root for someone.
I'm impartial. Come on, the sevens. Come on, the sevens. Should have been out the door. He should have been straight at home watching the final on his telly in his pyjamas. Is this the last hand of the break? This could be the last hand, actually. Ace, Queen, 4. No 8, no Jack. No 8, no Jack. 7!
Well, got a ball.
Oh, no! More outs. Any 8, any 10, any Jack, we lose Dre. If not, we're up to 450,000. Oh, come on! Come on, Dre! Come on, son! Sorry about that. Ladies and gentlemen, Dre's just doubled up and got himself right back in the game at the expense of Ravi Chef. Come on!
Oh, one hand to go before break, guys.
One hand to go. Back up to 7.5 bigs, ladies and gentlemen.
JB says, I've watched a lot of your coverage, guys, and this is certainly one of the best. The ebbs and flows have been crazy. Meanwhile, Stato quietly potters on. Yes, he does.
Dre, WPT champion as well, Dre,
Yes,
before he had a couple of years hiatus in the game. Oh, it's nearly time for a nice cup of tea.
And imagine if you've backed Dre as well to 10-1 and you saw him had 10,000 chips, you turn the
You turn
stream
it
off,
off.
you come back 2 hours later, he's still there, heads up.
Dre is in again for his 450.
Yeah, and he's going to pick this
he
one
can
up
nick
as
the
well.
blinds and he can nick the blind, he can nick the big blind and he can nick the ante. He's done it again. He's on 570.
Dre. I'm trying.
One more hand. We'll literally just get one more hand in. Counted another 10 seconds there. We want to go another hand in. Now we're going to get one more hand in. Can he survive? He's got one more hand to survive. He had 10,000 chips when the big blind was 60,000. Blinds. 60k. Dre had 10. We're on a break after this hand. Ravi is going to enjoy his break, knowing that he could have taken Andreas out, but he wanted to keep him in.
Now look at him.
We're all friends. Let's stay playing together.
Oh, we got another jam tower.
He's
Some
gonna
more
do it
blinds
again.
and ante
Here we
for
go.
us.
He's done it again. Nicks the small blind. Nicks the big blind. He's on 720,000 from 12,000 chips. Come on, Dre.
72x this stack. That's how you do it. He's got 12 bigs to work with now. We're back in 15 minutes, guys. Still 5-handed, so could be a long night, but we're enjoying it. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Blind rankings. Come on, man. What on earth is blind rankings?
Nice and simple, Tal. So both of us, we have picked 5 previous champions that we've encountered over the years on the live stream.
Yeah.
Of these 5 names, you've got to rank them 1 to 5. So the best player being 1, the worst player being 5. But the catch is, I can give you any one of those 5 players in any order, and the first one I give you, you've got to give them a rank. So you might get to 1, 2, 3, 4, and we get to number 5, and for example, I say the best player in the world, and you've got to put them 5th. So that's the catch here, Tower. But we're both going to do it. We'll see how we get on. Would you like to go first?
No, I'll let you go first because I'm a bit worried about this.
Okay.
I'm a little bit worried about this. Go on then. Right. So I've got to give you a name.
Yeah, any name.
So my first player for you in blind rankings is Ludo Gaelic.
Ludo. Right, I'm going to go Ludo at number 2.
Number 2? Ooh. I hope I'm on this list and I'm number 1. Ludo, number 2. Right then, go on then. Give me a name.
Oh, what? I'm not doing my 5 straight off the bat?
We're doing all 5?
Yeah.
Okay, oh wow.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing 1 each.
You wouldn't remember who you've picked if we go back to me.
That's true.
That's the thing.
That's true. Now then, blind ranking number 2, Calogero Morial.
See, this is where it gets hard because I'm going to go with Cal at number 4.
Number 4? Poor old Cal. 3rd on the list. Ooh. Rob Boone.
Rob Boone. I'm going to go... Sorry, Booney, I love you, and I love you on the stream, and I love watching you. Love you off the tables, but I've got to go for Mr. Boone as number 5. What are you doing to me, Tal? I love Rob. What are you doing to me?
One of the most consistent players in GUKPT. I cashed in the first ever event, 2007. Number 5. Yeah, well, I texted him. Oh, next. Oh, Rick Trigg.
Rick Trigg. I'm going to have to put him at number 3. And I'm just going to have to pray that you've gone for someone that's very good at poker as your last pick, Tower. Oh no, it's going to be Ali Malou. I can see PK laughing. It's going to be Ali Malou, isn't it?
No. Number 5 on the list is me. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. So, the last pick is Matt Davenport.
Well, Matt's top of the shop then. There we go. Fits in nicely, but it's a difficult game because that probably wouldn't have been my order. I don't think. I don't think that would have been my order, but I'm happy with it.
Okay.
And I've got my chance to get my own back. So I'm just going to navigate to my list, Tower.
Yeah. Can I have a pen? I'm bound to forget what number I picked somebody at.
Right. Are you ready?
Right, go on then.
Blind rankings.
Blind rankings.
First
ready.
player I have for you.
Right, straight in.
Grand final champion many years ago, Mr. Kev Allen.
Oh, Mr. Consistent. Been years grand final champ. Ooh, I'm gonna go Kev Allen. I'm going middle of the pack. I'm going number 3.
Number 3. Good
number
shout.
3 because I reckon, even though he's been good, and there might just be a couple that I think might just be a little bit. No, yeah, number 3, Kev Allen. I like that.
Second choice, Mr. Bousfield, John Bousey, Mr. Consistent as well. Where are you going to put Mr. Bousfield?
Oh, he's got to go up. He's got to go above Kev, hasn't he? He has to. He's got to go above. I'm going to have to put Bousey at number 2.
Bousey, number 2.
I'm going to have to put Bousey at number 2.
Bousey at number 2.
He's just done it for years.
Okay.
I like it. I like 2.
This is how the game goes.
I like 2.
Next one.
Yep.
Jack Hardcastle.
Oh, Jack.
So we got Kev Allen at 3.
Yeah.
We got Bousey at 2.
Oh,
where are we going to throw Jack?
Oh, gold. Is going to have to be. Well, we don't see him too much now, so my feeling is that Jack Because he's not been on the scene for a couple of years, he's going down to number 4.
Going down to number 4.
He's going down to number 4. Is Mr. Jack Hardcastle.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Next one I got for you.
Yeah.
Playing today in the high roller.
Playing today.
Tom Middleton.
Oh. He can't be fine.
So you got 2 options. You can either put Midi at number 1 or you can put him at number 5.
Jesus. Has he won a GUKPT? He has, hasn't he? He's won a GUKPT. Is he? No. Oh, no.
EPT champion, right, Midi?
I know he is, but we're talking GUKPT mainly. And I know he's a great egg. He's a really good egg. I'm going to have to put, and don't listen, I'm sticking Midi at 5.
So, Tower.
Because I think, oh no.
It's gone.
I'm putting, even though he's an EPT champion, he's a GUKPT winner, I've got to be thinking consistency in Midi. He's got to be number 5.
Well, you're going to be happy with it.
Yes.
Because the last name on my list, Mr. Sam Grafton.
Oh!
I so wanted you to put Midi at the top, Tower. I so wanted you to put him up there. But Sam Grafton.
One of the best there is. One of the most. Oh, he's won a grand final. He's been great. I love him in the chat box. Love him in the comms, and he's won it millions over line. Sam Grafton, number 1. What a great choice. Good shout.
So I'm just going to recall Tower's list. So he's got Sam Grafton at number 1, John Bousfield at number 2, Kev Allen at number 3, Jack Hardcastle at number 4, and Tom Middleton, bottom of the shop, at number 5. So rankings in order there for Tower.
Sorry, Tom.
Is that it? Is that it for blind rankings? We need to do more of this.
I enjoyed that. That was good. Thank you very much. Blind rankings. Ryan's in. There's 1.1 million, 14 bigs.
10-8 at clubs. That's got the queens here.
Here we go. I'm all in.
Going to be seeing an ISO here, I think. From Savas.
There's a triangle.
There's the triangle.
All in.
Oh, what a spot for Mohammed.
Mike can't get them in.
What a spot. There were no thinking and tanking then.
He can't get him in quick
There
enough.
were no tanking. Can I have a count, please? None of that malarkey on this time. Look at these kings against queens against Ryan's 10-8. More could be chip leader. 3.4
honestly.
If he wins this, if the kings hold his chip leader.
Wow. Savas is just sick here.
Kings, queens.
Here we go. 3-way action.
Mo, 60% equity here, 3 ways, kings versus queens versus 10-8. In 3.4 million chips in this pot. This is a huge moment for this final table. Ace 10-7. So some equity there for Ryan.
There's always an ace on the flop, you know, when you've got kings. Just that nobody's got one this time. Oh, Ryan!
Oh, Ryan!
Oh, no way. The 10-8 going to do it? It does!
Wow, what a spot for Ryan. It's the jam 10-8. Boats up versus queens and kings. And I think he had Mo covered. They're just going to double check the counts here because it was pretty close. But
wow,
that is some hand.
10 on the flop. 8 on the turn. 8 on the river. Are you kidding? The old ones. Is it 25? Could easily be a defend for Mitch.
Yeah, it could be Tower for sure. King Jack in the small here. Like, I don't think we're ever going to do any free betting. as Mitch here. What is it, 20 of Reese? Looks like Ewan's got about 25. I think probably just call or fold here from Mitch, Tower. But he is going to go for the jam.
All of it. And the aces, perfect timing. See the good news. Oops, says Mitch.
Yeah, to be fair, Ewan actually a lot shorter than I thought. He only had 20 bigs as well, so Mitch just deciding to rifle this in for just north of 20 effective, 21 effective of Reese, 20 effective of Ewan. And did just see Reese open A7, so maybe thinks that we'll get it through enough of the time with some blockers in there, but running into the boots, can Reese find the hold? Oh, you can't!
Wow, Jack 9 is the flop.
That's not fair.
That is grim.
So Mitch potentially take...
Now I don't have the shipment, so it's worked out actually. Now? Yeah, well that's... Who's that now? Also,
Oh, you have, I think.
No,
Oh shit, I didn't see that far. But I think
he might have. He's got it, Sure.
Now we can keep the rules that remaining in the main event.
What's the blinds now?
Just over 40 minutes remaining. Once again, now the main event players, please be next.
How big is that? No.
Drake, 720.
Please call the finalists of the main event. Please take your seats. You have 1 minute remaining.
He's lit every time. Doesn't realise it's fun. One on the bottom as well. What? I don't know what he's doing.
Maybe his car's like 8 minutes away from the front door or something. He's always 1 minute late.
There's still 4. There, and there. Aye. Here he comes. Now there's 5. Done Chiant. 5-handed. 5-handed. Dre's gone from 10,000 chips to 720,000. Whoa. So 40-80 next session is upon us. 3 40-minute levels in this session, which takes us up to heads or tails for the Super Bowl kickoff. Oh, 11:30 kickoff.
Yeah, I know how much you enjoy it. Can you not like record it and watch it back, or is it not the same?
What, Super Bowl?
Yeah.
No, we'll just it'll be on somewhere when we've done, and there'll be no sound because of cardroom broadcast.
Do you know? I might even say to you at 11 if we're still on. Go and watch it. I might even say that because you do it to me for the Spurs. So
don't kick off till 11:30.
Okay.
Well, we're still playing at 11:30. Anyway, enjoy the next session. It has been an absolute cracker. We've not had a chance to do the giveaway because this table's been so riveting. If we don't do it, what we are going to do is ask Tom see if we can do 2 for the Open. It's just been so riveting. We've had a right good old laugh, obviously with Dre's spin up as well. We've not had a chance to do it. We don't want to, and we don't want to get the chat box involved and trying to miss all the action. I'm on heads, Gully Math. I'm on heads for the toss for the Super Bowl.
So,
cheers, Bob.
Ravi with the chip lead, pressuring Stato there. Still a lot of risk for Stato at 20, with Dre still sub 10 BBs. But off we go again. What an FT, what a day. Yep. Still could be here 3-4 hours time, but so enjoyable. So many highlight reel hands. And here he comes again. Dre, pocket 9s, 9 bigs. Feel like just going to send for 9. May half stack. Effective send, leaves himself 120 back. And Trey up to 12 BBs. He's breathing down the neck of Ledden now.
It's all going on. It's all going on. Hey.
Let's deuce off here for Ravi on the button. May open jam tower with the stacks behind us. We prefer suited to jam though, maybe a better candidate to still. Definitely going to continue, it's just whether to play jam or open. Going to go for the jam route. And one of the merits tower getting these better ace-x to fold. Stato, as you see there, not even taking a moment with the a7. But Dre, here we go!
Here we go, baby!
Like Dre,
Come on, Dre.
He's going to have 1.6 million and Ravi's going to have like 1.8 if he can hold here. We've got 9 big Dre. Ravi's going to shove deuces, he's going to shove threes, he's going to shove ace 4.
Here we go!
Here we go. And Dre, who was kept alive by Ravi, could be doubling up through the lad.
He could be sitting in chips. 1.0 here, well, no, it can't be. 1,840,000 is it 1.6, 1.8 million. 1.8 million. This could be the greatest comeback ever. Oh, what's he done that for? Dealer's spot. Sorry, impartial. Nice hand for Ravi. Ravi's got the ace on the flop. So Dre now needs a 4. A 4 and a 4 only for Dre to survive.
How does Ravi do it though? How? Every time. He just finds a way, he gets there.
Well played, Dre. Well played. We weren't rooting for you. It was all impartial. £25,180. Oh my word. Wow. And it was Ravi that took him out in the end. Oh dear. It was Ravi that took him out in the end. Oh, what an effort. We're down to 4. We are down to 4. Ravi with the ace deuce. Good to have him back at the tables as well, Dre. Well played, sir. Can I play with band for too much luck?
I literally don't know how he does it. Just the amount of times I see the lad, yes, he plays well, but he does get it in behind and get there a fair amount. So I'm going to start calling him Alita Adams, to be fair.
What?
Alita Adams, she's the one that sings Get there if you can. That one, right? Is that her?
I have no idea.
Oh, I might be wrong then. I might have just pulled that name out of nowhere.
Good shout, actually. Oh, dear. Where did you pull that one
I
from?
don't know, Tower, honestly. My brain's doing funny things at this hour. And now Stato with a big hand, a couple of cowboys.
Hey dear. We were rooting for you, Dre. 10,000 chips you had at 60k big blind.
Not Anita, Alita. I think it's O-L...
Alita Adams.
Alita Adams, yeah, I think so. I could be wrong. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. It's actually a good line that I never thought I'd come up with. But
I didn't even think you'd even get the singer.
Exactly. That's why I was impressed. So, Stato all in against the ace-8. So Zhang Zhuang likely to be doubling Stato up now.
Here we go. It's all happening now. We've just lost Dre, and now Stato's got kings. He's been the most patient of patient I've ever seen Mr. Stato play. 7-7-6 flop. Backdoor hearts, I think. Backdoor straight, obviously. But kings way out in front.
Backdoor quads running sevens.
Oh no, don't do that. Oh.
Oh, it is the backdoor straight.
It is the backdoor straight. A 5, a 10, or an ace. 9 outs. Once.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and gets there.
Everyone's getting there.
Whoa, Jun Shan has just taken out Stato. He's played the most perfect poker I've seen Stato play. The most patient, just finding spots, sitting back, and finishing fourth for £34,040. What a performance from Stato. Short stack, king 3 of diamonds, gets it in, flops it, carries on, and now we're down to 3.
Is it okay if you're able to...
Wow. That is poker.
Yeah, the rivers have been brutal. I think all festival, this featured table, amount of changing river cards we've seen that changed the person that's about to win the pot. Been a ridiculous amount over the last couple of days especially. Now Ravi with the chip lead. Not the chip lead, sorry. Zhang Zhuang and him separated by 2 big. Zhang Zhuang having Ravi covered slightly. Dave Ledden, the short stack now. I didn't say he will double Stato. I said he's likely to double Stato. And he was likely to double Stato.
He was. He was a big favourite. Hi gents, watching from Australia with my daughter before school. Talk about the commentator's curse. Whereabouts are you, Ben? Which part of Australia are you in? 11 hours in front. Must be Sydney, might be Melbourne. Early night? Are you mad?
Like what, we've only been working 9.5
At
hours.
11:30 I was in this morning.
The same.
It's now. It's now 12:21. It's now 9:25. It's been amazing today. Loved every minute.
I don't know how he's not open Jack 10 there free-handed, but Ravi has his own ideas, goes about his own business, doesn't really care what anyone else thinks, plays his own game, and it's made him plenty of money over the last couple of years. Wouldn't surpass his biggest cash which come at WSOP Europe last year in London. That would be his second GUKPT main event title. Maybe he could close it out. Where was it he won before, Tower? Bit of trivia for the Tower. I'll give you a clue. It was last year.
Was it?
Yeah. I'll give you a clue. It was 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Where did he win?
Well, you figure it out. 3 months ago, so we're in February. Let's do it together.
Blackpool.
Yes.
I'm stinking.
Blackpool. There we
He
go.
loves it by the seaside. And Ben's in Brisbane. Ben is in Brisbane, watching before taking the kids to school. Supposed to be. I've not been to Brisbane. I've only done Sydney and Darwin. My niece lives in Darwin. In fact, my 2 nieces now live in Darwin. And I've been to Sydney for New Year, which was amazing. I'd like to go back to Sydney just to get on the boat to go to Manly. Because that was a good day out. Rabbit.
Free suited and may use this one once in a while as a Zhang Zhuang. Don't take it at full, but a little small frequency can raise it up with the worst of it. Decides to check and does actually have Ravi dominated. Both catch their duck. Start betting his. Does have the function of folding out like some 7, 8, 8, 9 stuff with just 2 live overcards that are always going to fold to a continue. Got some backdoors alongside it. Zhang Zhuang pair of his own making the call. 4 of clubs on the turn. Seems good for both. Makes it less likely their opponent has a 4, which the deuce is behind 2. Still can be some Queen X out there for both as well as maybe like some 5-6, 5-3, 6-3, this type of stuff. So Ravi checking it over. Zhang Zhuang with deuce of his own. Does he feel like needs to flush out some equity? If Ravi has just stabbed a random sort of 5, 6, 7, 8 with a diamond, this type of stuff on the flop. Clear that out. 130, just north of 30%. Ravi 2 pair blind on blind. Going to be looking at the river.
Go to that river.
Oh my word! So they're chopping it basically. They've both got a free roll for their kicker, and Ravi is the one that hits it. The man. And
he's going to show him.
And they both had a free roll to their kicker, but Zhang Zhuang also had a queen to hit. He could have found a queen or a 10.
Yeah.
Ravi could only find a 3. And of course, it's a 3. Why wouldn't it be a 3?
Baraka says, who's left in the cup? Well, in 9th was Michael Humphries, 8th was Chris Bartlett, Rob Boone was 7th, so no back-to-back for him. Leo Withington-Lees was 6th, Daniel Noja was in 5th. We're down to 4. Antoine Labat, Gareth Smith, Ollie Webb and Mark Wagstaff in that event. And the seniors, they're down to 2 players in the seniors. Very good. So there we go. Down to 2.
Did Antoine Labatt have a deep run in the main two? Did he cash Labatt? I think he creeped onto the right side of the money, didn't he? I know Sau obviously was here today, a day 3.
Yes,
had the sick
he did.
one against Span.
Antoine Labatt cashed, yes he did.
Labatt's actually on the final table of the cup right now as well.
Yeah, there's 4 left. 4 left. Antoine Labatt finished 45th for 2,680.
King Queen suited for Dave Ledden here. So like we're happy to get this in pre, and like now a lot of the ICM pressure released free-handed, but we're trying to trap Ravi here as Dave. Know Ravi's tendencies, knows he'll get aggressive more often than not, so looking for the complete jam there with the King Queen of Hearts. Not getting the opportunity, so we go post.
There's King 4. There's 4 left in the cup. There is now 3 left in the main event.
So the spades on the turn. Dave with the check call. Checking over to Ravi again here, and 9 high, no spade tower. May just wave the white flag, but doesn't seem like Ravi owns any flags of that colour. Nine deuce, just off it goes.
Love it.
Queen on the river here. It's actually going to be really interesting because like what jack eggs of Ravi get there in this fashion, because a lot of the like jack 10, king 10, king jack, this type of stuff, jack 4 even, like they're probably ones that do want to play a fair amount of checks, but here comes the bet from Ravi and he is just relentless, and we're not really going to have a worse hand than 9 high, are we, Tower? So from that perspective, trying to fire. So, interesting thing for David here, it's not a situation, Ravi shouldn't ever have a better 2 pair, ace 10, ace queen want to raise pre. I guess he could have ace 4 suited, that is perhaps one, although just 2 combos, and we're blind on blind and a lot of combinations in range. So 2 pairs going to be like ace 4 suited, the only one we lose to. No sets, force jam pre, so no sets. So he's literally saying he has a jack or a flush there as Ravi, and I guess we are going to check most of our suited hands in the big blind, so can have a lot of flushes there as Ravi, but I thought Dave might take a bit more time with that river decision, but once again, aggression working out for Ravi. Pocket 9s for Ravi.
The Ravster with the 9s. Seniors has just finished in time for bed by 10. Love it.
Maybe the winner of the seniors very shortly. Not checked the app just yet. No spoilers in the chat regarding this event as well, please.
Just middle set for Ravi, blind on blind here with the 9s. Love to see it. Any checks here on the tower? And we have
Ravi?
such a lock on the board. I feel like he will just continue as the opener, the Jack High, a fair frequency, but we do just have this locked up. Not going to get any value from the King 5. Like, I feel like it is a board we are supposed to continue on a fair amount, especially when Dave sat there, sub 20 now, and Zhang Zhuan second in chips, putting some pressure on him.
Yeah.
Guys, I've been told that we need to move around to boxes. You need to go to 3. You got to go in the middle on 5. You got to go to.
I've heard this doesn't really work.
This is what I've been told.
Yeah. What I'm saying is this current setup doesn't really work.
Yeah. Just a bit symmetrical.
Oh, that was moving round. 3, 5 and 7. I like that. I like that. We can see them all now. Perfect. Oh, on the seniors. Yeah, the seniors.
Mid-time actually got left.
Pocket 6s for Ravi here on the button.
What to beat the blender? How much do you have?
Sixes. Should be raising. Tony Bowler. On the seniors, Paul King second and Ian Luck. It ran out as he finished third.
And Ravi just open sends the lot here. And Zhang Zhuan,
here we go.
Pocket 9s, 3-handed. And this is a situation straight away, Tal, we know we have the best hand. We know that Ravi never has a better pair. 10s through aces would never do this. But there are some situations where we have to flip versus the likes of Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack, Queen 10, these type of hold-ins. But there's also a lot of situations where we have Ravi drawing to 3 outs, all his ace-x, some suited king-x. Situations, 8s through deuces, where we have Ravi drawing to 2 outs. So, like, it's a spot of Zhang Zhuan. I do feel like we are going to dominate a lot of Ravi's range here, just because 10s through aces should probably...
Here we go, look at that. Happily flashes over the 9s.
And 6s he sees. You love to see it as Zhang Zhuan hands go on the head, but you're so far in front, sir. He can't do it again, can he, Tower?
Yeah. Obviously. That's why Jun Chan's videoing it. Because he knows he's going to be out the door crying and he'll be watching it through tears in a minute.
Well, that's a good start. A smidge of runners.
A 7 on the turn, so it's down to a 6 and a 6 only, and we get a full double. Oh, next door. Oh, wow. Jun Chan has just doubled to big chip leader. 5.8 milli.
And put a little barricade in front of the Ravi train. He's been having it all his own way the last hour. That big old swing there, that is a huge pot in terms of where this title for GUKPT Manchester may be ending up. Zhang Zhuan, just shy of 6 milli. And Ravi down to what I believe is going to be around 20 bigs now.
Big chip lead now for Jun Shan.
Was that a mistake, Jam, to Jay to jam the 6-6? Free-handed, I actually think it's going to be fine. What is it, 34 was it, of Zhong Zhuang, and 15 of Dave, so like shoving for Dave's 15 seems perfectly fine, and Zhong Zhuang should be calling tighter than you expect because Dave sat there with 15. I feel like 6 is ripping it in there. Probably.
I thought 9s was pretty much a snap.
Yeah, probably going to be fine. Well,
maybe looking at solves and finding a little bit different. Like you said with David,
we're well ahead in terms of equity versus like 9s versus the equity of hands Ravi should shove. We're well ahead, but it's that time that he makes that 30%, he makes that 20% and gets there, and we exit the tournament when now probability-wise Dave Ledden is favourite to come third place. It's been great. It's been unbelievable watch. And credit to the players as well. We have had a stacked field tower, haven't we? It was like a who's who when we turned up this morning.
Yeah. It was indeed. Rabbit, pocket 4s. Works this time. 15 bigs for Dave. Rabbit with 21 and Jun Shan at 74. No giveaway. We've asked Tom see if we can save it for the next one, and he said yes.
We're rolling it over for the next one.
Yeah, this has just been engrossing. We couldn't have the chat box, and we couldn't get in it with the chat box or anything like that. So we just wanted to concentrate on the final, and it just got better and better and better and better. First time watching the stream, really enjoyed it. Cheers, Keith the Camel. How are you doing, sir? What's the tip for the NFL tonight? Keith the Camel. Surely you've got a tip for us for the NFL tonight, Keith. You've got to be the man. Tails never don't say that. I've got 20 quid on heads. I'm on heads. Oh, Keith's got it now. I can't believe it, Keith. No. Oh, man. Keith says 11 to 10 heads with me.
You win? Did you win?
Keith the Camel. He's bet Philadelphia minus 9.5 at 7 to 2. I have told everybody this week the Eagles by 10, and you've absolutely nailed the bet. I love it. Unfortunately, you've gone for tails, and I've gone for heads. All in. Jun Shan with the 10-6. David with a king 5. 60-40, live cards, you need a fade. And 6, 5, 9, so they both connect.
Oh my word!
Whoa, David!
What is happening with the deck today?
David! Wow, get him double up there, sir, to 2 milli. Wow, 6 and a 5 means exactly this. Oh, wow. Roll reversals on the flop, and then David pings it on the turn.
Three red chips.
Wow. Dave Ledden survives.
Just the one. And I gave you 25 change back.
I don't know what's going on, but
Yeah, please do.
I've just been offered the best price in sports betting.
Best price?
Yeah.
Go on.
Keith the Campbell.
Yeah.
Says I can have 20 with him on heads at 11 to 10.
What?
The question is Keith the Camel taking the bet? It says I can have 11 to 10 on heads. Oh yeah, big thanks to Backroom staff at Cardroom Direct for fixing the whole course. What problems? There weren't any problems, was there? They worked wonders overnight. The table went in, the computer went in, and it's been amazing since.
All in, Nicole.
So here we go, the snowmen. The snowmen. David Ledden is in front. John Shan, King Queen. Count these chip stacks will swap round exactly if David holds.
Yeah, against a non-pair.
10, Jack, 8, flop, set of 8s.
Yeah, you flop a set and you still got 8 outs to fade.
You have 27% still on that flop. Oh, he's turned it! Oh no! Now the rolls. Now we need the board to pair a ace, a jack, a tenor, an 8, and it's not. How has we got there on the turn with the ace? Jun Shan gets there on the turn.
The deck has been doing some really funny things this final table.
David Ledden, what a performance for £46,070. But wow! Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
just going to be a quick 5 minutes that we're going to take for heads up, guys, and then we will be back with Zhong Zhuang and Ravi to see who's going to take the championship here in Manchester.
Keith the Camel, I will see you probably in Luton, if not before. The bet is on. 11 to 10 on heads. It's the best price in sporting history.
It is.
Keith the Camel, any more tips for the Super Bowl? Send them our way. You've nailed the -9.5 on the Eagles. I'm with the Eagles as well at -9.5. I love that. And I've got heads at 11 to 10. I love it. And this chat box is just the best. We've got about a 5-minute, maybe 10-minute break. We'll stick the countdown on for a 7-minute break. We'll quickly grab a cup of tea, and we're back for heads up in 7 minutes.
No spade either.
We need one of the two live Barrys. Wow.
Barry! One of them.
There it is. Oh,
Barry on the end for Reese.
What a hand.
What a run out.
God, dear me, man. So, sat with Jamie Nixon.
Right.
Nice to have you sat here for 10 minutes. Sponsored pro since 2021.
Yeah.
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 How did you get into poker?
It's a weird story, actually. I was going on a lad's holiday when I was 18, and 2 days before I tore cruciate ligament in my knee playing football. So obviously went on the lad's holiday on crutches,
Yeah.
which got thrown off the balcony into the pool quite quickly. So the rep realised that we couldn't really do the usual jumping in the pool and all that type of stuff,
Yeah.
so he put on a game of poker for us. And I didn't win it. It's not one of those stories where I won it and I loved it, but
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. And from then on, got back and started going to the £5 rebuy in Newcastle and never looked back.
Now, interestingly, your first recorded cash is like 2009 in Brighton. But I really have to ask, were you allowed in a casino in 2009?
Just about, but that wasn't me.
Oh.
For some reason it's on my Hendon mob, but
Yeah.
wasn't me.
Well, no, don't take it off, it just adds to your cashes.
Yeah, it does, yeah. So,
So what was the first one?
the first one was in Newcastle in 2015. Around 2015.
Yeah.
And it was a £100 tournament, and I won it for 3.9k. I think it was.
So your first tournament was just a win?
There was plenty before that, but that was the first recorded one. There's a plenty of 7th place in the £5 rebuy,
Yeah, yeah.
20 quid. But no, that was the first big one.
Going back to the £5 rebuys, they were so much fun back in the day.
Oh, they were class. I mean, that's what made me fall in love with poker, because I went there and I was a skint student with a tenner in my pocket, and I was fuming if I had to rebuy. And then there was guys buying in 20 times. So, but it was just a different world to me, and from then on, just loved it.
Yeah. Moving on to like 2018, your first cash in Vegas.
Yeah.
Was that your first trip?
Yeah, the first trip.
You seem to do a lot of firsts when you first get there. Like we win on the first database, and then we go to Vegas for the first time, and we just end up with a win.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those where you just got to make the most of it your first time, because you never know if it's going to be your last, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Vegas. That was a funny one because I started streaming for Grosvenor then. I wasn't sponsored, but I was streaming, and the reason I went was because I bubbled the Vegas packages 3 times, which was pretty brutal. But I kind of set my sights on going.
Yeah.
So I just tagged along.
Right. You do right.
And it's worked out because now I've got this.
Yeah. So obviously 2018, your first time. Was it then literally Vegas every year? I want to do this. This is going to be in the calendar for forever, kind of thing. As long as I still love the game.
Yeah. So I've been quite a few times now. I think I've been like 8 or 9 times now.
Yeah.
COVID obviously stopped it for a bit.
Yeah.
So missed out for a little bit there.
Yeah. You cashed a couple of times in 2019 as well. Were they big events, or were they World Series events, or were they different venues? Can you remember?
Moved around a bit.
Yeah.
Actually got on a final table with Joe Beavers at Bally's, not Bally's, at Binions one night.
All right, okay.
But didn't get paid. But it was nice to have played there because they've stopped poker now, haven't they?
They have Binions, yeah. It's
yeah.
actually not even. I don't even think upstairs is even open anymore.
No, it's a
when
shame.
you used to walk up the stairs they used to be downstairs in the little card room on the left.
Yeah.
And then you walked up past the Millions.
Yeah.
And then you walked up there, but that synonymous to it, the world, the actual game.
Yeah.
In that room was just. It was just amazing.
It was class, and I mean, it's even the smell in there.
Yeah.
There's just something about it. It's proper poker, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. You come back. You just mentioned you're starting to Twitch. How did that come about? How did you want to tell everybody what you were doing? How did you want to see the hands? How did you want to tell people this is what you should be doing in these spots, or even like your opponents seeing what you do?
It was a strange one, really, because I really wanted to give poker a go and go full time, but at that point I still had a job. And I said to my now wonderful wife Ellie, I really want to do this, but as a lot of people know, I've got 2 kids, family. So I thought, if I'm going to do this, I need to find ways of making money from poker, but not just from poker. So I realised that the majority of sponsorships and the majority of money in poker outside of just playing was coming from creating content.
Yeah.
So I decided that I was going to start doing that and got in touch with Grosvenor because I realised they didn't have a streamer at the time.
Yeah.
And just managed to build up that relationship.
And that's literally how the sponsorship came about.
Yeah.
Regarding the streaming and the Twitch and getting in touch with the guys from Grosvenor.
Yeah, pretty much. Just put my way in, basically. But in terms of like showing your cards and everything, that can be a detriment to your game because obviously you're giving away a lot of information.
Yeah.
However, on the other side of it, you have to talk through what you're doing, and sometimes vocalizing what you're doing can help you make the right decisions. So I'd say there's pros and cons to it.
I always think in the background that when we did the live, some of the online Twitches, and I was there in the core comms, that I obviously helped your career push a little bit forward.
You
know,
did. It was all you, Tower. It was all you.
But they were good, weren't they? They were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Obviously, lockdown was like tough for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So doing the comms with you and having a laugh and doing what it was and just watching your game, I actually loved it. I thought it was great fun.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of like playing live without playing live. It was like having the banter at the table.
Yeah.
Without actually being at a table. So yeah, it was great.
Yeah. 2021 WPT, the high roller.
Yeah.
Nice cash.
Which one?
The the 33 online.
Oh yeah. Okay,
which was
the 5K.
The 5K. Can you run us through the online one?
Yeah. So that one was weird because I was actually streaming on Twitch at the same time.
Ooh.
But this was at a time.
So we are back, guys, and here we are, kind of fitting that we are sat here with these two, Ravi, Zhang Zhuang, both of them unbelievable players to see at the table. Just some of the moves they've got in the lockup, really aggressive when they've had chips, and kind of fitting that we are left with these two heads up playing for £84,700. I am looking forward to this one. The whole final table has been enthralling throughout, and I feel like this is going to be the cherry on top of that big old cake. A lot of people will be looking forward to this one. Aces first hand of heads up, as you do. No action from Ravi though with the 10-6. Trying 10 deuce on the button. Who do you fancy it out?
Philadelphia Eagles.
Did you mean the Philadelphia Eagles? Or did you mean this one? You said who was going to win. Do you mean the Eagles or do you mean...
No one cares about your
Oh,
old
sorry.
hand egg or whatever you call it.
I thought you meant this one.
I'm not fussed about the old Super Bowl.
Whoa.
I'm fussed about this heads up.
Well, we know what Ravi can do. We know John Shan has got the game. Can we get the double that we need and make it just to continue the amazing game that it has been all day? It's been superb. What a watch. The real question is, will Tower get home before kick-off? Probably not. It kicks off in 90 minutes.
So Ravi just pings off the straight on the turns.
Of course.
7-eye straight. I'm going to start leading here. Take the check back away from Zhang Zhuang. And Zhang Zhuang now, with the 7 out there, not drawing to the 6, would be a straight on the board. Got to get out of the way. 10 deuce, no club, into the muck.
So King 7 for John. Do we open more or less everything, or just at least see a flop?
Well, we can limp with some traps as Ravi's
Whoa,
done
what's that
here,
mean?
and the trap has worked.
Wow, well done, Ravi.
Zhang Zhuang just shoves the King 7 for 17, 18 big blinds, effective. Ravi calls with the ace 9. He was trapping.
So Ravi with the ace 9, perfect. Ace 7 deuce doesn't change anything. King or a 7 still needed for Jun Shan to be champ.
Still got backdoor spades working as well, but Ravi looking like a double.
Oh no! 7 on the turn!
7 on the turn!
Oi, oi, oi! Fading an ace. Oh, has he done it? He's only gone and done the ace on the river.
How?
How's he managed that?
How does that even happen? How does it come a 7 on the turn and an ace on the river? What on earth was that? Ravi Chef.
Whoa!
Tao was thinking about the Super Bowl. I'm thinking about Miss Stara Brahman.
Oh my word!
And next thing you know,
the 7 on the turn.
Run like Ravi indeed. It looked over on that turn card, and the ace spikes the river. 2 outer for Ravi Chef. 95% of the time, Zhang Zhuang is a champion after that turn.
Wow.
But we continue.
3.6 million Ravi's got. What is happening?
Wow, oh wow, oh wow. That is the most craziest run out heads up you are ever likely to see, guys. Find me a hand heads up in a huge poker tournament that has run out like that. That is ridiculous.
Wow.
I told you, something's wrong with that deck, Tower. I said it earlier. The deck is doing funny things today. Ridiculous things.
Wow.
We could literally have a 2-hour montage of day 3. It has been that good.
Oh wow. It's like, oh wow. How dare any of you thought the ace wasn't coming? Oh jeez. The 7 on the turn, it's over. God, we're then waiting for the coin toss and that's it.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Wow. Oh my days, man.
Queen high flop, 9 high flop, 9-3 deuce Ravi with a queen 5. I'm still catching my breath.
Like, I could actually go and watch this final table back. It has actually been that bloody good.
Wow. Unbelievable, Jeff. Oh man, just wow. Oh dear. Just wowzers.
Second to catch our breath. Yeah, that's online, Gary. Your laptop is going to need some repairs.
How many people have still got a laptop? Oh man, every laptop's in the bin. Wow, just honestly, just wow. What an amazing day. What an absolutely amazing day. And we're down to 2.
Yeah, a little Queen High hero call on the river for Ravi. He loves those. Heroes with the Queen High.
We are down to 2. Ravi Chef and Jun Shandu. We're down to 2. And 45 and 43 bigs. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen.
David Kingswell said, if you saw this FT on film, you would say, no way, it's fixed for dramatic effect, the best FT for a very long time. Just the whole day free. The players that come back, the hands that we've seen.
.884 is checked. Queen of spades to turn. Seven of diamonds on the river after it's checked all the way down. Check mark for the king high. There we go. King high takes it. And Ravi, no, he's not taking the lead. I was just about to say he's taking the lead.
Separated by less than a small blind.
Amazing. Eights for Jun.
Like even heads up. I've seen some hands come out. 8s here now. Big hand heads up.
Deuce 4 for Ravi. Gonna see a flop. Flop by the looks of that. Ace King 3. Wheel draw for Ravi. So we will call. Backdoor diamonds and a wheel draw. 125. Those are the chips in the middle as a call. 9 of hearts turn.
Yeah, I was expecting an 8 on the turn and a 5 on the river. But it's gone check, check. Then it's gone 9-9. So, Jun Shan is going to be...
Yeah, Ravi has the bluff here as well, Tal. I'd be surprised if he checked the nut low, have the bluff 4 high here. Just disaster if we have Zhang Zhuan who stab like an 8 high, it's like a 10 high, something like that, and we just go check, check. Have to bet this one. A quick call from Zhang Zhuan. Going to win it with the 8s.
Yep, 0.2 big blinds separated by before the hand. Where have we seen 0.2 big blinds before today?
Drake?
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. What a day. But if this was Dre versus Ravi heads up, that would have been the cake.
You can't be serious, Andrew Garland. Just said on Sky News that it now costs $8 million for a 30-second advert for the Super Bowl.
It does. Yeah, it's been advertised. It does. $8 million for 30 seconds. It costs $8 million for 30 seconds. It cost $5 million 10 years ago.
Right, until you bring me Mr. Cadbury or Mr. Right Move and they tell me that
Mr. Right
they've spent $8 million on an advert for 30 seconds, I'm not having that.
I think it's why Pepsi and Coca-Cola are the biggest 2 adverts that you see.
Yeah.
Because they've got the budget for it, kind of thing. They have the marketing budget for it. You don't get any really small adverts on the Super Bowl. It's not rugby. The only similarity with rugby is the shape of the ball. It's got nothing to do. You pass it forwards in American football. In rugby, you have to pass backwards to go forwards.
Why don't you lot, like, in rugby, you pass it to one of them and then they just run? Why don't they pass it to matey and then he does some running, then matey passes it to matey and he does some running as well? You're allowed to?
Yeah.
You are?
You got to pass it along the line.
Why don't they do that like rugby then?
Oh, no, in American football.
Yeah, that's
no,
what I'm saying.
that,
oh, you can't do that. No. Okay, that's what I thought.
I've only meant rugby.
I know how rugby works.
Aye, you pass it backwards to run forwards.
So we got Ravi with the deuce here. Probably thinks he's value betting. Equine and Isle. This type of thing. Going to be playing a lot of check backs on rivers as Ravi.
Jun Shan.
Yeah, this is way too thin to value bet. What are we targeting here? A worse deuce, perhaps? An ace high, which we block. Surely not, Ravi. I've seen you value bet thin before, but 5th pair. After we bet flop, bet turn, we can't get 3 streets with bottom pair. I'm so shocked to see this bet here, Tower. 1.35 million. So this has to be a bluff. He's turning the deuce into a bluff to try and dislodge a 7. This is all this can be here from Ravi. Huge size on the river. 150% pot. And we've got a pretty nice catch as Zhang Zhuang. Heads up. 2 pair, range is really wide, capable opponent, can't see the 7 folding, and Ravi shows the ace deuce and sees behind to the 7. Surprised at that there, Tower. I thought it would just be checked back, and suddenly Ravi's still got 3.3 million, but now Zhang Zhuan puts a 3-1 chip lead between them again.
So heads up. The one thing that will happen today in the Super Bowl is that Travis Kelce will get 3 receptions. But it's stupid odds, because that will break the record for all-time Super Bowl receptions. King Queen for Jun Shan.
Opens to 250. Ace 10.
Ace 10, is this going in?
Yeah, has to. These 2 hands, massive heads up tower, even at 20 effective. King, Queen, Ace 10. Can't see how this doesn't get in.
And in they go. King Queen's a callable. There it is. King Queen, do we have a champion? Against Ravi, who's got Ace 10. It's 60-40 in Ravi's favour. So 60% of the time we're going to carry on. Jack 6-4. No good for Jun Shan at the moment.
Going to need to hit. Looking like Ravi going to be back to 4 milli.
It is.
6 outs.
Oh, a queen on the river. A turn, sorry. Here we go. We need an ace or a king. Oh, we have a champ. Oh, it's a jack.
Finally.
Jun Shan, ladies and gentlemen, a new kid on the block.
Yeah, played terrific as well.
Wow. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous game that was.
That was some top-notch final table. Top-notch day 3. If you get the final table, come back with 14. The whole day put together into one, guys. Absolutely fantastic. Some of the hands we have had today, we had Kings v Kings. Span makes a flush, all in pre. We had Ace King, 4-bet folding. We had Ravi doing Ravi things. That run out, heads up. When it comes trip 7s on the turn, 5% of the time Ravi gets there. Of course he gets there.
Of course he does.
On the river. It has been the most insane day you are likely to see for a day 3 of any event anywhere in the world.
New kid on the block.
Tower off to have a chat. Little roundup from myself, guys, and this is looking like it's going to be a great year. Once again, numbers coming through the door, insane. Was never expecting more than 400, and we smashed that out of the park. £84,700 up top for 1,100 buy-in, well, 1,250 plus the juice. It's just been absolutely fantastic. So Tower, nice and swiftly, gets himself down to the floor. We will come back to the booth, guys, to round up, so make sure you come and join us. We are heading down to the floor with the Tower and Zhang Shuin.
Mr. Jun Shan Do, fantastic watching you play. You know how to play the game, sir.
Yeah, just trying to do my best, like study the GDO strategy and make some exploitations. Yeah, just try to do my best. It's the first time. It's like the first time I make it into the money, and yeah, it's a pretty good result.
Do you play a lot online?
Sometimes, yeah, not good at online.
No, okay.
I prefer to play live table, getting live reads from people.
Yeah, well, it's one of the first times we've seen you, and everybody who's been watching has been saying you can play the game and you got the moves. It's great to watch.
Yeah, I just came to like the UK last year, September, so didn't play many tournaments here, but like try to use the knowledge or the basic strategy I've studied and apply them into the game, and just like
so good. I tell you what, we've got so many players that we see on a regular basis that we know are very, very good, and you've outlasted every single one of them. Yeah, you feeling good?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Winning championship is valuable experience. Like I just try to do like all my best, and the rest will leave to the luck.
Absolutely. It's been an absolutely amazing watch today. We've loved every single minute. And Luke's here with the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, a massive round of applause for the champion in Manchester, Mr. Jun Shan Do! And I'm not being funny. I am not being funny. That could be the first trophy of many, 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 because that was an impressive performance. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Jay, over to you.
Lovely little interview from the lad there. That's crazy. He don't play online. He's only been in the UK a year. No wonder I couldn't find him on Hendon anywhere. It's very rare, this, guys. You see someone that you search up, you look on the database, you try and find if he's played much poker in his life, and I couldn't find anything anywhere. And then he just wins this tournament. And this isn't just any tournament. This is a stacked GUKPT Manchester Main Event.
One of the best fields I think we've ever seen.
Literally one of the best. Everyone was here.
You even get somebody who wins the Sunday Million, 1.5 million, and then wins $500,000 and they win in November.
You also
turning up for the first time ever.
WSOP Main Event final table is coming over as well.
Crazy.
WPT champions, EPT champions, bracelet winners, the whole lot were here.
And how nice was it to speak to somebody that's just a little bit humble, and he just thought, He's been practicing, been solving and all that nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that, because Jun Shandu is a name to watch, because he has been amazing all week, and you said it, you love to watch him play. It was a little bit different.
It was my tip yesterday. I said Julian was the value, but if I fancied someone, I would pick Zhang Zhuang, and that was what we went with yesterday. I know he wouldn't have been the best price in the book this morning because he had chips. What was he? 6-1 still seems like decent value with the stack he had. Tower.
He did have $1 million.
Yeah, I thought yesterday he was a good shout to win this one.
Yep, it was absolutely amazing. Really, really enjoyed it. You guys in the chat as well, amazing, sticking with us. There were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds watching that amazing final, so thank you very much indeed. And yes, you have got another 3 years of us. So Mr. Uncle Chowdhury come into the chat just at the end. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed it. What a stream. What a performer. I tell you what, just the final day, the final 14, we know it was going to be a good one. And it was.
It was.
The next stream for us is going to be somewhere down the M6, Junction 3, 200 yards off the motorway. And there it is, Coventry. We are going to the UK Open for the next event. It will be £1 million guaranteed main event. We are streaming 6 days, the second week of the event, the Tuesday all the way through to Sunday, to crowning a champion of the 1 million guarantee. Cardroom Direct cannot wait to get there because he's going to be an absolute cracker. $1 million guaranteed. But new kid on the block,
literally,
Mr. Jun Shandu gets himself the trophy and £86,000. Well done to everybody else in the final. Run like Ravi. He nearly got there.
He nearly did.
But if you want to go back and watch the final day, we could have a highlight reel of just about nearly all of it.
Yes,
because that was bonkers. Amazing. And there he is. There's the winner. All we can say now is thanks to everybody in the back for getting this through. Just an amazing 5 days here in Manchester. And we will see you in a couple of weeks' time for the absolutely huge UK Open that does have a 1 million guarantee on the main event. From the team and the tower, ta-ta.
Good night.
Get chipped up the field.